After all, this was Kirigakure's internal affair. And besides, the two villages were still on paper at war. Even if Konoha desired an end to the senseless conflict, it wouldn't easily agree to Yagura's terms. Between nations, genuine goodwill didn't exist, only interests that never changed. Even blood brothers could turn on each other when personal gain was involved. So what hope did rival villages have? Take Sunagakure, for instance. Time and again, they allied with Konoha, only to betray them when it suited them. Defeat would bring apologies and reconciliations, but betrayal always followed. It was in their nature. In the end, it was always about benefits. Konoha might want peace, but what did it stand to gain from it? The room fell into a heavy silence. Even Tsunade held her tongue. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe slowly, eyes contemplative. Yagura waited patiently, silently watching the Hokage. He was waiting for terms to be laid on the table. Even if peace was in Konoha's favor, getting them to cooperate in an investigation involving the third Mizukage would be no easy task. Without a compelling offer, an agreement was unlikely. But Yagura wasn't some idealistic child. He understood how diplomacy worked. And he had come prepared, with leverage. Now, he just needed the Hokage to bite. Minato looked tense. Takuya lounged lazily on the table, gazing into his teacup like it held some profound truth. Cough, cough. The third Hokage finally broke the silence, snuffing out his pipe. Nearby, Tsunade opened a window, letting fresh air into the stifling room. Her glare toward the Hokage said more than words could. The Hokage gave a small apologetic smile, an old habit, nothing more. Tsunade ignored him. Sighing, the Hokage turned to Yagura. Your argument is reasonable, and Konoha does wish to end the fighting. But you're overlooking one fact: the matter of the third Mizukage, whether he's under some control or replaced entirely, is strictly Kirigakure's concern. Konoha has no grounds to interfere. Yagura responded without missing a beat. Once the issue is resolved, Kirigakure is willing to sign a non-aggression pact with Konoha. It was a calculated move, spoken in an even tone. Unlike a peace treaty, a non-aggression pact carried serious weight. Treaties could be broken and justified with enough political spin. But breaching a pact would bring condemnation and possible retaliation. Even among the 5 great shinobi villages, diplomacy and appearances mattered. For Konoha, such an agreement would be highly favorable. With its resources and defensive posture, it had everything to gain. The Hokage had long wished for all 4 other Kage to sign similar deals. Cough, cough, this time with interest. If peace with Kirigakure followed the resolution with Sunagakure, Konoha would have a rare window of stability and growth. Yagura pressed his advantage. Furthermore, Master Genji has pledged that upon resolution, Kirigakure will open its maritime trade routes to the Land of Fire. I trust the daimyo will welcome such a development. Silence descended again, the weight of the offer sinking in. Kirigakure had always fiercely protected its naval trade routes. Even Kumogakure, with its naval strength, couldn't match them. For Konoha and the Land of Fire, gaining access to those routes was a long-held dream. Economically, it was a golden opportunity. Cough, cough. This time, the third Hokage coughed not from habit, but surprise. The others exchanged stunned glances, struggling to believe what Yagura had just offered. For years, such negotiations had been impossible under the third Mizukage's rule. And now, Yagura had handed Konoha the deal of a lifetime. Even Takuya looked up, impressed. Master Genji must be a visionary, he thought. It made sense. After years of war, both villages were weary. Opening trade would jumpstart recovery for both sides. Economic revival required vast resources, and this proposal delivered them. And more importantly, Master Genji had the power to follow through. If he was backing this, then he truly sought a new, more stable future for Kirigakure. Is this true? The Hokage asked, his voice low with restrained excitement. His earlier interest in the non-aggression pact had grown into full-fledged enthusiasm for the trade agreement. Yagura nodded solemnly. This is Master Genji's assurance to you. Should Konoha assist us in uncovering the truth, he will personally see this agreement through. What would you need from us for the investigation? The Hokage asked at once. There was no hesitation. Konoha was on board. No objections came. Not from Tsunade. Not from anyone. The benefits were too significant to pass up. Yagura had played his hand with precision, and it was clear Master Genji wielded real influence back in Kirigakure. Involving Konoha would reduce the risk of internal resistance during the investigation. Yagura's expression turned serious. His voice dropped. We will need your help, staging a performance.
A performance?
Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes. What do you mean by that? Tsunade broke the silence, her tone clipped. Konoha agreeing to an investigation was no longer in question. With the generous terms Yagura and Master Genji had placed on the table, refusal wasn't even on the radar.
But staging a performance?
Surely, they weren't suggesting someone from Konoha impersonate the third Mizukage? Yagura, calm and collected, addressed the concern. We require solid evidence that will silence every doubter and dissenter. That's why we need your cooperation to stage a believable scenario. He leaned forward slightly. If Konoha agrees, I'll return to Kirigakure and push for the Mizukage to be recalled, under the pretense that the village is critically short on resources and requires his presence. During his journey, your shinobi will stage an assassination attempt. The word hung in the air like a dagger.
An assassination attempt?
No need for drawn-out investigations or bureaucratic inquiries. Just one orchestrated strike could reveal what secrets the Mizukage might be hiding. This was the essence of Genji and Yagura's approach: direct, efficient, and ruthlessly pragmatic. Slice through the web instead of trying to untangle it. That was the plan: provoke the Mizukage into revealing his true self through an attempted assassination.
Bold. Dangerous. But effective.
Yagura's eyes scanned the room, resting briefly on Konoha's top prospects: Hatake Tsukumo, Takuya, and Minato.
It was clear.
Konoha would need to send only the best, shinobi with power, finesse, and the ability to disappear like smoke after the deed was done. Minato, with his unmatched speed and teleportation, was the obvious choice for mobility. As for raw strength, few could rival Tsukumo and Takuya.
But would they agree?
Minato shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his head, clearly debating whether to speak. Tsukumo beat him to it, offering a small, apologetic smile. I'm sorry, he said, voice calm but firm. This mission isn't for me.
Tsukumo. Homura barked, the rebuke sharp.
You're refusing a direct mission? Are you saying you're no longer willing to serve the village? Tsukumo met his gaze without flinching. I've already stepped away from the front lines. My time is now devoted to Kakashi. I've made a promise to guide him, and I don't intend to break it. I'll only accept critical missions, and this in my eyes isn't one. His words carried weight, and the room felt it. Even though he'd returned once to aid Tsunade in battle, Tsukumo clearly had no interest in becoming a pawn for village politics again. Yagura watched the exchange in silence, masking his disdain. What kind of village sidelines someone like the White Fang?
He thought.
No wonder you're in this mess. The tension in the room crackled. Then came the second blow. Takuya, who'd seemed more invested in the swirls of his tea than the meeting, spoke. I'm not going either, he said simply. I'm exhausted, and I plan to rest for the next year. I've got students to train and very little patience left for anything else. If Tsukumo's rejection was a slap, Takuya's was a gut punch. Yagura's calm facade wavered. Why? He asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. The third Hokage's eyes darkened. The corners of his mouth tightened around his pipe. Takuya shrugged lazily. No reason I need to share. I've done more than my share of missions, ones I never even asked to be part of.
This time, I'm saying no.
If anyone thinks I'm slacking, that's their problem. There was a pointed edge to his words, one that left no room for argument. Takuya's not wrong, Tsunade thought grimly.
We ask too much, too often.
And now we're paying for it. Minato sat frozen, clearly feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. His expression said it all. Don't you dare leave this to me. Unlike Tsukumo and Takuya, Minato didn't yet have the clout to turn down a mission. And more importantly, his abilities were central to the success of this operation. Without his speed and precision, the plan might unravel entirely. Sensing the tension rising, Tsunade stepped in. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, she said briskly, addressing Yagura. Explain the rest of your plan. We'll discuss who takes part later. The message was clear. Konoha would handle its internal affairs privately. There was no need to expose cracks in front of outsiders. Homura and Koharu, seeing the wisdom in her words, reluctantly nodded and shifted focus back to Yagura. The Mizukage in waiting noticed the change immediately but made no comment. After all, Kirigakure had its own skeletons. Their civil strife was infamous, bloody, public, and merciless. Konoha, by comparison, still maintained a layer of civility, however thin. Yagura himself had once been little more than a weapon, used during the height of the Blood Mist era to enforce terror and silence opposition. He had no right to judge. The assassination is only our opening move, he said, regaining composure. If Konoha has a more elegant solution, we're open to hearing it. But our goal isn't to kill the Mizukage, it's to corner him, force him to drop the mask. In moments of crisis, the truth always had a way of slipping through. That's why we need elite shinobi, quick, devastating and precise. During the operation, Kirigakure's forces will stay hidden. To all observers, it will seem like an attack from an unknown enemy. If it fails, the blame will not fall on your village.
A practical approach.
No matter how it ended, plausible deniability would protect both sides. Several of Konoha's council members gave approving nods. They would have done the same if the roles were reversed. Tsunade looked at the third Hokage, who remained silent, and then at Takuya, who was now swirling his tea again, seemingly unconcerned with the storm his words had caused. If only we hadn't messed this up back then, she thought bitterly. Would we still be scrambling now? But hindsight was a luxury they could no longer afford. Now the stage was set. And the performance Yagura spoke of? It was about to begin.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
We need some time to deliberate. A concealed rest area has already been prepared by the Umbu. You and your subordinates can head there for now. Once we've reached a decision, we will inform you immediately. Since Yagura had come to Konoha in secret, it was impossible for him to be seen openly wandering around the village. Tsunade had already prepared a secluded location for them to rest. Despite her distaste for unnecessary hassle, she had the capability to handle Konoha's affairs with precision and efficiency. Then I'll leave it to you. Please give this matter your serious consideration, Yagura replied. He understood this wasn't a decision that could be made in just a few words. He had said all that needed to be said and presented terms that were hard to refuse. Now, all that remained was for Konoha's leaders to reach a conclusion. But Yagura was confident. Under such tempting conditions, Konoha would have no choice but to agree. Both Konoha and the Land of Fire had been coveting access to maritime trade routes for a long time. Compared to Konoha, Kumogakure's economy thrived, largely thanks to its advantageous sea routes. Without those, Kumogakure's geographic position would not allow it to compete with Konoha. The sea route profits were Yagura and Genji's trump card. Yagura left the meeting room with his guards, following the Umbu to the quiet, secluded courtyard Tsunade had arranged for them. Once the outsider was gone, the atmosphere in the meeting room changed. The third Hokage raised his head, looking at Hatake Tsukumo, who had been silent the entire time. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but the words, full of regret and apology, were stuck in his throat. Watching his hesitation, Tsunade rolled her eyes in frustration. All right, enough of this dithering. You're acting more indecisive than me, and I'm the woman here, Tsunade snapped, slapping the table to refocus the group. Yagura has laid his conditions on the table. Let's hear it. Should we agree to this or not? We must agree, of course, the third Hokage quickly responded. When it came to admitting fault or apologizing, Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated endlessly. But when it came to discussing benefits for Konoha, his decisiveness returned instantly. Kumogakure's economic success owes much to its maritime trade routes and strong naval presence. If we could secure similar access, Konoha's future would be even more prosperous, he continued. The village's development and military strength both depended on funding. With sufficient funds, Konoha could continue to grow. This was an undeniable fact. Hiruzen is correct. On behalf of the Elder Council, I support agreeing to this, Koharu Yuditane stated without hesitation. Tsunade nodded and shifted her gaze toward Akimichi Choza and Narasha Kashage. The former looked bemused, while the latter sighed wryly. Why are you asking us? We retired years ago. Akimichi Choza grumbled, scratching his head. Whatever you decide is fine. But this is clearly a good deal, so I support it, he added. I agree as well, Narasha Kashage said, following Choza's lead. After all, the Ino Shikacho trio always stood together on matters like this. Excellent, Tsunade said with finality. Since we're all in agreement, I'll take responsibility for organizing this. Minato, your mastery of the flying Raijin Jutsu makes you crucial for this operation. You'll be part of the plan to stage an assassination attempt on the third Mizukage. Her words left no room for argument. Minato could only sigh inwardly and nod. Once named, he had no choice but to comply. Besides, he didn't have the standing to refuse. Hatake Tsukumo and Takuya will handle the core of the operation. You're not required to kill the third Mizukage, but you must force him to reveal his true nature, Tsunade added, her tone firm.
What authority?
The third Hokage, Koharu, Homura, and Akimichi Choza all looked at Tsunade in astonishment. Moments ago, Hatake Tsukumo and Takuya had both outright rejected the mission, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet now, with Tsunade's commanding tone, the decision seemed final. She didn't consult them, she simply declared the task assigned. Are you serious? Takuya blinked in surprise, trying to gauge her intent. Hatake Tsukumo stared at her in confusion. Didn't I already refuse? If it had been anyone else, both men would have rejected the mission a second time, this time even more firmly. But Tsunade wasn't just anyone. I understand why you both refused earlier, Tsunade said. But this mission is uniquely suited to your skills. While there are other candidates, mobilizing them would create unnecessary complications. That's why I'm asking you two specifically. She paused, then dropped her bombshell. This mission offers no material reward. But I can promise you this, if you accept, I will personally ensure Danzo is sent to prison and kept under round-the-clock guard.
What?
Hatake Tsukumo was stunned, while Takuya gave her an impressed thumbs up. Absolutely not. The third Hokage shouted, slamming his hands on the table. Koharu and Homura's expressions soured. Danzo was their ally, and they weren't about to let him be imprisoned. If such a move had been acceptable, it would have happened long ago. I cannot agree to this. The third Hokage protested vehemently, his face red with emotion. Yes, Danzo has made many mistakes, but he is still a pillar of this village. We cannot treat him this way. Watching this unfold, Naruto buried his head in his arms as if trying to disappear, while Akimichi Choza leaned back, thoroughly entertained. Little Tsunade's getting more and more like her teacher, Choza thought, thoroughly amused. But Tsunade was unmoved. Her expression cold, she replied, your objections are irrelevant. Unless you're prepared to take back the Hokage's seal, Danzo is going to prison. Her words were blunt and uncompromising. I won't expose all the damage Danzo has caused to the village. I have no intention of stirring public unrest or wasting resources on a spectacle. Sending him to prison is the best solution, Tsunade continued. To emphasize her point, she placed the Hokage's seal on the table in front of her. The message was clear, either take back the seal and undo her decision, or let her handle Danzo her way. You, Tsunade, you can't. The third Hokage was practically smoking with fury. He never expected Tsunade to act so decisively, almost as if she were staging a coup before even officially taking office. Even more shocking was the lack of opposition from the others. Koharu and Homura, though visibly displeased, didn't openly object. Akimichi Choza merely sat back, enjoying the drama, while Naruto seemed content to feign sleep. Ignoring the Hokage's outburst, Tsunade turned to Hatake Tsukumo and Takuya. Is that incentive enough for you? She asked. You win, Takuya muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Hatake Tsukumo coughed awkwardly, clearly caught off guard. He wanted to commend her boldness but hesitated, knowing how it would reflect on the Hokage. Tsunade didn't press him. Since neither of you are refusing outright, I'll take that as agreement. Just know that completing this mission will void your retirement, Tsukumo. Senior, this is all I can do. From here on, it's up to you. Killing Danzo outright was simply not an option. The third Hokage would never agree to it. Even if it meant creating a rift with Tsunade, he would not allow it to happen. At this time, no one else would be foolish or reckless enough to attempt Danzo's assassination, either.
Except for Takuya.
Only he would harbor such thoughts. As long as Danzo ended up locked in prison, how long would it really take before the chance to finish him off presented itself? Not long at all. While Danzo was certainly capable of patience, he wouldn't sit quietly and wait for death in a cell. He would find a way to escape. And when he did, wouldn't that create the perfect justification to end him? Tsunade had already shown the utmost sincerity. Hatake Tsukumo understood that from now on, his only path was to stand behind her. Danzo being thrown into prison was already satisfying. With such a compelling offer laid out before him, what reason did he have to hesitate? You all. With just a few words, Tsunade had outlined and arranged everything. The third Hokage's objections held no weight, and he trembled with suppressed fury. Konoha was about to change. Yet, perhaps that wasn't entirely a bad thing. Danzo and Sarutobi had indeed gone too far over the years. Choza Akimichi decided he would enjoy watching the drama unfold to its conclusion. After all, he had no intention of supporting anyone or taking a side. He would let the master and apprentice sort out their conflict in their own time. Although he thought this way, Choza knew deep down that the third Hokage was on the verge of conceding. His bond with Danzo was indeed profound, but when weighed against the future of the village, even the strongest bonds would feel insubstantial and inconsequential. If Tsunade had sought to imprison Danzo without just cause, the third Hokage would have fought tooth and nail to stop her. However, Tsunade was offering the village's future in exchange. This left the third Hokage with no choice but to make a decision. Which was more important, Danzo or the village?
Old man, that's enough.
Tsunade's expression was stern. Are you really willing to gamble the village's future for the sake of Danzo? Danzo has bled for the village and contributed countless merits. The third Hokage still tried to reason with her. Pfft. Takuya couldn't help but laugh aloud. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. Takuya quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just suddenly felt a tickle in my throat.
Yes, just a tickle.
After all, I'm nothing more than a mixed blood sinner who's neither bled for the village nor achieved anything. Please continue.
Tickle my foot.
It was clearly mockery. Why bother making excuses? The third Hokage's face turned dark, his expression like a storm cloud. His words of defense for Danzo were stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. Yes, Danzo had bled for the village and made significant contributions. But among those present, who hadn't done the same? Why did Danzo get to stand above everyone else, scheming and manipulating, while others who had similarly contributed were left to endure his machinations? What kind of logic was that? How could he even say such things? It was absurd to hear and even more absurd to defend. Tsunade continued to stare at the third Hokage, her expression unwavering. As for Takuya's deliberate provocation, Tsunade acted as if nothing had happened. Would this escalate? Minato rubbed his forehead in exasperation and gently tugged at Takuya's sleeve. Brother, can you stop now? If you keep this up, everything's going to explode. In this situation, only Takuya dared to stir the pot. If it were him, Minato wouldn't have dared, not even with 10 times the courage. We can only imprison him. His crimes cannot be made public.
A concession.
Forced into a corner, the third Hokage finally gave in. Despite the deep bond he shared with Danzo, the village ultimately took precedence. The third Hokage chose the village over his personal ties. However, he required Tsunade to promise not to reveal Danzo's crimes or target him further. As long as he behaves himself and quietly lives out his days in prison, I won't pursue him further. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. Sigh. The third Hokage let out a heavy sigh, slumping back into his chair. His gaze became distant as he stared at the ceiling. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado sat silently, their heads lowered in tacit understanding. Well then, I will handle the remaining matters directly with Yagura.
This meeting is adjourned.
Senior, you can prepare accordingly. Takuya and Minato, come with me. Since the third Hokage lacked the resolve to act decisively, Tsunade pocketed the Hokage's seal and left the meeting room with Takuya and Minato. Tsukumo left without a word. Choza Akimichi pushed back his chair and stood, his rotund belly jiggling as he smiled. Hiruzen, there's no need to be like this. Danzo brought this on himself. He has to bear the consequences of his actions. I've said it before, his ambition would be his undoing sooner or later.
Tsunade is a good choice.
Much better than Orochimaru. I have high hopes for her. With that, Choza chuckled and walked away. After bowing to the third Hokage and the elders, Shikashige Nara followed Choza out. Did he really need to say that? If the third Hokage didn't believe in Tsunade, would he have chosen her? Would he have handed over authority to her so quickly? Choza's words stung, leaving the third Hokage with an urge to curse aloud.
Humph, crafty old fox.
Hiruzen. Koharu opened her mouth to speak. The third Hokage sighed deeply. Enough. Spare me the comforting words. As long as he stays in Konoha and retires peacefully, there's nothing more I can ask for. He looked at the two of them, adding, you two should assist Tsunade as much as possible in the future. If you both focus on doing your jobs well, she won't try to remove you because the village still needs you. Though Koharu and Hamura hadn't done much good over the years and often acted out of self-interest, the third Hokage's words rang true. Without suitable replacements, Tsunade wouldn't rashly remove them or strip them of their power. After all, She needed them to stabilize the medical division and other key departments. We'll do our best to support her, as long as she's willing. The two sighed in relief, their relaxation not escaping the third Hokage's notice. He nearly choked on his own frustration. Forget it. It was time to hand over the reins to Tsunade. All the scheming and power struggles had worn him down. Perhaps taking a break wouldn't be so bad. At this point, even the Elder Council no longer wanted to side with or support Danzo. What else could the third Hokage say? With Tsunade growing increasingly assertive, it seemed only a matter of time before she would officially ascend as the fourth Hokage. Unless Koharu Uditane and Hamura Mitokado had lost all reason, there was no way they would dare to stir up trouble like before. Even though Tsunade was clearly displeased with them, she couldn't simply strip them of their authority overnight, at least not unless they got involved with Danzo. If they continued their old ways and supported him, they would undoubtedly face the consequences. Now that Danzo was beyond saving, not even the third Hokage could protect him. Unless they had a death wish, Koharu and Hamura would be wise to steer clear of him entirely. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade instructed Minato, "Minato, go fetch Nawaki and bring him here." "Understood," Minato replied, disappearing swiftly. Once Minato left, only Tsunade and Takuya remained in the office. Takuya grinned, giving her a thumbs up. "You're really laying down the law." "Knock it off," Tsunade said, rolling her eyes and placing her hands firmly on the desk.
Do you think I enjoy this?
"It's only because you refuse to cooperate. The old man still wants to shield Danzo. I can't fathom why he's worth protecting so much." "People have their bonds," Takuya said with a shrug. Tsunade was momentarily stunned before letting out a laugh born of sheer frustration.
Bonds?
Was he implying there was some unspeakable connection between the third Hokage and Danzo?
Quit spouting nonsense.
"Go keep an eye on Danzo. Nawaki will meet you later. He'll be responsible for guarding him for the foreseeable future."
Nawaki?
Takuya raised a hand, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Shouldn't we assign someone else? Nawaki's a bit too straightforward, he's easy to fool." "My brother is straightforward, not stupid." Tsunade's voice rose as she stood abruptly. "He's spent so much time with you that you've practically turned him into one of your own. Do you honestly think Danzo could deceive him? Do you have some kind of prejudice against straightforward people?" Straightforwardness, after all, had its perks. Such individuals might be naive or gullible at times, but once they'd formed an opinion, they were immovable. Nawaki had long concluded that Danzo was no good. No matter what tricks Danzo tried or how eloquent he became, he couldn't sway Nawaki in the slightest. In fact, Nawaki wouldn't even spare Danzo a glance. This made him incredibly difficult to manipulate. Once someone's impression of you was ruined, they wouldn't waste a second on you. The best way to deal with a manipulator? Deny them any chance to act. It didn't matter what you said or how well you performed. To Nawaki, it would all be theatrics. Such steadfastness could drive even the most skilled manipulator to madness. Still, describing her brother as straightforward like that. Was she really his sister? Later, Nawaki's face flushed red as he held the mission scroll, barely able to contain his excitement. Finally. That old bastard is going down. Sis, you're the best. He had long despised Danzo. The man deserved nothing less than death, though imprisonment was a decent consolation. Unfortunately, the third Hokage had always been too soft.
But now?
Danzo was finally heading to prison. It was immensely satisfying. With his rank, Danzo would surely be confined to the high-security section of Konoha's prison, where inmates had no chance of stepping outside their cells. It wasn't much better than solitary confinement. For someone without strong mental fortitude, it was a surefire way to break them. Your sister truly is formidable. Minato found himself clutching his chest, recalling Tsunade's decisive actions in the meeting. The drama had been thrilling but a bit too intense. It was the kind of spectacle that could unsettle anyone. How had he survived that meeting? The adrenaline alone had been exhausting.
Come on, let's go find Takuya.
I haven't seen him in ages. I wonder what special mission he's been on lately, Nawaki said, eager to move. Placing a hand on Nawaki's shoulder, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them to Takuya's location.
Takuya, I.
Before Nawaki could finish, he noticed Pakura standing beside Takuya and froze. He'd seen Pakura's profile photo before, but photos only showed headshots. Seeing her in person was another matter entirely. Pakura's figure couldn't rival Tsunade's, but it was certainly unique in its own right. It explained why she wore an open-back combat outfit. Sometimes, Physical proportions could even affect one's mobility in combat. This was no joke. Snap out of it. Minato felt second-hand embarrassment and pulled on Nawaki's sleeve, stepping aside.
Really? Look at Minato.
Then look at you. Staring at a woman? Can't you show some restraint? Wait, Minato has a girlfriend?
Oh, then never mind. Ahem.
Realizing his faux pas, Nawaki's face turned crimson. He waved his hands frantically. That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect Pakura to be here, so. So you got distracted?
Takuya teased. Nawaki was dumbfounded.
Pakura gave Takuya a sidelong glance before turning away, and Minato couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Nawaki muttered, wishing he could disappear. Did Minato not realize how awkward this was? Takuya put an arm around Nawaki's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Minato's allowed to laugh. He has a girlfriend, after all.
A girlfriend? Nawaki's eyes widened.
How come I didn't know?
Takuya chuckled.
He probably didn't want you to. If not for Kushina, even I wouldn't have known. Minato's pretty sneaky. As soon as he got back to the village, he was off buying gifts for his sweetheart.
Guess who ran into him? Kushina.
Talk about coincidence. No loyalty whatsoever. Clearly, women mattered more than brothers.
Nawaki felt betrayed.
That brat. In his quarters, Danzo nearly crushed the brush in his hand. Despite his efforts to remain calm, Takuya always found ways to irritate him, stirring his anger over and over. Now he was being openly mocked. Takuya had brought his friends to laugh and joke outside his room, talking about trivial matters like girlfriends and romance.
What nonsense!
Danzo told himself he was above this. Everything he did was for Konoha. How could these brats possibly compare? How about we grab a meal together?
Nawaki suggested.
Once he started guarding Danzo, he wouldn't have time for socializing. Who knew when they'd meet again? After exchanging glances, Takuya and Minato agreed. They understood Nawaki's intentions and decided to oblige. Alright, let's grab a meal before heading out on the mission, Takuya said casually. The mission was clear. Danzo was destined for prison sooner or later. A small delay to eat wouldn't change anything.
It's just a meal.
It won't take long. What should we eat? Nawaki, being the one who suggested it, was naturally given the task of deciding. As long as it wasn't rice balls or dumplings, Takuya didn't mind. Let me think, Nawaki replied, raising a hand to stop Takuya from rushing him as he gave the matter serious thought. Minato stayed silent, sharing Takuya's sentiment. The difference was that Takuya disliked specific foods, while Minato wasn't picky and would eat anything. After some deliberation, Nawaki hesitated and suggested, how about hot pot? Seriously? Minato was quick to object. Are you out of your mind?
Hot pot here?
What are you even thinking? The guy inside hasn't had a proper meal all day, and you're planning a hot pot? Do you want him to despise you forever? No way, Nawaki said, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sure, Nawaki didn't like Danzo either, but if tasked with guarding him, he wouldn't let him go hungry. It was a good thing Nawaki didn't know that Danzo had been surviving on military ration pills for days. Otherwise, his jaw might have hit the floor. Hot pot sounds good. Let's go with that, Takuya said with a grin, turning to Pakura. Pakura, can you find Kushina and ask her to set it up? Just bring over what you prepare, I've got the rest covered.
Hot pot? No problem.
It could be arranged in no time. Why not just host a banquet here while you're at it? Pakura thought, her lips twitching. The last time Takuya had set up a barbecue in the courtyard, complete with watermelon and drinks, it had already stretched her perception of normalcy. Now he wanted hot pot? While not illegal, the aroma of hot pot would likely drive certain individuals mad.
Poor guy.
Pakura left to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Nawaki nudged Takuya with his shoulder, grinning mischievously. Aren't you afraid Kushina and Mikoto will get jealous with you keeping a beauty like Pakura around? He teased. Takuya shot him an annoyed look. Your sister isn't jealous, so why would they be? Don't project your insecurities onto me.
That's just mean. Nawaki protested.
Sure, the relationship between Tsunade and Takuya was unconventional, but was it really okay to say such things?
Nawaki felt betrayed.
Takuya was his buddy, yet here he was, practically his brother-in-law.
What next? Stepbrother?
Minato, meanwhile, rolled his eyes so hard he might have seen the back of his skull. He silently thanked the heavens that he had no sisters or brothers. Otherwise, he'd likely end up in Nawaki's shoes. Face it, Kushina and Takuya's bond was evident. Nawaki and Tsunade treated Kushina like family. But the ambiguous closeness between Tsunade and Takuya? That was a recipe for chaos. Nawaki shoved Minato aside, grumbling loudly. "Why don't you say that to my sister's face?" he challenged.
Takuya. Minato.
If Tsunade overheard, she wouldn't lash out at Takuya, but Nawaki wouldn't escape unscathed. When the hot pot was ready, the feast began. The rich aroma wafting through the courtyard lingered, teasing their noses. Meanwhile, inside, Danzo clutched his brush so tightly that his hand trembled. "I can endure this. I can endure this. I can't endure this any longer." 2 hours had passed, and the hot pot feast still wasn't over. This was no mere meal, it was a calculated insult. With a sour expression, Danzo stormed out, only to find Takuya calmly setting down his chopsticks and drawing the Kusanagi sword.
Danzo froze, caught off guard.
He had been ready to reprimand them, but Takuya had already armed himself and was approaching. "Was this brat really turning the tables on me?" "Danzo," Takuya said coldly, the sword gleaming in his hand, "I am under orders to take you into custody and escort you to Konoha prison. You have 2 choices, surrender peacefully and come with us, or resist and risk me slipping up and taking your head off by accident." Takuya feigned a sigh, continuing, "Really, Orochimaru sharpened this sword too much. One wrong move and, well, accidents happen." Minato and Nawaki choked back laughter, coughing to hide their amusement. Pakura, unfazed, merely observed. By now, she was used to Takuya's antics. Even if he decapitated Danzo on the spot, she wouldn't bat an eye. To her, this was just Takuya being Takuya, chaotic but undeniably powerful. Danzo's mind raced. He had expected Takuya to humiliate him but was blindsided by the announcement of his imminent imprisonment.
Preposterous.
After a moment of stunned silence, Danzo erupted. "Takuya Yagami, do you take me for a fool? Sarutobi would never imprison me. This is nothing more than your petty revenge." Danzo, still clinging to hope. Sadly for him, this wasn't Sarutobi's decision to make. Takuya didn't even bother arguing. Danzo wouldn't believe him anyway, convinced instead that this was a vendetta. "Think whatever you like," Takuya said with a smirk. "The mission orders are official and bear the Hokage's seal. Unfortunately, I can't show them to you because, well, you're not worthy." Takuya raised his sword slightly. "So, what's it going to be? Surrender peacefully, or do I take you down and drag you there myself? If you resist and end up dead, well, I'll call it an accident." Danzo sneered, his hands behind his back. "You expect me to believe that?" "Lord Danzo," Minato interjected, stepping forward with a serious expression. "This is indeed an official order from the Hokage's office. Please don't make this harder on us." Nawaki and Pakura flanked Danzo, cutting off any potential escape routes. Though they doubted he could flee, caution was always wise. "I demand to see Sarutobi Hiruzen." Danzo's voice boomed as he dropped all pretense of respect, referring to the 3rd Hokage by name. Unless Sarutobi himself said otherwise, Danzo refused to believe the order was real. Takuya spat on the ground in irritation. "All right, come out, all of you. Witness this moment. I don't want anyone accusing me of foul play later." Tsunade had anticipated this scenario. Knowing Danzo wouldn't surrender quietly, she had dispatched Umbu to assist Takuya. Not only would they ensure the mission's success, but they would also serve as witnesses, quelling any rumors of misconduct. If Danzo were to suddenly attack or try to escape, Takuya would immediately move to capture him, and by then, there would be plenty of witnesses to testify. This precaution was to avoid any unexpected incidents that might give the 3rd Hokage and his cohorts a reason to nitpick. After a moment of silence, a group of Umbu ninjas emerged from the shadows, surrounding the courtyard. "This can't be." As Danzo watched the Umbu surround his residence, no matter how much he believed the 3rd Hokage cherished, trusted him, he couldn't foolishly think Takuya was merely joking. Takuya might not represent the Hokage's office, but the Umbu's involvement confirmed the seriousness of the situation. After all, they were directly under the Hokage's command. "You!" Danzo pointed at the 2 Umbu captains standing at the front, his voice filled with rage. "You dare collude with this brat to deceive me? I demand to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. You have no authority to deal with me." The Umbu captain, looking troubled, said, "Please don't make this difficult for us, Lord Danzo. This is indeed an order from the Hokage's office."
"What?"
To Danzo, these words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, leaving him stunned and disoriented. He didn't believe Takuya's claims, but the actions of the Anbu provided solid proof. Danzo's days of comfort were over, and he was destined to spend the rest of his life in prison. Whose order was this? Was it Hiruzen Sarutobi or Tsunade? As the so-called root of Konoha, Danzo was not one to lose his composure so easily. In no time, he regained his composure and coldly questioned the two Anbu captains.
Well.
The two captains hesitated, glancing toward Takuya for guidance. Takuya shrugged indifferently, signaling them to speak freely. The captains let out a sigh of relief and answered truthfully. It was Lady Tsunade's order, but Lord Hokage did not oppose it. The other elders were also in agreement. In other words, Danzo, surrender yourself peacefully and don't put us in a difficult position. Although the order came from Tsunade, the third Hokage and the others did not object. Danzo had been abandoned. No matter how deep his ties with the third Hokage ran, Hiruzen wouldn't step forward to defend him. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo growled through clenched teeth, his one visible eye filled with madness. It was evident that he wouldn't comply without resistance. But this was exactly what Takuya was hoping for. He wanted Danzo to stop enduring. He wanted Danzo to retaliate, to fight back, or better yet, to defect from the village. This would give him ample justification to eliminate Danzo once and for all. Brother, I understand your desire to kill Danzo. I'd like to see that old man gone too. But with your repeated threats and provocations, aren't you afraid he might just give in and surrender? Surrounded as he was, Danzo's chances of escape were slim. Minato thought Takuya could easily subdue him alone. But wouldn't all this pressure and intimidation backfire? Why are you looking at me like that? Noticing Minato's curious gaze, Takuya ignored him. Now wasn't the time for such discussions, though he could guess what Minato was thinking. It was likely about his methods of provocation, which might compel Danzo to surrender. After all, Danzo feared death. What Minato didn't understand was that Danzo was not just afraid of dying, he was terrified. Forcing him to resist was nearly impossible. Pressure and threats were merely tools to provoke him. Otherwise, Takuya wouldn't waste time talking. He'd simply draw his sword and strike. Though Danzo was seething with anger at the moment, Takuya could already tell that the old schemer was planning his next moves. Danzo was likely considering how to endure this situation, biding his time in Konoha's prison until he could escape, or even defect from the village altogether. Make no mistake, if push came to shove, Danzo would rather defect than spend his final days imprisoned in Konoha. As someone prone to paranoia and obsessed with control, Danzo wouldn't trust anyone else with his fate. In his mind, his destiny was secure only when it was under his own control. Promises and guarantees from others were unreliable and could be broken at any moment. Please don't make this harder for us, Lord Danzo. The Anbu captain issued another warning.
Damn it.
Danzo's eye burned with hatred as he glared at Takuya, like a furious beast ready to tear him apart.
Today's events.
I'll remember this.
He swore revenge.
As for imprisonment, that wasn't an option. Once he was in Konoha's prison, he would find a way to escape. Konoha was no longer under his control. Staying hidden in the village was no longer viable. Danzo would need to flee as soon as possible and relocate all his research. In his current state, Danzo trusted no one, not even Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin could easily switch allegiance to Tsunade at any moment. If Orochimaru were to betray him and reveal everything, Danzo would be done for. Given the chance to absolve himself, Orochimaru wouldn't hesitate to pin all the blame on Danzo. The village would likely support this decision. After all, placing all the blame on one person was far less damaging than implicating two. Losing Danzo wouldn't shake Konoha much, but losing both him and Orochimaru would be a severe blow.
Do as you please.
Takuya shrugged nonchalantly. More grudges didn't faze him. There was no chance for reconciliation between him and Danzo. So why worry about offending him? He had already burned those bridges long ago. However, Danzo's endurance exceeded Takuya's expectations. He had hoped for an outburst of violence or an escape attempt, but alas, he had overestimated. Danzo chose to surrender, allowing the Anbu to restrain him with specialized tools and even seal his chakra. What's the point of all this? Danzo's compliance brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. Minato approached and whispered, "See? Your provocations backfired. You know nothing." Provoking him was the only way to incite rebellion.
Takuya rolled his eyes.
Minato was still too inexperienced. No wonder the third Hokage had manipulated him into being a puppet Hokage, a mere figurehead. If Minato couldn't handle the third Hokage, how could he possibly deal with Danzo? In terms of raw strength, Danzo wasn't even among the top ranks in Konoha. At best, he was an elite jonin, perhaps slightly stronger than the average. It wasn't that Takuya looked down on him, Danzo's strength simply wasn't remarkable. However, when it came to scheming and manipulation, Danzo was unrivaled in Konoha. He could dismantle someone's life piece by piece, as Kakashi Hatake and Shursui Uchiha would attest. And they were merely examples. There were countless others whom Danzo had targeted and pressured. Anyone caught in Danzo's sights rarely came out unscathed. The only exception was Kakashi. In the original timeline, after the Third Shinobi War, Kakashi had already shown signs of a darker personality. Danzo had attempted to recruit him into Root but failed. From beginning to end, Kakashi paid Danzo no attention whatsoever. No matter how cunning or resourceful Danzo was, Kakashi remained unmoved. With the third Hokage's strong support, and without the ability to assassinate Kakashi, Danzo was left powerless. Would he really retaliate if pressured? Minato scratched his head. This didn't align with the Danzo he knew. The Danzo he knew, apart from being insidious and treacherous, was especially patient. Enough, speculating won't get us anywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if we get assigned a mission to hunt Danzo down soon. What? The Umbu led Danzo away, with Nawaki accompanying them as the guard in charge. Takuya and Minato followed behind, while Pakura, as always, stayed by Takuya's side like a loyal bodyguard. As for Takuya and Minato's conversation, Pakura quietly listened without interrupting.
Minato was stunned.
Hadn't Danzo chosen to surrender? Could it be that he was planning to escape? Danzo would have to escape Konoha and become a rogue ninja for any mission to hunt him down to be issued. Otherwise, the third Hokage would never allow such a mission to be announced. If Danzo defected, even with the deep bond between him and the third Hokage, Hiruzen would have no choice but to issue a pursuit order. Just wait and see, Takuya replied with a confident smile. Would Danzo willingly stay in prison? Absolutely not, because he feared being killed by Tsunade or Takuya under the guise of some excuse. The third Hokage's limits had been retreating step by step. In the past, Danzo could be sure that Hiruzen wouldn't take action against him. But things had changed. Everything was different now. Most importantly, Tsunade was in power. With Tsunade in charge, it meant that Takuya had significant influence. Given Takuya's deep hatred for Danzo, he would undoubtedly find ways to kill him. Even a kill first, report later approach was possible. With the constant threat of assassination looming over him in prison, Danzo couldn't remain calm. Escaping and defecting were his only options. As for the tight security in the prison, it was hardly a concern for someone like Danzo.
Seals?
Danzo himself was an expert in sealing techniques. Moreover, he still had people loyal to him. Although their numbers had dwindled, these individuals could assist him in escaping Konoha. Talking to you is exhausting. Minato wrestled with his thoughts for a while before giving up on asking more questions. Asking Takuya was pointless since he wouldn't provide straight answers. Takuya's cryptic remarks left Minato feeling like he needed time to process them. As expected, Danzo was secretly imprisoned in a maximum security cell, with Nawaki assigned to guard him. To ensure security, Tsunade even assigned an entire Umbu squad to assist Nawaki. Nawaki couldn't keep watch over Danzo 24/7 on his own. He needed rest, and during those times, the Umbu would take over. Imprisoning someone of Danzo's status, a former Hokage advisor, had to be done in secret and could not be made public. First, the third Hokage wouldn't allow it to be announced. That was the limit of his concession. Second, Tsunade wouldn't publicize it either. Konoha was still at war, and such news could have many adverse effects. Secret imprisonment was the only option. This arrangement also preserved some of Danzo's dignity. How long that dignity would last depended on Danzo's resourcefulness. Once everything was settled, Tsunade personally met with Yagura to finalize a series of cooperative agreements. Later that night, Takuya had just finished his bath and was preparing to sleep when an uninvited guest jumped in through the second-floor window. Takuya's face darkened as he clenched his towel. Why not just jump straight into the bathroom next time? That way, I won't even have the chance to grab a towel. I'm hungry. Exhausted from the day's events, Tsunade ignored Takuya's complaints and collapsed onto the sofa, motionless. She looked like a giant caterpillar, a description that perfectly fit her current state. Takuya shook his head in exasperation as he dried his wet hair with a towel. Pakura is resting downstairs. Ask her to make you some noodles. Her cooking isn't bad. I want a feast. After an entire day of work, Tsunade wasn't about to settle for a bowl of noodles. Pakura had already noticed the commotion in the house. In fact, the moment Tsunade approached, Pakura had sensed her presence. After confirming it was Tsunade, Pakura decisively decided to stay in her room, avoiding anything she shouldn't see. Reluctantly, Takuya used an hour of his rest time to prepare a feast for Tsunade. Watching Tsunade devour her food without any decorum, Takuya shook his head speechlessly. "Did you settle things with Yagura?" "It's all settled, cough cough."
It's settled.
"We agreed on terms that benefit Konoha. If everything goes smoothly, Konoha will enter a period of rapid development after the war." Tsunade patted her chest and swallowed the food that had almost choked her. She then grabbed the rice cooker, scooping rice directly from it with a spoon, dissatisfied with the size of her bowl. "Oh right, Yagura had an additional request. He wants Samahada, doesn't he?" Without needing confirmation, Takuya already knew what Yagura was after. The great blade Samahada was of little importance to Takuya. Ever since acquiring the Kusanagi sword, he hadn't used Samahada much. For the hidden mist village, however, Samahada was a symbolic weapon. If possible, they would want to reclaim it at all costs.
Tsunade nodded.
He offered to exchange a certain amount of chakra-infused metal for Samahada.
Give it to him.
Since it was something he had taken by force, Takuya didn't mind returning Samahada if Yagura truly wanted it. Especially if it came with an exchange. Trading for chakra-infused metal wasn't a bad deal. After all, Takuya didn't need Samahada anymore. The Kusanagi sword suited him better and felt more natural in his hands. After devouring the rest of her food, Tsunade, now satisfied, patted her stomach and placed a mission scroll on the table. The mission is still classified as Super S rank. The rewards are decent, but they won't mean much to you. Minato and Tsukumo might benefit more. Yagura and his people will leave secretly at 2 a.m. At dawn, you, Tsukumo, and Minato will head to the front lines and wait for further updates. The Super S rank mission rewards included allowing Minato and Tsukumo Hatake to view the Forbidden Scroll of Seals and choose one ninjutsu. However, such things didn't appeal much to Takuya. For most missions, even S rank was sufficient. This time, the mission was somewhat unique, which was why it was classified as a Super S rank mission. After all, the target of the mission was none other than the third Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. That night, Yagura and his entourage quietly left Konoha, just as they had arrived, without drawing anyone's attention. It wasn't until they were far from the village that the accompanying Umbu returned to Konoha. Since they had to wait for news from Yagura's side, Takuya and his team didn't need to rush to their destination. Early the next morning, at the village gate, Tsukumo Hatake, dressed in sharp combat attire, smiled and said, "I thought we wouldn't get a chance to team up again, but here we are so soon." "If I had the choice, I wouldn't want to make this trip," Takuya replied with a faint smile.
Minato rolled his eyes.
"You're really daring to say that." If Minato had said something like this, especially in broad daylight, Tsunade would have made sure he regretted it. "What's with the eye roll? Did your girlfriend comfort you already?" Minato had only recently returned from a mission and barely had time to rest before being sent out again for this special task. For someone like Minato, deeply in love, this separation felt particularly harsh. After all, young couples are often inseparable.
Go to hell.
It's just an eye roll, isn't it? Why drag my personal life into this? Watching Takuya and Minato banter, Tsukumo Hatake smiled and said, "Ah, youth is such a wonderful thing." Since the mission didn't require additional personnel, the three registered their departure at the village gates and left Konoha, heading toward the frontline encampment. There was no urgency in their schedule, and Takuya didn't ask Minato to assist with faster travel. The trio walked at a leisurely pace. After all, Yagura likely hadn't even reached the coastline yet. Rushing to get there would serve no purpose. The mission wouldn't begin until Yagura returned to the Hidden Mist Village and reported to the Elder Council. As for the risk of being spotted by spies from other villages, the three weren't concerned. Even if discovered, it would appear as though they were heading to the front lines as reinforcements. As they walked, Takuya sensed something unusual. The conversation had started off normal enough. They shared amusing anecdotes, discussed combat strategies, and occasionally teased Minato about his relationship. But before long, the conversation veered into Kakashi's upbringing. Takuya couldn't help but think, you truly embody the role of a worried father. Becoming a parent really changes a person. Tsukumo's focus was entirely on his son. By nightfall, the three reached the frontline encampment. The good news was that Chiyo, the elderly advisor from the Sand Village, wasn't at the camp. She had taken the Sand Shinobi to various battlefields. Never thought Chiyo could be so considerate. At least she doesn't act like the center of the universe. After a brief period of familiarization, Chiyo began leading her forces to support other battle zones. I have to admit, their presence has significantly eased our burden. Chiyo knew that lingering at Konoha's camp wasn't appropriate, even as an ally providing reinforcements. Staying too long would undoubtedly lead Orochimaru to find a way to send her packing. To save everyone the trouble, Chiyo voluntarily left for the battlefield, sparing Orochimaru the effort of scheming. Reinforcements were temporary. Neither side trusted the other enough to share sensitive information completely. The only thing they could provide was resources. Because of the third Hokage's concessions, Konoha had to cover the resource costs for the Sand Village's reinforcements. This arrangement had been in place for some time, but every time Takuya thought about it, he felt a herd of mythical beasts stampeding through his heart. Orochimaru, as always, spoke with a calm and collected demeanor, as if he had never been involved in the plots against Tsukumo Hatake. Though he had only been an accomplice, Orochimaru bore some responsibility for the schemes targeting Tsukumo. Did the old man stay out of the negotiations this time? Jiraiya asked, visibly concerned. The negotiations between the third Hokage and Chiyo had left many people stunned. Jiraiya feared that if Hiruzen Sarutobi got involved again, the resulting terms would once again disadvantage Konoha. Having been burned once, everyone was wary. It was a classic case of once bitten, twice shy. Takuya burst into laughter, while Minato couldn't suppress his chuckles. Tsukumo smiled and replied. The Hokage was present, but Tsunade made the final decisions. You can rest assured there won't be any terms that harm the village. That's a relief. Jiraiya exhaled, grinning as he pulled exaggerated faces. Orochimaru, observing him, silently cursed in his heart, idiot. I'm just worried the old man might mess things up. At his age, he should rest and let Tsunade handle things. She's doing a great job, so now I can finally relax. Neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru asked about the specifics of the agreement. When the time came, they would be informed. Until then, it was better not to pry. Whether it was Takuya's imagination or not, he felt Orochimaru's complexion had darkened, as though he'd been out in the sun too long. Orochimaru handed them a few mission scrolls and said, "Since you didn't hide your arrival, take on a few missions and patrol the battlefield. That way, spies from other villages will believe you're here as reinforcements. Minato and Tsukumo can handle that." "I've got something else to do," Takuya said, making a quick exit. This kind of work was better left to Tsukumo and Minato. Takuya wanted to seize the opportunity to check on the Uchiha clan, primarily on his wife Mikoto. As for the rest of the Uchiha, they were secondary. Before anyone could react, Takuya had bolted, leaving Minato and Tsukumo momentarily stunned. Jiraiya burst into laughter, slapping the table repeatedly. He was curious to see how Orochimaru would respond after being snubbed. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, he was overthinking it. Orochimaru didn't mind Takuya's defiance and instead teased with a smirk. It seems Takuya-kun and Mikoto Uchiha have a very close relationship. Jiraiya, Minato, Tsukumo, Orochimaru, you're not who I thought you were. The Uchiha had suffered significant losses in the war. The survivors carried an intense aura of hostility, driven by grief and rage. Thankfully, Mikoto Uchiha wasn't among those overcome by bloodlust. Seeing Takuya visit, Mikoto was genuinely happy. Because of the prolonged war, many of our clan members have fallen on the battlefield. The mood among the survivors has been heavily affected, Mikoto explained with a bitter smile. Unlike her, many Uchiha had become noticeably more irritable. Takuya could only shrug. This behavior was typical of the Uchiha, likely tied to their bloodline limit, the Sharingan, which was deeply influenced by emotions. It was no wonder they were often jokingly referred to as the Insane Clan. Of course, the nickname was more of a jest, referring to how the Uchiha were easily swayed by emotions. It didn't mean they were truly insane. If anyone deserved the title of crazy, it was the Kaguya clan from the Hidden Mist village. Those people were the real lunatics. Losses were inevitable. Even the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had sent many shinobi to the battlefield, suffering heavy casualties. Compared to them, the Uchiha's loss ratio wasn't as severe. At least the Uchiha's strength gave them an edge. The ones who truly suffered were the civilian shinobi. The village's second rotation period is coming soon. This time, your Uchiha clan members can return to the village for some rest. Even the strongest warriors can't stay on the battlefield indefinitely. Proper rotations are essential. The exceptions were special cases like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who would only rest after the war was over. The clan leader will be thrilled to hear this, Mikoto Uchiha said excitedly as she hugged Takuya and kissed him twice. It was only logical and fair for the Uchiha to have their rotation now. However, Fugaku Uchiha, their clan leader, was a taciturn man who rarely spoke out. Asking him to request something like this was impossible. Because of the lack of rotation, many Uchiha members were starting to resent Fugaku. Takuya understood the root of the Uchiha's issues, but such problems couldn't be solved overnight. Fortunately, Tsunade's leadership had created room for some improvement. Honestly, this rotation could have been requested long ago. If only the Uchiha clan leader had been willing to lower his pride, those who were struggling could have returned to the village earlier for rest. I'll talk to Orochimaru about it tomorrow. Judging by Fugaku's attitude, relying on him was futile. Takuya could use his authority to send Mikoto back to Konoha for a break, but that might cause unrest. To avoid any unnecessary conflict, he decided to discuss a proper arrangement with Orochimaru. After all, it was only fair for the Uchiha to have their turn at rotation. You can't expect people to stay on the battlefield forever. Even farm animals aren't treated that harshly. After parting ways with Takuya, Mikoto chose not to share the news of the upcoming rotation with her clan. She didn't want them to develop further negative opinions about Fugaku. It was already frustrating enough that the clan leader hadn't taken any initiative to secure their rotation. Prolonging their time on the battlefield without any reprieve was bound to make anyone uncomfortable. At the command post, only Orochimaru remained. Jiraiya was too busy to linger, and both Tsukumo Hatake and Minato had accepted a few minor tasks to make themselves useful on the battlefield. Without anyone else around, Takuya didn't bother holding back and brought up the issue of the Uchiha rotation directly. Orochimaru looked at him with mild surprise before smiling faintly. The Uchiha rotation was indeed scheduled long ago. However, their clan leader has never approached me to request it. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about the Uchiha's affairs, Takuya-kun.
Cut it out.
Takuya wasn't fooled by Orochimaru's probing tone. You know exactly what Fugaku Uchiha is like. If it weren't for the potential negative impact, why would I care about the Uchiha rotation? I'm just worried about Mikoto being overworked. Since a single-person rotation might cause unnecessary strife, I figured I'd help them apply for the whole clan's turn. Besides, don't bother trying to dig into my motives. I have no hidden agenda against the Uchiha, and neither does Tsunade. As long as the Uchiha follow the rules, they'll always remain a part of Konoha. Unlike the third Hokage and his generation, Tsunade had no particular bias against the Uchiha. The term cursed clan was just a label Tobirama Senju had popularized. That sentiment had been passed down to Hiruzen Sarutobi and his peers. Tobirama's dislike for the Uchiha likely stemmed from his experiences with Madara Uchiha. Madara had left a lasting impression, creating a deep psychological shadow. Tobirama feared the emergence of another figure like Madara. The Uchiha's emotional volatility, tied to the activation of their Sharingan, often led to dramatic personality shifts. If another Madara-like figure arose, Konoha might not survive the fallout. Such concerns weren't entirely baseless. It wasn't unreasonable for Tobirama to take precautions. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru said, his expression unchanged. Having grown up with Tsunade, he knew her temperament well. Even though she admired Tobirama, she hadn't inherited his biases. Still smiling, Orochimaru gave off an air of composure, which made Takuya want to punch him to see if he could knock that smirk off his face. By the way, let me offer you a little insider tip, Takuya said. Go on, Takuya-kun, Orochimaru replied politely. Takuya leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice as he said, due to certain circumstances, Danzo has been secretly imprisoned in a high-security facility. This decision was made without opposition from the Hokage.
Danzo.
Orochimaru's smile vanished instantly. His pupils narrowed into vertical slits, a telltale sign of his shock. The revelation of Danzo's imprisonment as a high-profile criminal clearly unsettled him. As Danzo's collaborator, Orochimaru knew the consequences if sensitive information were exposed.
He too could be implicated.
Takuya was confident that Danzo would attempt to escape Konoha, and Orochimaru likely felt the same. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, calculating the potential risks Danzo's escape might pose to him. Takuya added, recently, 2 unidentified shinobi appeared near Danzo's holding area. Both had cursed seals on their tongues to prevent information leaks. I suspect Danzo has undisclosed underground facilities or research labs outside the village. If these hidden sites are discovered, Danzo will be finished. Ho ho ho, that's certainly an intriguing piece of news, Orochimaru said, though a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Internally, he cursed Danzo. Orochimaru knew exactly where the captured shinobi had come from. Danzo had stationed many operatives in their shared research facilities, despite most of his forces being wiped out in the village. It was clear that Danzo wouldn't quietly serve his sentence. Once Danzo made a move, it would expose their shared secrets. At that point, their partnership would effectively end. Danzo, in his desperation, might destroy evidence of his own wrongdoings. But Orochimaru's involvement? He wouldn't hesitate to throw Orochimaru under the bus. Once Danzo acts, I'll only have two choices, Orochimaru thought grimly. Either admit my guilt or follow him into exile. This information is classified, so don't let it slip. If Tsunade finds out I told you, she'll chew me out, Takuya said, curious about how Orochimaru would respond. Would he continue his alliance with Danzo and leave Konoha together, or would he betray Danzo and distance himself from the fallout? If necessary, Orochimaru could sell out Danzo just as easily as Danzo might sell him out. The question was whether Orochimaru would be willing to leave Konoha in disgrace. Don't worry, Takuya-kun. This will remain between us, Orochimaru said, his faint smile returning.
Good. Takuya chuckled.
Then I'll leave the Uchiha rotation to you. Let them know when it's time. I'm off for a walk. After Takuya left, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Danzo,
he muttered.
He realized he couldn't afford to remain passive any longer. Otherwise, Danzo might drag him down with him. Konoha's root and a darkened snake, neither are good people. The only reason they worked together was mutual benefit. But mutual benefit didn't mean one could casually sell out the other. For Orochimaru, the idea of his hard work being destroyed was utterly unacceptable. It seemed necessary to return to Konoha for a while. Danzo had his own plans, and Orochimaru had his own calculations. So what if it was an underground facility? Danzo had one, and so did Orochimaru. Taking a brief leave wasn't difficult for Orochimaru. He summoned Jiraiya, placed a report on the table, and said, "This is some recent intelligence we've received. Due to the ongoing war, the internal situation in Kirigakure is unstable. The Kaguya and Yuki clans have been stirring up trouble. I hope you can infiltrate the Land of Water, investigate these two bloodline clans, and if possible." Not happening. Jiraiya interrupted before Orochimaru could finish. "If you want it done, do it yourself. I'm not interested in this kind of mission." Investigating and collecting information was one thing, but stirring up trouble within the Kaguya and Yuki clans? Orochimaru was giving Jiraiya far too much credit. No way was he taking this mission. Orochimaru glared at him, biting his words. "Fine.
Then you manage the camp.
I'll personally infiltrate the Land of Water to handle this." "Are you serious?" Jiraiya's eyes widened, his exasperation palpable.
"Come on.
You're in charge of the camp. If you leave, what am I supposed to do? This kind of mission isn't something you can wrap up in a day or two. If something goes wrong, I'll have no way to explain it to the old man." Jiraiya didn't doubt Orochimaru's intention to infiltrate the Land of Water. Orochimaru had pulled similar stunts countless times before. Even as the frontline commander, he wasn't above sneaking away for intelligence-gathering missions. Ignoring Jiraiya's complaints, Orochimaru said, "I'll be back in 10 days. With White Fang and Takuya here, no matter what Kirigakure tries, they'll be able to handle it." Jiraiya sighed, running his hands through his wild hair in frustration. "Fine, I'll cover for you. Leave a shadow clone behind to handle administrative tasks, and I'll deal with the rest." 10 days wasn't a long time. Given the current state of the war, Kirigakure wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble in such a short period. Plus, with Tsukumo Hatake and Takuya at the camp, Jiraiya reluctantly agreed. He knew that even if he refused, Orochimaru would sneak off anyway. Better to have a plan in place than to be blindsided. Orochimaru's departure didn't affect the war effort, but it left Jiraiya buried in work, managing everything in Orochimaru's absence. Are we really just letting Orochimaru leave like this? Minato asked, confused by Takuya's indifference to Orochimaru's actions. After all, Orochimaru's departure might allow him to relocate or destroy evidence of his and Danzo's shady dealings. And what would you suggest?
Following him. Takuya replied.
If you try to follow him, he'll notice. Don't underestimate Orochimaru, he's not an easy snake to deal with. Orochimaru's surveillance methods were exceptional. Any disturbance would immediately alert him. Even Takuya wasn't confident he could shadow Orochimaru without being detected. Besides, evidence doesn't matter anymore. From the moment Danzo was imprisoned, everything else became irrelevant. Orochimaru's experiments and schemes were of little concern to Takuya. His sole focus was Danzo. As long as Danzo could be permanently dealt with, everything else was secondary. Orochimaru, unlike Danzo, knew his limits. He wouldn't provoke someone who could crush him. Danzo, on the other hand, constantly courted disaster. As long as Orochimaru managed his research discreetly, whether he left Konoha or not was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Yagura had been traveling covertly, taking circuitous routes back to Kirigakure. Upon his return, he reported everything that had happened in Konoha to his master, which set the assassination plan in motion. A scroll detailing Kirigakure's internal situation was delivered to the frontline by the intelligence division. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yagura personally ensured the scroll reached the third Mizukage. When the third Mizukage opened the scroll and saw its contents, he erupted in anger.
A bunch of useless fools.
They can't even handle such a simple matter. The ongoing war had strained Kirigakure's resources, causing financial and logistical issues. The third Mizukage was aware of these problems but dismissed them as inconsequential. As long as Kirigakure and Konoha continued to exhaust each other, his objective was being met. However, with the worsening resource situation threatening the war effort and internal unrest growing, he could no longer ignore the issues. The Uchiha Clan, in particular, was becoming increasingly troublesome, plotting to seize territories occupied by other clans. If they acted, the Land of Water could spiral into chaos. Forget continuing the war, Kirigakure might be embroiled in a civil conflict before that. Even Konoha, with its deep reserves, struggled under the war's strain. Kirigakure, isolated and under-resourced, was in no position to endure such challenges. After delegating frontline responsibilities, the third Mizukage hurriedly left for Kirigakure with his guards. Unbeknownst to him, Yagura's operatives had already contacted Tsukumo Hatake upon his departure. The opportunity was fleeting. To prevent leaks, Takuya, Tsukumo, and Minato departed immediately without informing Jiraiya. Having conducted numerous reconnaissance missions, Minato had left flying thunder godmarkers and specialized kunai on many uninhabited islands near the Land of Water. These served as teleportation points for swift movement. Let's go meet with Yagura. This is our only chance. If we fail, it'll be nearly impossible to corner the third Mizukage again, Takuya said. A failed attempt would only make the third Mizukage more vigilant. Minato placed a hand on Takuya and Tsukumo, teleporting them away from the frontline camp. After 2 swift relocations, they arrived at the rendezvous point with Yagura. Upon arrival, Tsukumo immediately scanned the area for potential threats. Fortunately, Yagura hadn't set a trap. The island was occupied only by Yagura and a few guards. After a brief greeting, Yagura unfurled a map, pointing to a route marked with red lines. The Mizukage Sama is traveling aboard one of our warships. There are our people among his entourage. This is the route they'll take. By tomorrow noon, the ship will pass near this location. Yagura, who had spent much of his life patrolling the seas, was well aware of the speed of Kirigakure's warships. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, there wouldn't be any significant deviations in timing. Carefully examining the map, Takuya absent-mindedly twirled a kunai in his hand. Are you certain the route and timing won't be an issue? They won't, Yagura replied firmly. There are people aboard the ship working with us, more than one in fact. If something unexpected happens, we'll be the first to know. Every village had its own methods for transmitting critical messages. Konoha was no exception, and neither was Kirigakure. Takuya, Tsukumo, and Minato didn't press further. As long as Yagura was confident, that was good enough. The only fear was that the third Mizukage might sense something amiss and change his course at the last minute. Thankfully, water routes were inherently slower than land travel. However, this also meant they were less likely to alter course, a benefit in their current situation. The third Mizukage would never imagine that members of his own village would conspire with outsiders to target and investigate him. There was still plenty of time before the plan would be executed. Takuya momentarily entertained the idea of setting up a small barbecue. Earlier, he'd spotted several large crabs scuttling into a nearby bush. Roasting them might make for a delicious snack. But on second thought, dry rations would suffice. Glancing at Yagura's solemn expression, Takuya figured if he suggested a barbecue, the perpetually youthful-looking Mizukage might snap at him. Speaking of which, Takuya wondered what Yagura's wife looked like. Didn't she mind her husband looking like he'd never grow up? What's wrong? Yagura asked, noticing Takuya staring at his face. His sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of offense in his expression. I was just thinking about your whiff. Takuya quickly coughed to cut himself off.
Nothing.
I was just wondering. Isn't it strange that no one noticed your Mizukage had been under someone's control for all these years? Yagura's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. He wanted nothing more than to kick Takuya. If you know it's an offensive question, why ask? How could I have known the Mizukage was being controlled? Yagura thought to himself bitterly. If not for his increasingly erratic behavior, who would have even suspected? Would you suspect your own third Hokage of being controlled?
Sigh, Takuya.
Tsukumo smiled wryly, shaking his head as he shot Takuya a disapproving look. Even if you're curious, there are better ways to ask. You're practically jabbing at an open wound. Minato, for his part, didn't know what to say. We never considered it before, Yagura said grimly. It wasn't until the Mizukage began personally leading battles, making reckless decisions that cost the village heavily, that we started to suspect. His behavior had changed since recovering from his illness. For example, he spent hours in the restroom every single day. Despite the awkwardness, Yagura divulged this peculiar detail. There was no mistaking it, this was White Zetsu's doing. Who else would be so fixated on experiencing the sensation of using the restroom? So my previous infiltration wasn't just bad luck, Tsukumo thought, feeling a mixture of relief and frustration. Turns out, I stumbled into the middle of the problem head-on. He finally had an explanation for why he'd encountered the third Mizukage in the bathroom during his infiltration of the Mizukage's office. It wasn't bad luck, the Mizukage's behavior had been unusual all along. Seriously, who spends hours a day in the restroom? Was he sleeping in there? Yagura's face darkened as his expression became more serious. His erratic decisions didn't make sense. Mizukage-sama was someone who had served under both the first and second Mizukages. He was incredibly talented and strong. So, it's not about poor leadership, Takuya interrupted. He was deliberately sending Kirigakure's shinobi to their deaths while dragging Konoha's forces down with him, right? Yagura nodded in agreement.
Takuya frowned.
It wasn't even time for Uchiha Madara to make his moves yet. What was White Zetsu playing at? Could this be preparation for Kagaya's eventual resurrection?
But what was the point?
They didn't even have a suitable vessel yet. Draining Kirigakure and Konoha's resources like this seemed pointless. By the time they found a vessel and nurtured it, both villages would have recovered from the war.
It didn't make sense. None of it did.
There was no reasoning with beings like White Zetsu, whose mind seemed solely preoccupied with strange and trivial obsessions. Maybe this wasn't part of Uchiha Madara's plan at all, Takuya mused. Perhaps White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were simply doing their own thing. After all, in Madara's eyes, the 5 great ninja villages were nothing more than a collective of ants. If he were to resurrect, wiping them out would merely require a bit of extra effort. The 5 great nations versus Uchiha Madara? At most, they might manage to tire him out enough to make him sweat a little. It wasn't that Takuya underestimated the 5 great nations or their top-tier shinobi. It was just that Madara's power defied logic. Even if Hashirama Senju were to be revived, it would only delay the inevitable. Without intervention from forces beyond reason, Madara with the Rinnegan was essentially invincible.
And those forces?
Well, who even knew if young Naruto and Sasuke would exist in this timeline? Konoha's trajectory had already deviated significantly. Sure, Minato's girlfriend was from the Uzumaki clan, but who said their child had to be a son? Why couldn't it be a daughter instead? And besides, Minato hated the name Naruto. Especially Uzumaki Naruto. It made him feel like a curse had been placed on him, as if his son would disown the Namikaze surname. Minato had already sworn he would never name his child Naruto, not even Namikaze Naruto. And what if the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra manifested as sisters this time? Uchiha Sasuke as a girl? Itachi going from an overprotective brother to an overprotective sister? The mere thought sent shivers down Takuya's spine.
He couldn't unsee it.
What are you thinking about? Minato asked, nudging Takuya out of his thoughts. Yagura had left to set up surveillance around the island, ensuring no one would approach by accident. Nothing, Takuya replied, shaking off his strange musings. I was just thinking about Naruto. Minato's face darkened as he snapped.
Get lost.
I, Namikaze Minato, will never become a live-in son-in-law. And my child will never be named Naruto.
Never.
What if it's a daughter? Minato hesitated, his anger dissipating slightly. The idea of having a daughter, someone sweet and adorable, was surprisingly appealing. Hopeless, Takuya thought, his expression turning wry. Was Minato really on the path to becoming a doting father to a daughter? A daughter-obsessed Minato and an Itachi-level sister-obsessed Sasuke.
What a terrifying thought.
The idea of a small barbecue ultimately didn't materialize. Takuya wasn't someone who acted recklessly. The priority right now was the mission. Once the mission was completed and they returned to Konoha, he could eat as much barbecue as he wanted. For now, everyone was conserving their strength, waiting for the target to arrive. The third Mizukage didn't disappoint. As per the anticipated route, his ship steadily approached the edge of the small island. Watching the tiny black dot on the horizon gradually draw closer, Yagura felt a twinge of nervousness. Whether they could change the current situation in the village hinged on the success of this assassination attempt. This joint assassination wasn't intended to outright kill the third Mizukage, but to expose his secrets. If it was confirmed that he was indeed under someone's control, killing him would be justified. Takuya and Tsukumo were tasked with taking the lead, while Yagura and Minato stayed hidden on the island, waiting to make their move once everything became clear. Will you go or should I? Takuya drew his Kusanagi sword as Tsukumo gestured for him to go first. Leave this kind of head-on confrontation to the younger generation, Tsukumo said with a smirk. Us older folks are better suited for sneak attacks.
Cunning old fox.
Engaging directly carried risks, but Takuya didn't refuse. If Tsukumo wanted to focus on sneak attacks, he was free to do so. As the ship drew closer to the island, the third Mizukage rested inside while several Kirigakure shinobi stood guard on the deck, keeping watch for potential threats. Whether due to Yagura and Genji's planning or the third Mizukage's negligence, the ship lacked any sensory ninja. This allowed the ship to approach the island without noticing the people lying in wait. What's that? Following its route, the ship passed by the side of the uninhabited island. Such small, uninhabited islands were plentiful in the seas surrounding the land of water and rarely drew much attention. But suddenly, a terrifying chakra presence emanated from the island, accompanied by a brilliant flash of lightning. The shinobi on deck immediately sensed something was amiss.
Trouble.
One of them sounded the alarm, prompting the others to become vigilant and focus their attention on the distant island. In the next instant, their hearts sank as they saw a glowing sphere of lightning hurtling directly toward the ship. Enemy attack. Even in the relative safety of their rear position, the Kirigakure shinobi quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Someone was trying to assassinate the third Mizukage. The shout startled the resting Mizukage in the cabin. The shinobi on the deck instinctively launched counterattacks, trying to intercept the lightning sphere. But they overestimated their abilities and underestimated the power of Takuya's specially prepared lightning bomb. This wasn't an ordinary explosive, its speed and destructive force were far beyond what they could handle. Had they reacted instantly, they might have had a chance to intercept it. But their slight delay made it impossible.
Boom.
As expected, the lightning bomb struck the ship with a deafening explosion. The massive vessel was blown apart, sending splinters of wood, seawater, and even unlucky fish and shrimp flying into the air. The sea erupted into a towering column of water before waves rolled outward in every direction. Using water release to block a lightning bomb? Truly a genius move. Takuya silently applauded the unfortunate shinobi. Their first instinct should have been to abandon ship and flee, yet they had tried to counter the lightning bomb with water release. Did they think using water release automatically made them as powerful as Tobarama Senju? Takuya wasn't sure if the shinobi had survived, but the third Mizukage, who had been resting in the cabin, managed to escape.
What a miserable sight.
The Mizukage had nearly been reduced to a lone survivor by a single lightning bomb. Standing on the water with a dark expression, accompanied by two panicked bodyguards, the Mizukage confirmed what Takuya suspected: the guards on the deck were gone. From their vantage point, Minato whispered to Yagura, "Are all your Kirigakure shinobi this brave?" Using water release against Takuya's lightning bomb. This was the same technique that had left even Hanzo the salamander utterly helpless. And they thought water release would work?
Impressive. Enough already.
Yagura's youthful face flushed with embarrassment. He internally cursed the fools on the ship countless times. Using water release against a lightning bomb? Why not try blocking a tailed beast bomb with earth release while they were at it? Of course, such ridiculous scenes weren't unheard of. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, large-scale earth release techniques were indeed used to block a tailed beast bomb, with predictably disastrous results. Sometimes, you don't know the true meaning of despair until you've tried something and failed miserably. Having struck the first blow, Takuya had no intention of hiding. Resting the Kusanagi sword casually on his shoulder, he began walking toward the third Mizukage. "Yagami Takuya, how dare you attack the Mizukage-sama?" The two remaining bodyguards were both furious and alarmed. They had expected a smooth journey back to Kirigakure, only to be ambushed halfway by none other than Konoha's rising star, Yagami Takuya.
How dare I?
Takuya smirked as if he'd just heard a joke. Kirigakure and Konoha are at war. We're enemies. I, Yagami Takuya, was ordered to assassinate the third Mizukage.
So what?
Is there some rule in the ninja world that says we can't assassinate the leader of an enemy village?
Is there? You.
The bodyguards were furious but found themselves at a loss for words. Because, indeed, there was no such rule. In fact, assassinating the leader of an enemy village was a standard strategy in war.
This is bad.
While the bodyguards fumed, the third Mizukage wasn't thinking about fighting Takuya head-on. Instead, his priority was finding a way to escape. He had no intention of engaging in battle here. With Black Zetsu's intelligence, the third Mizukage was well aware of Takuya's strength, far beyond his ability to handle. Moreover, if he fought with his full strength, the truth would come to light. By tomorrow, everyone would know that the third Mizukage was under someone's control, and that this person could use would release. There was no way to win. Fighting would only expose him further. Escaping was the only viable option.
Wait. Something feels off.
Wasn't White Zetsu supposed to gloat and taunt his opponents at a time like this? Why was the third Mizukage silent, his eyes darting around as if plotting an escape?
Takuya sighed.
If White Zetsu wasn't going to play along, he'd have no choice but to send him on his way. Mizukage-sama, retreat. Seeing Takuya lower the Kusanagi sword from his shoulder, the bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines. They immediately drew their own blades and rushed forward, trying to buy time for the Mizukage to escape. Lightning release, thunder flash. Takuya wasn't in the mood to toy with them. In a flash of lightning, he darted past the two bodyguards. The bodyguards froze mid-step, their bodies rigid as their pupils dilated. The swords they had drawn slipped from their lifeless hands. Blood sprayed into the air. The throat, partially severed and charred, sprayed a torrent of fresh blood, dyeing the seawater beneath red. Two corpses fell into the sea, yet Takuya didn't slow down, rushing straight toward the third Mizukage. In just one move. To be precise, Takuya's target was never the two shinobi he had passed. Their deaths were merely incidental. This scene made the third Mizukage's eyelid twitch uncontrollably. At this moment, he could no longer remain composed and shouted loudly. Yagami Takuya, you dare to assassinate me? Aren't you afraid this will lead to an all-out war between Kirigakure and Konoha? Ice release, ice crystal technique. Despite his verbal threats, the third Mizukage's hands moved swiftly, unleashing a powerful ice release jutsu that surged toward Takuya. The third Mizukage's ice release was formidable. Unlike the Yuki clan's ice release, his techniques were far more intricate and terrifying in combat. The Yuki clan could only crudely shape ice for defensive or evasive purposes. Countless icy crystals formed from seawater, closing in to entrap Takuya in a frozen prison. Unfortunately for the Mizukage, a brilliant flash of violet-blue light shattered the ice crystals, allowing Takuya to break free. Such a minor ice technique was incapable of restraining him. Damn it! The third Mizukage cursed under his breath, his hands moving even faster. Ice release, freezing technique. Centered on the Mizukage, the seawater around him froze rapidly. A thick layer of ice formed over the ocean's surface with a loud cracking sound. The ice seemed like a giant hand, gripping Takuya's feet tightly and continuously restricting his movements. Is this really just ice release? Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Yagura and the others couldn't help but gasp. They knew their Mizukage's strength was immense and that his mastery of ice release was extraordinary. However, they hadn't seen him fight in a long time. And this ice release was entirely beyond their expectations. Compared to the Yuki clan's techniques, the third Mizukage's ice release was on a completely different level. No wonder Takuya sought to fuse ice release into his abilities, claiming it had enormous potential for growth. Minato recalled Takuya's fascination with ice release, a bloodline limit he had been experimenting with for some time, but he hadn't paid it much mind. The Yuki clan's ice release gave the impression of mediocrity, leading him to underestimate it. But now it was clear. The fault didn't lie with ice release itself but with the clan's inability to utilize it effectively. It was akin to the stark difference between Tobirama Senju's water release and that of other shinobi. The same technique could yield vastly different results depending on the user. Fighting on the ocean really has its limitations. Will this old guy freeze the entire sea next? Takuya glanced at the rapidly freezing surface, the ice layer continuously restricting his speed. He couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. He had always suspected ice release wasn't as weak as the Yuki clan made it seem. Compared to other bloodline limits, the third Mizukage's control over ice release was far more dominant and precise. Its immense power aside, Even the ground one stood on could become a trap to restrict movement, a truly terrifying ability. Unless one could avoid touching the ice entirely or had the ability to fly, escape was nearly impossible. Jiraiya-sensei would probably find ice release fascinating. I'll share the details of this battle with him once I return. Minato believed that if Takuya showed an interest in mastering ice release, he would undoubtedly find a way to do so. If Takuya could master it, others could as well. It was merely a matter of talent. Much like Iwagakure's dust release. Take this big dumpling of mine. Since his movements were restricted, Takuya abandoned his speed-based attacks and opted for an explosive technique instead. Again with this move. Takuya's blatant disregard for tactics as he hurled his thunder explosive ball made the third Mizukage feel utterly exasperated.
Didn't you come to cut me down?
Then come at me with your blade. Why are you throwing explosives? Youngsters these days have no sense of honor. Though mentally cursing, the third Mizukage quickly performed another jutsu to counter the attack. Ice release, ice vibration technique. A large ice wall rose in front of the Mizukage. As the thunder explosive ball collided with the ice, the layers vibrated and shattered one after another, ultimately dispersing the explosion's force. The Mizukage managed to retreat unscathed.
Not bad.
Takuya's eyes lit up in admiration. He had always believed that every bloodline limit possessed incredible potential. Its upper limits were only constrained by its user's imagination and skill. The Uchiha Clan's ice release was so rudimentary that Takuya was embarrassed to even call it ice release. Compared to the third Mizukage's techniques, the Uchiha Clan wasn't even worthy of carrying his sandals. It was no wonder the Mizukage had always dismissed the Uchiha Clan as insignificant. Sitting on a treasure trove but failing to utilize it, who could they blame but themselves? The mission was nearly complete. Noticing that Tsukumo Hatake was in position, Takuya decided to stop pursuing the Mizukage and continued his dishonorable tactic of throwing explosives. The Mizukage, who had just planned his escape, had no choice but to use the ice vibration technique to block again. After successfully defending against the explosion, the Mizukage let out a sigh of relief. But just then, a chilling killing intent locked onto him.
Not good.
The Mizukage's heart sank. Does Yagami Takuya have accomplices?
Damn it.
Having just used a jutsu to block Takuya's attack, the Mizukage was in a brief moment of vulnerability when a lightning-fast figure charged toward him. The figure wielded a blade enveloped in crackling lightning, slashing directly at the Mizukage's neck. The Mizukage didn't need to look to know who it was. After all, he had once fled in sheer panic from this man, holding up his pants as he ran. Although it had been a moment of confusion, the memory of that humiliation remained vivid. The man who had brought him such disgrace had returned. Get lost! Dense spikes erupted from the Mizukage's back, growing rapidly to impale Tsukumo Hatake as he attacked from behind.
Danger!
Tsukumo swiftly severed the spikes aimed at him and retreated, his eyes filled with shock.
This is... would release?
As a Konoha shinobi, Tsukumo recognized would release immediately, even though it was rarely seen in Konoha anymore. Would release was practically a symbol of Konoha's heritage. Yet now, this technique had appeared on an enemy. The revelation left everyone stunned, except for Takuya, who had anticipated it. Even Yagura, who had devised the assassination plan, hadn't expected their Mizukage to resort to using would release in desperation. Would release, piercing roots technique. Takuya sheathed his Kusanagi sword, his gaze mocking as he studied the Mizukage.
I'm curious.
Why would the dignified third Mizukage of Kirigakure, a master of ice release, suddenly use would release? Could it be you're the first Hokage's son?
No, that's not right.
The first Hokage wouldn't have a son as old as you.
Tsukumo's mouth twitched.
He felt the need to secure Hashirama Senju's coffin lid before the legendary ninja returned to life from sheer outrage. The spikes receded into the Mizukage's body, and his demeanor suddenly shifted. He scratched his head awkwardly and said with a sheepish smile, "Well, you found me out."
That's troublesome.
The serious and stern third Mizukage abruptly transformed into a goofball. He didn't seem to mind his change in demeanor, instead grinning at Takuya. No wonder you're hailed as a genius comparable to the god of shinobi. I underestimated you, just like everyone else. What kind of madness is this? Takuya admitted he couldn't handle this comedic side of the Mizukage. Fortunately, his mission was now complete. The moment the wood release, piercing roots technique was revealed, it became evident that the third Mizukage was indeed being controlled. As for who was controlling him, that wasn't Takuya's concern. That was Kirigakure's internal issue. As for whether Yagura could take down the third Mizukage, Takuya felt it was unlikely. Yagura wasn't strong enough yet. His power would only soar after becoming a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, even as a Jinchuriki, he wouldn't stand a chance against a Mangekyō Sharingan. A naturally ill-fated individual. Who are you, and why are you controlling our Mizukage? With the situation clear, Yagura had no reason to continue hiding. He stepped out from the small island with his team, surrounding the third Mizukage along with several guards. It was obvious Yagura and his team were furious. Their Mizukage had been controlled, initiating an inexplicable war that cost many lives in their village. Anyone in their position would feel enraged. That Yagura refrained from cursing outright was already commendable.
What now? Should we help?
Hatake Tsukumo and Minato approached Takuya, silently asking for his opinion. Both were curious about the third Mizukage, wanting to know his true identity, or more precisely who was controlling him.
Help with what?
Our mission is already complete. The alliance between the two villages didn't include aiding Kirigakure in taking down the third Mizukage. Their task was only to assassinate and expose the Mizukage's secret. Whether Kirigakure could capture him or not was their own business.
Oh, it's little Yagura.
I must thank you for your help over the years. The third Mizukage maintained his comedic demeanor, his words infuriating Yagura to the point that veins bulged on his forehead. This was clearly mockery. Thank you for assisting me all these years in cleaning up some troublesome people. If this wasn't mockery, what was? Yagura had believed he was following the true third Mizukage, helping him eliminate many threats over the years. Only to discover that the Mizukage he had been loyally serving was a fraud. The bitter realization must have been unbearable.
Die!
Enraged, Yagura charged forward with his weapon, ignoring the disparity in their strength. But no matter how much Yagura wanted to fight, the third Mizukage had no such interest. Letting out a sly laugh, his body plunged into the seawater.
Stop him!
Yagura roared, and his guards immediately sprang into action. Let them handle it. Takuya had no intention of intervening. This was Kirigakure's internal matter. There was no need for outsiders to interfere, especially when Kirigakure hadn't offered any benefits for their assistance in capturing the third Mizukage. Besides, there's no way we could chase down someone skilled in water release, ice release, and even wood release, let alone someone with an unknown origin.
Good point. Hatake Tsukumo nodded in agreement.
A figure this dangerous was best left alone. Kirigakure's internal affairs were better resolved by their own people. Would release, Minato mused. I didn't expect the mysterious person controlling and replacing the third Mizukage to wield would release.
Not just would release.
That person knows far more than that.
Finding a clean spot, Takuya sat down.
The ice was slippery and uncomfortably cold, but it sufficed. The three waited in silence. Before long, Yagura and his team returned, their expressions grim, an obvious sign that their pursuit had failed. Yagura couldn't blame Takuya's group for not helping in the chase. After all, their cooperation was temporary, not a close alliance. Expecting Takuya's team, who weren't proficient in water release, to dive into the sea after the third Mizukage would have been unreasonable. Since our cooperation has concluded, we'll take our leave. I hope your village can halt the war soon and initiate peace talks.
That will be done.
Though burning with frustration over the failed pursuit, Yagura knew better than to vent it on Takuya. Doing so would only backfire on him. Once I return to the village, I'll personally report to Master Genji. With him involved, the war will end swiftly. You can be assured of that. We deeply appreciate the assistance of you and your village. Pausing for a moment, Yagura continued, but regarding the sword Samahada. Negotiations were still necessary. Though Tsunade had already agreed to return Samahada to Kirigakure, acquiring the weapon required Takuya's cooperation. Yagura wasn't naive enough to believe Takuya had no say in the matter. After his trip to Konoha, Yagura understood one thing: while Tsunade held power, she and Takuya were tightly aligned. To offend one was to offend both. I need 2 members of the Yuki clan. Preferably ones who have awakened their Keki-I Genkai. Strength isn't important, as long as they're delivered to me, the weapon will be returned. It wasn't a condition Takuya had initially considered, but better late than never. The Yuki clan had been increasingly defiant. With Yagura's ruthless methods, he certainly wouldn't mind wiping them out entirely. The same logic applied to the Kaguya clan. Takuya's request for 2 Yuki clan members wasn't something Yagura would refuse. In his view, Samahada was far more valuable than any members of the Yuki clan. As for what Takuya intended to do with them, it wasn't hard to guess. It had to be for ice release.
Agreed.
Without hesitation, Yagura consented. With that, the discussion concluded, and the 2 parties went their separate ways. Minato used his abilities to transport Takuya and Hatake Tsukumo away. Back at their camp, Hatake Tsukumo looked at Takuya curiously. You want members of the Yuki clan for their ice release? Having anticipated the question, Takuya didn't hide his intentions. He had begun researching ice release long ago, though his progress had stalled. Smiling, Takuya nodded. Yes. I've been studying it for a while, but I've hit a bottleneck. I want to use the Yuki clan members to experiment further. Theoretically, ice release is a Kekii Genkai formed by combining water release and wind release. Without the bloodline, it's difficult to achieve the fusion. Young people these days are truly bold. I hope you succeed. Hatake Tsukumo chuckled, patting Takuya on the shoulder before leaving. He had no doubt about Takuya's ability to master ice release. Experimentation was always worthwhile. If successful, his son Kakashi would directly benefit. Though Tsukumo had slain countless Kekii Genkai users with his white fang blade, he couldn't deny the immense potential of Kekii Genkai. Sadly, the Hatake clan, with its roots in a samurai lineage, had no connection to such abilities. To gain a Kekii Genkai, there are usually only two paths: inheritance through bloodline or combining different chakra natures. The former depends on ancestry, while the latter requires effort and talent. If Takuya mastered ice release, he wouldn't keep it to himself. Teaching Kakashi would be inevitable. Who knows? Kakashi might even grasp it himself. Hatake Tsukumo had faith in his son's potential. Maybe I could collaborate with Orochimaru on this. As long as Orochimaru didn't cause trouble, Takuya wouldn't mind working with him. As long as it didn't involve forbidden experiments, everything else was negotiable. Most importantly, Takuya wasn't afraid of Orochimaru turning on him. First, his research wasn't taboo, it could even be conducted openly. Second, he had the funds to support it. Unlike Danzo, who scraped together resources by misappropriating village funds, Takuya didn't have to worry about finances. And most crucially, Takuya didn't lack support. If he were transparent about his intentions, he was confident Tsunade would permit it, and Kushina would happily fund it. Ah, the joys of wealth. Thinking about how Orochimaru and Danzo scrambled for money while he had plenty to spare, Takuya felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Minato looked at him, puzzled, his face full of question marks. What's with you suddenly saying something so random? I know you're wealthy, but what's your point? You rest for a bit. I'm going to check in with Orochimaru, and then we'll return to Konoha. Parting ways with Minato, Takuya headed to the command center. Jiraiya wasn't there, and the person inside wasn't a shadow clone, it was Orochimaru himself. It seemed Orochimaru had already dealt with his and Danzo's shady affairs. Have the assets been relocated? Relocated? Takuya's abrupt question almost caused Orochimaru to reveal too much. Quickly catching himself, Orochimaru's smile froze for a few seconds before returning to normal. I don't understand what you're talking about, Takuya-kun. No, you understand. Takuya sat down across from him without hesitation, tapping the table meaningfully. Danzo is going to die. If you want to cut ties, now is the time. As long as you don't threaten me or Tsunade, I don't care what you do. Oh, by the way, the war is likely to end soon. The third Mizukage turned out to be a fraud, and he knows would release no less. In less than a minute, Orochimaru's smile froze twice. The first time was when Takuya exposed his and Danzo's experiments. The second was when he learned that the third Mizukage could use would release. It was obvious the third Mizukage was a fraud, otherwise, Konoha wouldn't have collaborated with Kirigakure on such a grand deception. But what caught Orochimaru off guard was the revelation that the third Mizukage could use would release. After all, wasn't the core of his and Danzo's research focused on would release? Despite some progress and even a few surviving test subjects, they were still just experiments. Whether those subjects could grow into anything significant remained uncertain. Yet here was Takuya, casually informing him that the third Mizukage already wielded would release. How could Orochimaru possibly accept this? I've risked everything to collaborate with that meddlesome Danzo, pouring countless resources and effort into this research, and there's still no substantial result. And now you're telling me the third Mizukage already has would release? From the lack of expression on Orochimaru's face and the sharp narrowing of his pupils, it was clear he was deeply unsettled. Unbothered, Takuya poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip, waiting for Orochimaru to process the information. After a while, Orochimaru finally regained his composure. That is, quite an unexpected revelation. He licked his lips with his long tongue. You and Danzo were researching would release, weren't you? Takuya threw out another bombshell. Here we go again. The smile Orochimaru had just managed to regain vanished in an instant. He almost lashed out but restrained himself, forcing a stiff smile as he looked at Takuya with eyes full of veiled menace.
Takuya-kun, you must be joking.
How could I possibly? Don't deny it.
Takuya's gaze sharpened.
I know exactly what you're up to. I just don't want to get involved. Even if it were exposed, Danzo wouldn't face any real consequences. Hiruzen's Sarutobi wouldn't allow it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to get him imprisoned in the first place.
Besides,
placing the teacup lightly on the table, Takuya smiled faintly. Don't give me that dangerous snake-eyed glare, or you'll regret it. Orochimaru's mind churned with a storm of thoughts as he stared silently at Takuya. The threatening aura dissipated. He genuinely didn't dare act rashly. If it came to a fight, he knew he would lose.
What do you want?
Talking to someone smart had its advantages. Takuya snapped his fingers. Hand over the surviving test subject from your experiments. Erase your traces and prepare all the evidence against Danzo.
I want to crush him.
After the war ends, I have some projects I want to collaborate on with you. He wanted the experimental subject and the evidence to destroy Danzo. This indicated that Takuya wasn't targeting Orochimaru. In fact, he was offering to clear his name.
Don't get any ideas.
The fact that I know this much means I know a lot more, including why the third Mizukage can use would release. I also hope that when Danzo escapes prison, your name isn't on my hit list. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I know you're good at running and hiding, but Manda has been with me for years. It wasn't for nothing. All this information, you'd share it with me? Orochimaru ignored the other threats, focusing entirely on the reason behind the third Mizukage's would release. His gleaming eyes betrayed his intense interest. That depends on your performance. When I return to the village, send over the experimental subject. I want to see your sincerity. With that, Takuya left the command center, leaving Orochimaru with an increasingly amused expression. Would release and the fraudulent third Mizukage. Things were getting more and more interesting. Perhaps he could uncover his own path to immortality from all this. Compared to Takuya's terms, Danzo was nothing but a pile of garbage. Even the allure of Hashirama's cells couldn't captivate Orochimaru anymore. He wanted more. If Danzo no longer had anything Orochimaru needed, he would sell him out in a heartbeat. They were both ruthless and willing to do anything for their goals. Loyalty was unnecessary. Meanwhile, at the Sarutobi compound, the third Hokage frowned as he looked at his guest. Takashi, Tsunade has made it clear that she doesn't want me involved in Danzo's affairs. I admit Danzo has gone too far. The clan leader of the Shimura clan, Takashi Shimura, smiled bitterly. Hokage-sama, while it's true that Danzo-sama has made mistakes, keeping him in a maximum security cell, forced to eat, drink and sleep there, could damage the village's reputation if word gets out. Many in the clan are already discussing it. As clan leader, I'm in an awkward position. I came here today not to argue but to ask Hokage-sama, for the sake of past ties, to help Danzo-sama just this once. The Shimura clan has only this one small request, Takashi Shimura said with a deep bow toward the third Hokage, his gesture leaving the older man unable to voice his objections. In Konoha, the Shimura clan was considered a prominent family, and much of its development could be attributed to Danzo. Despite the trouble he had caused the clan, many in the Shimura family had benefited from his influence. Now that Danzo had fallen from grace, these individuals wanted to secure some small comforts for him. If nothing else, at least let him use a proper bathroom outside his cell. As the former advisor to the Hokage, it was humiliating for Danzo to be confined to a tiny cell where even basic necessities had to be managed within its cramped space. If this became public knowledge, it would reflect poorly on both the Shimura clan and the third Hokage. Danzo was being held in secret, with such information classified from the general populace. However, the upper echelons of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were exceptions to this secrecy. After all, they were staunch supporters of the third Hokage. I'll think about it, said the third Hokage, his tone heavy as he puffed on his pipe. His plans for a peaceful day of rest at home had been disrupted the moment Takashi Shimura arrived, throwing his mood into disarray. The thought of Danzo stuck in a maximum security cell, forced to eat, drink and relieve himself in such a small space, made the third Hokage deeply uncomfortable. After sending Takashi away, the third Hokage spent a long time mulling over the situation. Eventually, he donned his robes and headed to the Hokage office. In the office, Tsunade was still buried in a mountain of paperwork. Noticing her visitor, she didn't even look up as she asked, "What brings you here?" The third Hokage rarely came to the office these days, preferring to rest at home. If he came now, it must be important. It certainly wasn't to help with paperwork, given how hesitantly he lingered at the doorway, clearly struggling to find the right words.
Ahem, ahem.
Tsunade's bluntness caught the third Hokage off guard, making him cough awkwardly. Hearing the nearly lung-wrenching cough, Tsunade sighed, setting down her papers and crossing her arms. This is about Danzo, isn't it? Though her directness surprised him, the third Hokage felt a little more at ease as Tsunade addressed the issue herself. He explained the visit from Takashi Shimura in full detail. After listening, Tsunade remained indifferent, her tone disinterested. You know exactly why Danzo is being treated this way. He's a senior figure who's done much for the village, and I'd like for him to live comfortably too. But if anything were to happen because of that, who would be responsible? Could Danzo be trusted to behave?
Absolutely not.
The moment he found an opportunity, he would undoubtedly cause trouble. I'm not asking for him to be given freedom of movement, the third Hokage clarified. I was thinking we could knock down the wall of the adjacent cell to give him a slightly larger space. That way, he could handle his daily needs in the other section. What do you think? Allowing Danzo freedom of movement was out of the question. The third Hokage knew Danzo too well to risk it. But if he couldn't grant freedom and still wanted Danzo to live more comfortably, expanding the cell seemed like a reasonable compromise. The maximum security cells were tiny. Connecting two cells would provide Danzo more space while maintaining surveillance. Why are you even wasting your time worrying about this nonsense? Tsunade rolled her eyes dramatically. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't dip into the village's budget. Build him a luxury prison if you like, I won't stop you. Don't say I didn't give you face. If you want to renovate the cell, pay for it yourself. I'll have Nawaki assist you. But beyond that, don't expect anything else from me. Spending money wasn't an option for the third Hokage, he didn't have much to spare. The Sarutobi clan was large, and their expenses were significant. He certainly didn't have private funds to cover Danzo's comfort. The Shimura clan would have to handle the costs. As long as Tsunade approved, Takashi Shimura would ensure the funding was secured. Shortly after the third Hokage left, Takuya, Hatake Tsukumo, and Minato returned to Konoha. With Minato's teleportation, the journey was as fast as a plane ride. After a brief rest, the three headed straight to the Hokage office. Not in a good mood. As soon as they entered, they saw Tsunade lounging in her chair, legs crossed and frowning. She shot Takuya an annoyed look and huffed. The Shimura clan and the old man think it's too pitiful for Danzo to be stuck in a tiny cell for eating, drinking, and everything else. They want to give him a slightly bigger space. Pfft. Takuya burst into laughter. He had seen the special cells in Konoha's prison before. They were indeed cramped, barely enough to fit a bed, a small table, and a toilet behind the table. Saying that Danzo's needs were all crammed into one tiny space wasn't an exaggeration. What's so funny? Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation.
Is the mission done?
Mostly, but the third Mizukage escaped, Takuya replied. Hearing this, Tsunade straightened up and instructed the Anbu at the door, notify everyone to convene in the meeting room immediately. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The Anbu ninja carefully closed the office door before heading off to deliver the message. Thanks for your hard work. Have a seat and recount what happened. Slumping onto the paperwork-laden desk, Takuya lazily replied, There's not much to tell. Yagura and Genji lured the third Mizukage back to Kirigakure. When his people signaled, Minato took me and the senior over to join Yagura. When the third Mizukage arrived, we attacked. I'll admit, his ice release is ridiculously strong.
Well, that's obvious, Tsunade scoffed.
He wouldn't have become Mizukage and led Kirigakure for so many years if he weren't strong. Stop wasting time and get to the point. Shrugging, Takuya continued, the point is that the third Mizukage was being controlled, or swapped out entirely. This individual not only mastered powerful ice release but also wood release.
Wood release.
Tsunade shot up from her seat, her eyes scanning Takuya's face in disbelief before shifting to Tsukumo and Minato. When both men nodded in confirmation, her skepticism turned to shock.
Wood release?
To Tsunade, wood release was practically synonymous with her granduncle, Hashirama Senju. And now, a ninja wielding wood release had appeared out of nowhere. Tsunade was utterly dumbfounded. This imposter third Mizukage used the wood release, piercing roots technique to counter my ambush. Furthermore, their personality was extremely insolent, Hatake Tsukumo reported with a serious expression, his tone resolute. I can confirm that this was indeed wood release. As for the individual's identity, that remains unknown.
Tsunade was stunned, her mind spinning. She felt the need to take a moment to process everything. After uncovering the truth, the three of us didn't participate in the pursuit. After all, that's Kirigakure's internal matter and has nothing to do with Konoha. Additionally, our cooperation didn't include assisting in the capture of the third Mizukage. You made the right decision, Tsunade acknowledged. Capturing him was never part of our agreement, and it's not our responsibility. Rubbing her temples, Tsunade regretted letting them speak before everyone else had gathered. Now her mind was a mess, and she couldn't focus. Calling an emergency meeting meant something significant had occurred. Those who were summoned immediately dropped what they were doing and arrived at the meeting room. It was the same group of senior figures, some retired veterans summoned back into action. A few minutes later. What? Would release? That's impossible.
Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Tsunade, who had the task of explaining, looked helpless. I was just as shocked, but it's the truth, Tsunade said with a sigh. Minato explained the situation in detail, suggested the third Hokage, who struggled the most to accept the news. The elderly Hokage had wisely avoided asking Takuya or Hatake Tsukumo, knowing they wouldn't entertain his request. Instead, he turned to Minato, who couldn't refuse. Minato, unable to dodge the responsibility, reluctantly stood and recounted the events in detail. Only after finishing did he sit back down. The room fell silent as the gathered shinobi exchanged uneasy glances, clearly still processing the information. After a long pause, the third Hokage broke the silence. Although this mysterious individual who can use would release warrants investigation, our cooperation with Kirigakure has been completed. That, at least, is a cause for celebration. Once the truth is revealed, the war between Konoha and Kirigakure should come to an end, and the sea routes from the Land of Fire will be reopened. The mysterious person's identity and their mastery of wood release couldn't be pursued further for now. But the mission's success marked a significant achievement. Konoha needed this war to end to allow time for recovery and rebuilding. While everyone was curious about the true identity of this enigmatic shinobi, it wasn't their top priority. Even so, we should prepare for both outcomes, Koharu Yuditane said, her face stern. After all, this isn't a matter Kirigakure would want to publicize. Their Mizukage being controlled or even replaced, and the village being manipulated for years, it's deeply humiliating. Would we be any different? Interjected Choza Akimichi. If it were Konoha, we wouldn't want to announce it either. So preparing for both outcomes might not even be necessary unless Kirigakure chooses to continue the war. If this information were made public, Kirigakure would become a laughingstock. Any sensible leadership would suppress such a scandal, at most informing their own upper echelons. After all, the consequences would be severe. First, the Blood Mist era had already tarnished their reputation with its brutal internal purges. Then, an ill-conceived war had drained their resources to the point of near collapse. If the truth of the Mizukage situation were revealed, Kirigakure would surely replace Sunagakure as the most mocked of the 5 great shinobi villages. Choza Akimichi. Koharu was livid, her face reddening. You've been contradicting me for decades. Do you ever get tired of it? The room fell into awkward silence as everyone watched the exchange with bemusement. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Choza cleared his throat and shifted the topic. I think we should communicate with Kirigakure first, gauge their stance, and then decide whether to publicize the matter. Why provoke her? The third Hokage sighed inwardly. Hamura Mitokado suppressed a laugh, turning his head away to avoid making the situation worse. Tsunade, choosing to ignore the bickering seniors, calmly gave her opinion. I agree with Choza. We should first discuss this with Kirigakure and observe their response. Koharu's suggestion is also valid. Preparing for both outcomes is prudent. If Kirigakure honors the agreement, this will no longer be our concern. If they don't, we'll be ready to expose everything. I'll issue orders to Orochimaru and Jiraiya to stabilize the front lines, withdraw our forces slightly, and wait for Kirigakure's response. At this point, continuing the war was out of the question. They needed to see Kirigakure's next move before deciding on further action. As the meeting devolved into lengthy deliberations, Takuya quickly grabbed Minato and made a hasty exit. He had no interest in the bureaucratic wrangling that followed. Minato, though initially hesitant, allowed himself to be dragged along. Unfortunately for Hatake Tsukumo, he was left behind to endure the discussions.
Tough luck, Takuya thought.
Hatake Tsukumo's potential retirement would depend on who was in power. If the third Hokage remained in charge, retirement was possible. But with Tsunade at the helm, Tsukumo would undoubtedly be reassigned to key positions, possibly even taking over the ANBU. If ANBU didn't currently have a commander role, that wasn't an issue. Konoha could simply create one. Tsukumo's combat style and temperament made him a natural fit for such a position. Tsunade wouldn't fully retain the old Hokage's cadre. She needed to replace them with individuals she trusted, and Tsukumo was among her chosen candidates. Letting Tsukumo retire wasn't an option. Tsunade would gradually reintegrate him into the higher ranks. As for whether it would offend the third Hokage, Tsunade couldn't care less. Does the old man even have any dignity left? Outside the Hokage building, Minato couldn't help but comment, the dynamics between those seniors seem a bit. You're quite the observant one, Takuya said, amused. Among the second Hokage's disciples, that old lady was the only woman. She was said to be quite beautiful in her youth and had many admirers, so. Takuya explained in a roundabout way. Minato paused for a few moments before awkwardly laughing. I get it. Even in smaller squads, having one attractive female member often led to issues, let alone in such a prominent group. Then why didn't she end up with anyone? Minato's curiosity got the better of him. Takuya's eyes twinkled mischievously as he added, it seems she was rejected by a certain Uchiha genius. Uchiha Kagami? The revelation was startling. Minato felt as though he had stumbled upon a long-forgotten scandal. Deciding it was best not to delve into ancient gossip, Minato quickly dropped the topic. Digging into such matters would only invite trouble, especially if they involved certain prominent figures, including those currently imprisoned. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the war came to a halt after the exposure of the third Mizukage secret. Konoha's forces held their position, while Kirigakure's troops withdrew following orders from Master Genji. In the aftermath of the scandal, Kirigakure chose not to make it public. Under the arrangement of Master Genji, a high-level meeting was convened, followed by orders for Yagura to take charge at the front lines, oversee the withdrawal of troops, and lead a delegation to Konoha for peace talks. The war ended abruptly, leaving Kirigakure's shinobi bewildered. To them, the war had started inexplicably and ended just as suddenly. Yagura, armed with his new authority, swiftly took command and oversaw the phased retreat of their forces. As Kirigakure's troops withdrew, Konoha's forces also began pulling back in phases, including members of the Uchiha Clan. The end of the war should have been a cause for celebration. However, the Uchiha couldn't bring themselves to rejoice. Instead, they were frustrated. They had just been informed they were next in line for rotation, yet before they could even withdraw, the war was over. Many in the Uchiha clan were seething. Apart from Orochimaru, who remained stationed with a small force along the coastline, the rest of the shinobi returned to Konoha. Only after the peace talks between Konoha and Kirigakure were concluded would Orochimaru and his group leave their posts, a necessary precaution. Orochimaru was unhappy with this arrangement, particularly since it was he who had to stay, not Jiraiya. To make matters worse, Jiraiya, upon learning he could return to the village to rest, didn't hesitate to flaunt this fact in Orochimaru's face. With the war officially over, Konoha gradually returned to its lively state. Unfortunately, Konoha's shinobi had little time to relax. The backlog of missions and requests accumulated during the war required a significant number of shinobi to handle them. Fortunately, Konoha had a large pool of capable shinobi. While those who had directly participated in frontline battles could begin their rotations for rest, others not from the main battlefield were assigned to tackle the surge of missions. Unluckily, Takuya and Minato were among the latter group. What is this? I thought I'd finally get some time to rest, Takuya muttered, glaring at the scrolls on the table. He was tempted to kick Tsunade out for delivering such bad news. Sensing Takuya's discontent, Tsunade quickly swallowed her mouthful of food and explained, the old man is planning to retire soon and wants me to prepare to take over as Hokage. Has he lost his mind? Takuya thought. Taking over as Hokage at a time like this? While the wars with Tsunagakure and Kirigakure had ended, Iwagakure was already showing signs of unrest and could attack Konoha at any moment. Clearly, the third Hokage was looking to pass the buck. So, I refused. A glint of amusement flashed in Tsunade's eyes. She wasn't foolish enough to step into a role where she'd be the scapegoat during such turbulent times. She argued that the transition should only happen when everything had stabilized, as leadership changes during chaos could destabilize the village further. In the end, the third Hokage was convinced. Then what's with this mission? Refusing the third Hokage's proposal to step down early and sending me out on a mission are two entirely different things, Takuya thought. Tsunade continued eating as she explained, the village has already prepared for Iwagakure's unrest. Several shinobi have been dispatched to gather intelligence. One of our senior operatives uncovered critical information but was discovered and now needs extraction.
Senior operative? Who is it?
Tsunade's tone carried a hint of respect, rare for her, which piqued Takuya's curiosity. Besides Hatake Tsukumo, was there anyone else she regarded so highly? It's Maraboshi Kosuka. Maraboshi Kosuka, the eternal genin of Konoha. Unlike Maitouei, Kosuka willingly remained a genin, despite his skills. He was an unassuming older man who always carried cooking utensils, looking nothing like a shinobi. After finishing her meal, Tsunade placed her chopsticks down with satisfaction and patted her slightly rounded belly. This mission was initially meant for someone else, but with the ANBU restructuring and the addition of a new ministerial position, I had to recruit Tsukumo. So, you and Minato will take this one instead.
Poor Minato.
Wait, why was he feeling pity for someone else when he was being dragged into this himself? Takuya scolded himself for his misplaced sympathy. Seeing his reluctance, Tsunade crossed her arms and said, "If you don't want to go, you can switch places with Tsukumo. I'm sure he'd be happy to take this mission instead." Stop right there.
I'll go.
Takuya immediately accepted the mission. I'll find Minato right away. Senior Tsukumo has worked hard enough, he should stay in the village to rest. This minor task doesn't need him to personally intervene. Major figures like him should remain in the village to hold the fort.
Switch with Tsukumo? Not a chance.
He had no interest in the ANBU minister position Tsunade was pushing onto Tsukumo. In recent meetings, discussions had revolved around post-war recovery plans and the reorganization of the ANBU. The third Hokage had handed Tsunade full control over these matters. As part of the restructuring, Tsunade proposed creating a ministerial position for the ANBU, a dedicated leader to oversee operations under the Hokage's command. While the title of ANBU minister sounded prestigious, the role was far from glamorous. It involved overseeing clandestine operations, coordinating a highly active team, and taking on a heavy workload. Takuya had no intention of working himself to death. Someone else could take the honor, like Tsukumo, who was practically destined for it given his combat style and operational experience. "Don't forget to finish cleaning up," Takuya said, grabbing the mission scroll. He flashed a playful hand signal to Pakura, who was nearby, and promptly left. Pakura hesitated only briefly before following him. Having successfully delegated the mission, Tsunade sighed in relief. But her satisfaction was short-lived as her gaze landed on the mess left behind: dirty dishes, leftovers, and a dusty floor.
Her face darkened.
Tsunade wasn't one to handle chores, and now with Pakura gone, there was no one to help her. She'd rather face a battlefield than clean this mess. Meanwhile, Takuya appeared on Minato's balcony, calling him out.
"Emergency mission.
Grab your gear. We're leaving immediately."
Understood.
Recognizing the urgency, Minato asked no questions. He swiftly packed his tools and joined Takuya and Pakura.
Are we in a rush?
Minato asked after they left the village, pulling out 2 kunai as he prepared for rapid travel. "No need to hurry," Takuya replied, shaking his head. "This is an extraction mission. A senior operative from the village has gathered significant intelligence on Iwagakure. We need to meet him at a designated location and bring him back. The return trip might be urgent, potentially involving a large battle. Just be ready for that." Their haste wouldn't matter if the operative, Maraboshi Kosuka, wasn't already at the rendezvous point. They could only proceed with caution and preparation. If not for the mission details in hand, Takuya wouldn't have believed that Maraboshi Kosuka, the unassuming old man, possessed such impressive intelligence-gathering skills. But then again, was it really appropriate to entrust a mission like this to someone so advanced in years?
An elder.
Minato blinked in confusion. Though they all operated within Konoha, many shinobi didn't actually know each other. Some hadn't even heard of certain names. Yes, an elder worthy of respect, but someone completely engrossed in the will of fire. Minato sighed and decided not to ask further. Hearing the phrase will of fire was enough to dampen his curiosity. After all, mentioning the will of fire inevitably brought up one particular person, the third Hokage. The man was infamous for using the will of fire to inspire, or manipulate, others. Maraboshi Kosuka was a staunch embodiment of the philosophy, though he had been influenced by Tobarama Senju rather than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even after hearing about it many times, Pakura still found the will of fire a bit perplexing. Spending time around Takuya, who often ridiculed the concept, had only reinforced her skepticism. Close to ink, you'll turn black; close to vermilion, you'll turn red. This old saying rang true. Takuya's disdain for the will of fire had rubbed off on those around him, making them view it with a certain detachment. To summarize in one word: manipulation. It's all just manipulation. In a dimly lit underground chamber, Uchiha Madara sneered as he glanced at the overly effeminate behavior of White Zetsu. So, your plan failed, didn't it? White Zetsu had gone out for reconnaissance and returned acting strangely. Where it once constantly asked about trivial sensations like bowel movements, it now seemed unervingly delicate and fussy. Could it have caught something from the third Mizukage? Madara shook his head, dismissing the thought. Turning to Black Zetsu, he asked, "Have you identified a candidate?" "Yes, Lord Madara." Black Zetsu's head emerged from the ground. "After extensive monitoring and evaluation, I believe this boy, Uchiha Obito, is the most suitable candidate." Black Zetsu detailed Obito's background and traits. Madara's interest was piqued. Arrogant and proud, yet naive and filled with love? How intriguing. In Konoha, Uchiha Obito was notorious as a failure among the Uchiha clan. But to Madara, Obito wasn't foolish, just somewhat slow-witted. If he were truly incompetent, he wouldn't have mastered the great fireball technique so proficiently or demonstrated decent taijutsu. Obito's potential was evident, he just didn't know how to unlock it. Instead, he wasted time helping old ladies cross the street, making grand speeches, and orbiting around Noera-rin. A naturally gifted individual with a simple mind and a heart full of love. Isn't this exactly the kind of successor I need? Such individuals were easy to manipulate and prone to corruption. Find an opportunity to bring him here. I don't have much time left, Madara instructed. And that girl, Noera-rin. With a Wagakure stirring, a new war will soon break out. We'll have plenty of opportunities. Once Obito was in their grasp, they could exploit countless chances to push him toward the path of darkness. The more innocent a person, the easier it was to corrupt them. Especially someone as single-minded as Obito, whose rigid thinking left no room for deviation. Once corrupted, such individuals were nearly impossible to redeem. It's finally starting. Black Zetsu grinned and vanished into the ground. Madara cast a disdainful glance at White Zetsu before closing his eyes and entering a state of rest. He needed prolonged sleep to conserve his strength. In a cave somewhere in the Land of Grass, Minato couldn't help but comment, "The shinobi of this country are as unpleasant as ever." As a minor nation allied with the Land of Fire, the Land of Grass often collaborated with Konoha on missions and requests. Minato had carried out numerous tasks in the region but was consistently irked by what he saw. There's an old saying, a dog can't change its habit of eating filth. This village is rotten to its core. Only by addressing the root cause can anything be fixed, Takuya replied, unfazed. If change were possible, they wouldn't be a nation of opportunists. Takuya harbored no illusions about the shinobi of Kusagakure. Their conduct in the original timeline was evidence enough of their nature. It was no surprise that the third Hokage allied with such a village. If it were up to Takuya, he would have severed ties with Kusagakure immediately. What frustrated him most was that Kusagakure enjoyed significant support from Konoha. During the Third Shinobi War, Iwagakure had relentlessly pressed Konoha, not just because Konoha was weakened but also due to Kusagakure's betrayal. On paper, they were allies. In reality, they turned against Konoha, leading Iwagakure shinobi straight into the Land of Fire. Minato wasn't prone to complaints, so his grievances spoke volumes about how detested Kusagakure shinobi were. I must remind Tsunade not to trust them too much when we return, Minato thought grimly. There was still time before the scheduled rendezvous. Takuya gestured for Pakura to come closer, indicating he had something to discuss. Minato noticed and tactfully excused himself. I'll scout the area. If anything happens, I'll let you know. Takuya waved him off. Go ahead. We'll be fine here. Pakura knelt gracefully, opting for a proper posture since sitting cross-legged would be improper in her attire. Fortunately, the cave floor was covered in grass, sparing her knees from the cold hard stone. Since returning to Konoha, Takuya hadn't had a private conversation with Pakura. As someone he had brought to the village, he felt responsible for checking in on her. You've been in Konoha for a while now. How are you finding it? Pakura answered calmly, apart from some unwarranted hostility, it's been fine. With Kushina's companionship, Pakura didn't feel completely isolated. Thanks to Takuya and Tsunade's efforts, she was slowly integrating into Konoha, though it would take time for her to feel fully accepted. Some hostility is inevitable, Takuya said, studying her Konoha headband with a smile. Many Konoha shinobi lost comrades to Suna during the war, some even by your hand. The lingering tension is natural. Just ignore them. Their discontent is limited to stares, they won't dare act on it.
I understand.
Some things could only be smoothed over with time. From the moment she chose to join Konoha, Pakura had mentally prepared herself for these challenges. With Takuya and Tsunade backing her, Pakura didn't have to deal with any narrow-minded individuals causing her trouble. Takuya nodded, steering the conversation to a new topic. If you ever face issues, let me know. After all, you're someone I brought into Konoha, and you'll inevitably carry the label of being associated with Yagami Takuya. I don't have the best relationship with certain people in the village, so there might be times you'll feel the consequences of that. He paused before adding, by the way, can we talk about Keki-ai Genkai?
Keki-ai Genkai?
Pakura was momentarily stunned, not expecting this topic. After all, Takuya was a Keki-ai Genkai wielder himself. Compared to her Scorch Release, his Sharingan seemed vastly superior. From her perspective, her Scorch Release paled in comparison to the power of the Sharingan. Still, although unsure why he was asking, Pakura began to explain her insights and experiences in using Scorch Release. Her explanations were thorough, leaving no detail unexplored. Takuya listened attentively, his expression serious, as if he were a diligent student. After Pakura had laid everything bare, Takuya raised his hand, breaking the silence.
I have a question.
Can the attack forms of your Scorch Release be altered at will? This was something Takuya had been curious about for a long time but never had the chance to ask. Every time Pakura used Scorch Release, she would summon several fiery spheres around her. They looked like something straight out of a ghost story, but their destructive power was undeniable. The spheres didn't just burn, they exploded with devastating force. The explosions were powerful enough to rival A-rank jutsu. And A-rank jutsu, if you weren't prepared for them, could easily kill a jonin. Shinobi were famously high on offense but low on defense. Additionally, most shinobi stuck to mainstream jutsu levels, C-rank, B-rank, and a handful of A-rank techniques. Those who could wield S-rank jutsu with ease were exceedingly rare. They can be changed, but it's troublesome. Pakura had been refining her Scorch Release for years, choosing fireball-like shapes for their convenience in battle. Don't you think it's a bit monotonous? Takuya tilted his head, curious. Scorch Release was undoubtedly powerful, but Pakura's usage of it never varied.
It puzzled him.
Why hadn't she explored other forms of expression?
Takuya spread his hands.
Why stick to fireballs? Why not try other shapes, kunai, shuriken, or even something akin to a Jinchuriki's tailed beast cloak? You're the master of Scorch Release. It won't harm you. In battle, you could shroud yourself in flames, and with the burning intensity of Scorch Release, most enemies wouldn't dare come close to engage you in taijutsu.
Pakura froze. What?
Keki-ai Genkai can be used like that? Changing her attack forms from fireballs to other shapes wasn't entirely unthinkable. It was just that the process was complicated and not something she had pursued seriously. Her reluctance stemmed partly from laziness and partly from concern that altering the forms might weaken Scorch Release's power. But the idea of using her flames as a cloak? That had never crossed her mind. Now that she thought about it, it made a lot of sense. Pakura started visualizing it, her body cloaked in a layer of flames so intense that no enemy would dare approach her. As for long-range jutsu attacks? Those required hand seals, whereas Pakura could send a fireball flying with just a flick of her fingers. If changing the form of her Scorch Release could enhance her attack speed. Her eyes sparkled. She felt as if she had just opened the door to a new world. Perhaps my use of Scorch Release has indeed been too crude. Seeing Pakura's brightened expression, Takuya knew she was hooked on the idea. He continued, switching the subject to Ice Release. To be honest, I asked about Scorch Release because I wanted to understand it better for my Ice Release research. When it comes to Ice Release, the contrast between Kirigakure's Uchiha Clan and the third Mizukage is striking. The former's use of Ice Release is lackluster, while the latter's is catastrophic in its versatility and destructive power.
My advice?
Experiment and innovate. Sticking to fireballs makes your attacks predictable. While your taijutsu is good, why engage in close combat if you can eliminate enemies from a distance? If Pakura could refine her Scorch Release techniques, Takuya believed she would become an unstoppable force, a spiky porcupine no enemy could approach. Close range? Her flames would make it impossible to touch her.
Long range?
She could dominate with her overwhelming attacks. By then, Pakura's strength would undoubtedly soar, leaving her enemies struggling to find a weakness. Scorch Release was already powerful as a ranged ability, but forcing an opponent into close combat and then burning them with a fiery cloak? That was the pinnacle of lethality. ninjas must dare to try new things. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was someone who embraced experimentation. That's why so many groundbreaking forbidden jutsu and ninjutsu were developed during his time. But now... Takuya smiled faintly, leaving his statement unfinished. Modern Konoha seemed stuck in a rut. Was it because Tobirama had set the bar too high? Or were contemporary shinobi simply too complacent? It wasn't as if innovation was impossible. Orochimaru, for instance, excelled in pushing the boundaries of knowledge, though his methods often veered into dangerous territory. Takuya himself had developed a unique form of lightning release tailored to his fighting style. While he wasn't prolific in creating new jutsu, he understood the value of adapting existing techniques to suit his needs. Though Takuya admired Tobirama's genius, he knew better than to compare himself to such a legend. Tobirama's contributions to ninjutsu development were unparalleled. Still, even if creating new jutsu was out of reach, experimenting with modifications was a start. But how many shinobi were actually willing to try? You've got quite the imagination, Pakura muttered, at a loss for words. Takuya bringing up Tobirama left her speechless. Thankfully, he only used Tobirama as an example rather than drawing a direct comparison to himself. Otherwise, Pakura might have questioned his sanity. Dare to try. Pakura bit her lip, lost in thought. Actually, my lightning release techniques are the result of countless attempts at adaptation. Traditional lightning release didn't suit me, Takuya explained, spreading his hands. I'm not asking you to develop entirely new jutsu, just to rethink how you use scorch release. Adapt. Pakura looked up in surprise. From what she knew, Takuya's lightning-based techniques, which complemented his swordsmanship, were entirely unique. Apart from Takuya himself, only Hatake Sakumo came close, but their styles were vastly different. Takuya's fusion of lightning release with close combat was something even Kumogakure, famed for its mastery of lightning techniques, had never achieved. She had always assumed Takuya had invented these techniques. To hear they were born from personal adaptation was unexpected. Now, a new question arose. Who inspired him to start adapting in the first place? Offer, : If Bakura had asked, Takuya might have shared his inspiration. But since she didn't, he refrained from mentioning it. After all, if he admitted that his fighting style had been inspired by his disciple Kakashi, no one would believe him. When Takuya started using his unique lightning-based techniques, Kakashi hadn't even mastered chakra extraction. Bringing up Kakashi would gain him nothing and might even make people think he was just showing off. Not far from the border of the land of grass, a tanned, wiry old man carrying a large pot on his back, complete with a ladle dangling from it, was making his way swiftly toward the land of grass. This man was none other than Mariboshi Kosuka, the operative Takuya had been sent to retrieve. At first glance, it was hard to believe that this frail-looking elder possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Despite his permanent rank as a genin, Konoha's upper echelons treated Mariboshi Kosuka as though he were an elite jonin. Normally, high-level missions were rarely assigned to him, given his vow never to rise above the rank of genin, a promise he made out of personal conviction. The third Hokage had long since accepted this and assigned Kosuka simpler missions typically reserved for genin. But Kosuka wasn't like Might Due, who was labeled a forever genin, due to his lack of aptitude in areas outside of physical combat. Kosuka had all the necessary skills to advance but chose not to. Because of this, he had been nicknamed one of Konoha's eternal genin. With Konoha's elite forces tied up on the front lines of the war, the third Hokage had no choice but to entrust Kosuka with the critical mission of intelligence gathering. Kosuka didn't disappoint. He executed the mission flawlessly, gathering valuable information. Unfortunately, his withdrawal was noticed by Iwagakure shinobi, necessitating a rescue operation to ensure his safe return to Konoha. This wasn't an uncommon situation for intelligence operatives. Any sign of detection meant immediate withdrawal and a distress signal sent to the village. Despite his unassuming appearance, Kosuka moved with remarkable speed, covering ground with efficiency as he kept a vigilant eye on the distance between himself and his pursuers. I wonder how things are on the front lines, Kosuka mused. I hope everything is going smoothly. Iwagakure's growing aggression was an ominous sign for Konoha. During the Second Shinobi War, Iwagakure had shown a similar inclination to attack Konoha, and only the interference of the Third Raikage had prevented a full-scale conflict. This time, however, it seemed Iwagakure wasn't going to let the opportunity slip away. With Konoha weakened by wars against Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, and with too little time having passed since the Second Shinobi War to recover fully, Iwagakure saw an opening. If they attacked now, Konoha's vulnerability could yield substantial rewards.
Relations between Konoha and Iwagakure had never been good, especially after Inoki had been humiliated by Uchiha Madara during his youth. That grudge lingered, making Inoki all the more eager to exploit Konoha's current state. But personal animosities aside, Iwagakure had more pragmatic reasons to wage war. While Konoha had the deepest reserves of talent and resources among the 5 great shinobi villages, and Kumogakure was the most militaristically aggressive thanks to its wealth, Iwagakure was a close third in terms of military strength. However, Iwagakure's land was barren, with most of the Earth country being composed of rugged, infertile mountains. This lack of resources meant Iwagakure had to pour everything into its military. Yet, this created a paradox. Its military grew stronger, but its economy couldn't sustain such growth indefinitely. Without enough revenue to support its expanding forces, Iwagakure faced financial collapse. Fortunately, the daimyo of the Earth country was as committed to military strength as Iwagakure's leadership, and his support kept them afloat. But this couldn't last forever. When a nation's military power far outstrips its economic capacity, war becomes its only solution. And now, Inoki had set his sights on Konoha, whose current weakness made it an irresistible target. Not far behind Kosuka, a group of Iwagakure shinobi was relentlessly pursuing him. Meanwhile, Minato returned from scouting with a concerned expression. "Takuya, Kusagakure has gone into full alert," he reported. Having visited Kusagakure many times, Minato was familiar with their typical behavior. During the Second Shinobi War, even when disaster loomed, Kusagakure's shinobi preferred to lay low and avoid confrontation. For them to be on high alert now suggested something was amiss. "Not surprising," Takuya replied, his tone dripping with disdain. "Kusagakure's shinobi are as spineless as their namesake suggests. They're weeds, swaying wherever the wind blows. Today, they side with Konoha for benefits. Tomorrow, they'll betray us for favors or threats from Iwagakure. I'd bet they've already thrown their lot in with Iwagakure. Should we send this intel back to the village?" Minato asked, frowning. A betrayal like this from an ally was aggravating, especially given the Hokage's insistence on maintaining ties with Kusagakure. Minato agreed with Takuya. Such alliances were better severed. Kusagakure should have its military strength dismantled, leaving them no choice but to remain neutral like the Land of Rivers. "No need," Takuya said, shaking his head as he gazed toward Kusagakure's direction from their vantage point. "Our mission is to extract Mariboshi Kosuka. Let's leave other matters to the village. If you're really concerned, you could always use the toads of Mount Mayaboku to relay the message." Since Jiraiya had already returned to Konoha, the toads were the best option for sending long-distance messages quickly. After a moment's thought, Minato shook his head. He'd rather avoid troubling the toads, especially given how often they were called upon for such tasks. "I'll let it slide for now. We're almost done here anyway. Once we've got the elder, we'll head straight back to Konoha. A day or two won't make a difference." Minato's face turned slightly green as he recalled the delicacies offered by the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Their infamous bug feasts were enough to make anyone think twice about requesting favors. Takuya burst into laughter, easily guessing Minato's concerns. "Let me guess, you're afraid the toads will nag you? Could you not?" Minato grumbled, rolling his eyes. The following day, as the rendezvous time approached, the group left their temporary hideout and headed for the meeting point. Minato took up his scouting role again, leaving Takuya and Pakura to wait at the agreed location. "He's here." Before the scheduled time, Mariboshi Kosuka appeared, punctual and reliable beyond Takuya's expectations. Missions involving extractions like this often come with intense battles. It's not uncommon for enemies to arrive before the extraction team even has a chance to rendezvous with their target. Landing steadily on an upturned rock, Mariboshi Kosuka refrained from approaching immediately. His wrinkled, aged face turned toward the 3 figures ahead. He needed to confirm their identities first. "You're quicker than I expected, Senior." Takuya took out the mission scroll given to him by Tsunade. Holding it up, he used Konoha's special technique to break the encrypted seal and unroll the scroll in front of Kosuka. Only then did the vigilance in Kosuka's eyes fade. Once the identities were confirmed, Kosuka let out a sigh of relief. "So, you're little Tsunade's friend, Yagami Takuya?" Considering his age and seniority, it was perfectly reasonable for him to address Tsunade as Little Tsunade. Most Konoha shinobi were his juniors, after all. Little Tsunade. It had been ages since Takuya had heard anyone call her that. Tsunade's reaction to hearing it would undoubtedly be priceless. Takuya's mouth twitched slightly as he put away the scroll and changed the subject. "Senior, this isn't the place for idle chatter. Let's return to the Land of Fire."
It seems Kusagakure has sided with Iwagakure.
You're right.
Kosuka's kind and gentle expression turned serious. There are still quite a few Iwagakure shinobi tracking me. We need to leave now. I'll stay behind to cover our retreat. Minato volunteered for the rearguard duty.
Takuya waved him off.
Pakura can handle it. There's no need for you. While Takuya would have enjoyed seeing Minato cause trouble for Iwagakure, rearguard duty was more fitting for Pakura. Moreover, Pakura needed opportunities to contribute. It would help her integrate into Konoha.
Pakura?
Minato blinked in confusion, but before he could say anything further, Takuya had already turned to leave, leaving Minato awkwardly misreading the situation. Not long after the trio departed, a sizable Iwagakure shinobi unit caught up to them. Facing dozens of pursuers, including 2 jonin leading the group, Pakura didn't give them a chance to react. She launched her most powerful attack, raining indiscriminate destruction upon them. The Iwagakure shinobi, still focused on tracking Kosuka's movements, were caught off guard as fiery orbs descended from the sky.
Boom!
Under such conditions, the devastating power of Scorch release exceeded expectations. Iwagakure's forces were thrown into disarray, with many dead or severely injured. The surprise attack Pakura delivered was nothing short of catastrophic.
Scorch release. Pakura.
Only after suffering heavy casualties did the Iwagakure shinobi realize who had ambushed them and caused such devastation. Standing on a tree branch, Pakura glanced dispassionately at the carnage she had wrought. Without a word, she turned and left. Her mission was simple: act as the rearguard. Rearguard missions could take many forms, but the typical approach was to delay and block the enemy, preventing them from continuing their pursuit. Pakura, however, had annihilated over half the pursuers. Faced with such losses, the remaining Iwagakure shinobi lacked the courage to chase her further. Chasing Pakura meant risking total annihilation, a gamble they were unwilling to take. After finishing her task, Pakura left without looking back. Takuya and the others weren't moving particularly fast.
Before long, Pakura caught up to them.
How did it go? Takuya asked, glancing back. A squad led by 2 jonin, but no elite jonin. Over half were killed or injured. They shouldn't pursue further, Pakura replied after some thought. Takuya grinned and gave her a thumbs up.
Well done.
I'm sure their heads are still ringing from the shock. A squad of dozens, ambushed mid-pursuit and losing half their number in an instant. No one could take such a blow in stride. Without an elite jonin to lead them, even the thought of chasing Pakura would be sheer folly. Pakura wasn't an easy target by any stretch.
Ha ha ha.
Minato burst into laughter, and the relaxed atmosphere brought a smile to Kosuka's face as well. Trailing behind Takuya, Pakura's lips curled slightly upward. It was clear she was in good spirits. The conversation shifted to Iwagakure. Takuya couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Inoki. Inoki really is something else. With no suitable successor, he's held onto the Tsuchikage seat for so many years. That can't have been easy for him. Compared to the 3rd Hokage and his contemporaries, Inoki was much older. Yet one had to admit, Inoki was the kind of person who only grew craftier with age. Unfortunately, his advanced years inevitably limited his strength. But with no appropriate heir in sight, Inoki had no choice but to endure.
Minato
tilted his head curiously. Iwagakure's military is strong, and they have plenty of capable shinobi who can hold their own. Why do you say there's no suitable successor? This question had sparked much speculation over the years. Some believed Inoki was simply too ambitious to relinquish power. Others thought he was secretly grooming an heir. There were also rumors that Inoki intended to pass the title to his son, Kuratsuchi. As the Tsuchikage's son, Kuratsuchi's lineage gave him a significant advantage.
He.
Kosuka chuckled knowingly. Iwagakure isn't lacking candidates, it's just that Inoki's standards are too high. How high are we talking? This claim piqued everyone's curiosity, even Pakura's. Old man, if you're going to bring this up, you might as well explain it outright. Why drag me into this? Takuya sighed inwardly, caught between amusement and exasperation. Inoki has grand ambitions. He hopes to cultivate someone capable of wielding dust release to succeed him. But his vision is bound to fail.
That's insane.
The idea of grooming a dust release user as a successor was nothing short of delusional.
Ahem.
Minato's expression turned peculiar. Well, I think it's clear why Inoki hasn't found a successor. His expectations are way too high. Pakura opted to remain silent, her thoughts aligning with Minato's sentiment. Kosuka, on the other hand, continued to chuckle. History would prove Minato correct. Even by the end of the Fourth Shinobi War, no second dust release user had emerged to take Inoki's place. Good thing Konoha doesn't require mastering would release to become Hokage. That would have been a nightmare. Thinking of Konoha's history, Minato couldn't resist poking fun at the idea. With such high expectations, even Tobirama Senju would have been disqualified in Konoha. Imagine being unable to use would release. Would you even dare to succeed the Hokage and become the second?
Would you? Ha ha ha.
Minato's quip was nothing short of genius. Takuya burst into laughter, while Mariboshi Kosuka maintained his signature smile. Pakura, however, couldn't help but chuckle at the humor. Young shinobi often had plenty to talk about. Takuya and Minato bantered animatedly, occasionally joined by Pakura, while Kosuka mostly acted as a spectator. After entering the Land of Fire, Kosuka even demonstrated his impressive cooking skills to the group. It's said that when someone provides you with food, it's hard to speak ill of them. However, after tasting Kosuka's cooking, both Minato and Pakura couldn't help but look at him with newfound admiration, especially when he packed up his large pot and ladle, carrying them on his back. Senior, wouldn't it be more convenient to store these items in a sealing scroll? Minato, ever kind-hearted, couldn't bear to watch the elderly shinobi carrying such heavy equipment and offered a gentle suggestion. Takuya, too, often carried many items during his travels, but he always stored them in sealing scrolls, retrieving them only when needed. Carrying a large pot around like Kosuka did? Takuya would rather give up cooking altogether. Imagine the embarrassment of being laughed at wherever he went. Kosuka smiled faintly at Minato's suggestion. Those scrolls are too expensive for an old man like me. Besides, I'm used to it, it's quite fine. With no enemies chasing them from behind, the group of four didn't rush their journey. What was puzzling, however, was how both Takuya and Minato became increasingly distant toward Kosuka as the journey progressed.
This was odd.
Kosuka didn't need anyone to fawn over him, but as juniors, shouldn't they show some care and concern for their elder? Instead, the two maintained a peculiar balance. Not too enthusiastic, but not intentionally aloof either.
Pakura, who kept her distance, was understandable.
Having joined Konoha midway, her position was naturally awkward, making it difficult to grow too close to anyone. But what about Takuya and Minato? Takuya's attitude could be explained, but Minato? Wasn't he the exemplary shinobi the third Hokage often praised? His behavior shouldn't have been so restrained. Kosuka felt suspicious, but neither Takuya nor Minato seemed to notice. The reason they kept their distance from Kosuka was quite simple. To Takuya, Kosuka was just another relic from the era of the third Hokage, a well-meaning relic perhaps, but their positions inherently clashed. Respect for Kosuka's character didn't mean they could find common ground. And since they couldn't truly align, why go out of his way to curry favor? A polite level of respect sufficed. Once the mission ended, Takuya planned to part ways, knowing there would be little reason to meet again. Minato's reasoning was even simpler. Since Kosuka represented the ideals of the Will of Fire, maintaining some distance was the safest choice. Better to avoid inadvertently getting himself, or Takuya, into trouble. 3 days after entering the Land of Fire, the group arrived at Konoha and headed to the Hokage's office to report their mission. The debriefing process went smoothly. After Tsunade inquired about the general details and stamped the mission scroll, the assignment was officially completed. Takuya and the others only needed to wait for their reward and contribution points. Oh, by the way, Kusagakure seems off. The village has entered a state of high alert and appears to have aligned with Iwagakure. Be prepared, another war could break out at any time. After reminding Tsunade, Takuya led Minato and Pakura out of the office. Kosuka's specific mission didn't concern them, as Tsunade would handle it appropriately. These past few years have been tough for the village, Minato sighed as they left the Hokage building. The Second Shinobi War had only ended a few years ago, and now the Third Shinobi War was looming, its outbreak chaotic and senseless. Battles with Kirigakure had been fierce and evenly matched. But then Tsunagakure had struck covertly. Just as the conflicts with these villages were settling, yet another war threatened to erupt. Iwagakure and Kumogakure's military strength has grown alarmingly. As their forces expand, the hawkish factions within their villages grow bolder, making war inevitable. Villages need resources and a way to divert internal tensions. War is the simplest solution. Takuya patted Minato's shoulder and shook his head.
Let's go eat.
These are matters beyond our control. Whether war breaks out depends on the enemy's decisions. Konoha didn't have the luxury of choice, it was always in a reactive position. Throughout its history, Konoha had rarely initiated conflicts. The Second Shinobi War, in which it declared war on Amegakure, was a rare exception. Konoha's wealth made it a target for other villages eager to take a bite out of the fat meat that was the land of fire. This abundance of resources and advantageous environment meant Konoha was perpetually under attack. The only way to change this dynamic would be for Konoha to dominate so completely that the other 4 great shinobi villages wouldn't dare to act. But as long as the balance of power shifted even slightly, war would erupt.
You're right.
I guess I'm worrying for nothing, Minato said with his trademark smile, scratching his head sheepishly. Takuya couldn't help but think that this habit of his would never change. Jiraiya's quirks were evidently infectious. Minato had picked up this mannerism after spending time with him, just as Naruto would in the future. Instead of heading to a hot pot restaurant, the group chose a small eatery where they ordered some food. Pakura, you should have some strong opinions on this.
What's your take? Takuya asked.
Although Tsunagekyu's military wasn't as fearsome as Awagakure or Kumogakure's, the circumstances were similar. They all sought to resolve internal conflicts through war. Primarily, war is used to alleviate internal financial pressures and conflicts. Essentially, it's politically driven, Pakura replied after some thought. She wasn't familiar with Awagakure or Kumogakure's internal affairs, but Tsunagekyur faced similar issues. Tight finances and internal strife left war as the only option. Delaying would only worsen their situation. Now you see.
Takuya winked at Minato.
Minato sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation.
Fine, no point overthinking.
Let's just enjoy the good days while they last. If even Yagami Takuya doesn't worry about this, why should I? Minato decided it was better to focus on simpler concerns, like where to relax later. Takuya, meanwhile, had a clear plan: eat, go home for fresh clothes, then unwind at the hot springs. Unfortunately, Uchiha Makoto's sudden arrival disrupted his plans. Makoto-san, have you eaten?
Not yet.
Makoto sat down beside Takuya, her expression weary and troubled. Rubbing her temples, it was clear she had something on her mind. I'm not really in the mood to eat. Uchiha Makoto offered a bitter smile, aware she was spoiling the atmosphere. Did something happen? Takuya put down his chopsticks. In such a situation, who could still focus on eating? Understanding the situation was the priority. Minato and Pakura also set their utensils aside, all eyes turning to Mikoto.
Takuya, I need your help.
The Uchiha clan needs your help. The Uchiha had stationed people at the village gates, relaying news to the clan the moment Takuya returned. Mikoto had come straight away. It looked like a serious issue. Could it be another conflict between the village leadership and the Uchiha? Takuya rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
That didn't seem right.
If the leadership had clashed with the Uchiha again, Tsunade would have mentioned it during their meeting in the Hokage's office. Tsunade wouldn't keep such matters from him, especially since anything involving the Uchiha also concerned Mikoto. And if Mikoto were involved, Takuya would undoubtedly step in. Is it something serious that you can't resolve on your own?
Yes.
Mikoto sighed heavily, her voice filled with frustration.
It's Obito.
The boy has gone missing.
What?
Minato's mouth fell open in shock.
Uchiha Obito?
He knew the boy, a kid who didn't act like a typical Uchiha. Obito enjoyed helping others, especially the elderly. Given his connection to Kakashi, Minato had some familiarity with him. Pakura, on the other hand, was clueless about who Obito was.
Missing?
You're not joking. Takuya was equally startled and pressed for details. When did this happen? Was it reported to the village? Missing persons weren't unusual in the dangerous world of the hidden villages, even in Konoha. People often disappeared without a trace, and many cases went unreported. Spies were often the culprits, making people vanish and taking their places to infiltrate and gather intelligence. But targeting members of a prominent clan like the Uchiha? That was rare. The Sharingan's ability to pierce through most disguises made such infiltration attempts incredibly risky. Not yet, Mikoto admitted. It happened 2 days ago. Obito's grandmother passed away. The boy was devastated. The clan helped with the funeral arrangements, but then Obito disappeared overnight, and his grandmother's body vanished as well. The clan, led by the patriarch, has been searching inside and out for days now. Such matters couldn't be made public, they had to be handled discreetly, at least until a report to the village became unavoidable. The Uchiha were desperately trying to locate Obito. Finding him would be ideal, but even recovering a body would suffice. If they failed, they'd have no choice but to report it to the Hokage's office and face the consequences. Obito's parents had died long ago, leaving him in his grandmother's care. Perhaps influenced by her, Obito had developed a habit of helping the elderly. But who could have imagined that he would disappear overnight? Could it be Black Zetsu? Takuya couldn't think of anyone else who would take an interest in Obito, the supposed failure of the Uchiha clan. Even spies looking to abduct someone wouldn't target a kid like him. Obito was too well known for being a nobody. The Uchiha now had to determine whether Obito was missing or dead. Either scenario would have significant repercussions. The Uchiha's power was already heavily restricted, leaving Mikoto no choice but to represent the clan and seek Takuya's help.
Help? Not a chance.
Takuya was almost certain this was Black Zetsu's doing. To abduct Obito and his grandmother's body silently from Konoha required a level of skill few possessed. Anyone capable of such an act wouldn't bother targeting someone like Obito unless there was a specific reason. More promising targets, like prodigious young talents or Fugaku's sons, would have been far more logical choices.
But Obito?
Before his eventual descent into darkness, he was little more than unrefined potential, a hollow shell of talent. This is difficult, Takuya finally said, refusing to agree to help search. He laid out his analysis calmly. Whoever orchestrated this, it's been days. Obito has either been taken far away or his body has been disposed of. Finding him will be nearly impossible. Given Konoha's current situation, Mikoto-san, you know as well as I do that the ENBU is still undergoing reorganization. They won't be much help. My advice is to report this directly to the Hokage. If the Uchiha find that difficult, I can speak to Tsunade on your behalf. The disappearance of a clan member was a problem that could be downplayed or magnified. On the smaller end, it was a minor issue. On the larger end, it could spell trouble for the Uchiha, as the leadership might seize upon the incident to tighten their grip. That's why the Uchiha had opted to handle the matter privately, exhausting every avenue before resorting to a report. They understood all too well the village's stance toward them. Given the circumstances, searching further was futile. Reporting the incident was the best course of action. Despite having braced herself, Mikoto still found it hard to accept. If Obito had died on a mission or the battlefield, the clan could reconcile with such an outcome. But for an Uchiha to disappear on their own turf was nothing short of a slap in the face. Coupled with the leadership stance, the Uchiha were forced to keep the incident under wraps, searching tirelessly in hopes of finding Obito, or at least his body. Unfortunately, they hadn't found even the slightest trace, despite exhausting all possible methods. That was why Mikoto had come to Takuya. But there was little he could do for them. Whether searching within the village or pursuing leads outside, Takuya lacked the resources to dedicate to such a task. Asking Tsunade for help was also out of the question. She was already overwhelmed and couldn't spare energy for this. As for confronting Madara Uchiha, Takuya had no interest in stepping into that quagmire. The storylines of this world had already deviated significantly from the original. That Madara would have Black Zetsu abduct Obito ahead of schedule wasn't surprising at all. The village side of things, leave that to me. As long as the Uchiha don't stir up trouble, Tsunade won't target your clan. When you return, tell Fugaku to keep the hawks in your clan under control. If they stay calm, Tsunade can gradually dismantle the remnants of the previous leadership's policies. Takuya's expression turned serious. Remember, total calm is required. I trust Fugaku will understand what I mean, and I believe he's capable of ensuring it. Fugaku might not have been the most competent clan leader, he lacked authority internally and was too soft externally. But Takuya valued one thing about him: when he was ruthless, he could be utterly decisive. When the time came to make a decision, Takuya believed Fugaku Uchiha would do the right thing, even if it meant raising his blade against his own clansmen. As long as he could purge the troublemakers from the family, the Uchiha clan could secure a path for long-term growth. Fugaku wouldn't hesitate to act. I understand. I'll pass your message to the clan leader, Mikoto Uchiha said solemnly before leaving. The atmosphere for their meal was utterly ruined. Looking at Minato and Pakura, who had also lost their appetite, Takuya sighed in exasperation. Why is it so hard to enjoy a simple meal? Forget it. Takuya tossed his chopsticks aside and stood up. Minato, head to the market and get plenty of ingredients. When I get back from the Hokage's office, let's have a barbecue this afternoon. Pakura, go find Kushina and gather the necessary seasonings. I won't take long. Got it, Pakura nodded. Minato didn't waste any time, vanishing from the small restaurant in a blur to head to the market. Takuya paid the bill and left for the Hokage's office. You're back already? Tsunade looked at Takuya in surprise. He had only left a little while ago. Why did he look so serious? Had something major happened in the village? Takuya pulled up a chair and sat across from her desk, meeting her gaze directly. Obito Uchiha has gone missing, along with his grandmother's body. The Uchiha clan has been searching for days but hasn't found any leads.
What? Tsunade shot to her feet in shock. That doesn't make sense.
Who could have entered the Uchiha clan's territory and abducted someone? Before the Ninetales attack, the Uchiha clan's district was located in the village's central area, heavily guarded. Even a regular civilian would be immediately noticed upon entering. Tsunade couldn't fathom who could infiltrate the Uchiha stronghold, abduct someone, and even take an elderly woman's body. Did they think the dozens of Uchiha Jonin were just for show?
And it didn't end there.
The Yenbyu, tasked with monitoring the Uchiha's activities, had reported nothing unusual. Given their recent restructuring, they hadn't paid much attention to the clan's odd behavior while searching for Obito. Tsunade wasn't the third Hokage. She had no intention of micromanaging the Uchiha. With the Hokage unconcerned, the Yenbyu wouldn't fixate on the Uchiha either. I don't know, Takuya replied, spreading his hands. They've already been missing for days. Whether Obito is alive or dead is unclear. Mikoto came to me personally, but there's nothing I can do. I'm reporting it to prevent certain people from using this as an excuse to cause trouble for the Uchiha.
How strange.
Why would someone target Obito specifically? Tsunade was deeply puzzled. As she gradually took on more authority, Tsunade had started paying attention to the ninja academy. She was familiar with Obito, one of the academy's well-known students.
Her assessment of him?
A smaller version of Jiraiya. In plain terms, decent talent but not particularly bright. After some thought, Tsunade called out toward the door. Has there been any suspicious activity in the village over the past few days, especially near the Uchiha district? One of the Anbyu guarding the Hokage's office entered, bowing respectfully before replying.
None, Hokage-sama.
No suspicious individuals have been seen near the Uchiha district. As for the rest of the village, it's difficult to monitor everything comprehensively. The Yenbyu were in the midst of a significant overhaul. The Yenbyu commander, Tsukumo Hatake, was determined to implement sweeping reforms. Until the restructuring was complete, their ability to monitor the village's movements was limited.
I see.
Thank you for your efforts, Tsunade said, dismissing the Anbyu member without further questions. She turned back to Takuya, her expression apologetic.
You heard them.
Takuya wasn't surprised by the response. If Black Zetsu's actions were that easy to detect, the Fourth Great Ninja War wouldn't have unfolded the way it did. Black Zetsu had fooled everyone time and time again. It was clear what Black Zetsu wanted. Takuya didn't bother worrying about it. He had no interest in clashing with Madara Uchiha or preventing Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection. Whether Kaguya could successfully revive was uncertain, and even if she did, so what? As long as Takuya could protect the people close to him, that was enough. He didn't believe the Sage of Six Paths and his brother would remain passive if their mother truly returned. After all, the sage had demonstrated his ability to intervene remotely during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Unlike other transmigrators who feared Kaguya would kill them, Takuya felt no such concern. He knew the sage and his brother wouldn't sit idly by. When you think about it, isn't it terrifying? The Sage of Six Paths, with all his strength, had been watching the ninja world from the afterlife. And where was this afterlife? The Pure Land, a place where the souls of the dead gathered. Could it be that the sage had been collecting souls to strengthen himself? If the sage could exist posthumously, couldn't his brother as well? Given these considerations, why worry? Living a good life was the most logical choice. Strong enemies would naturally be handled by those equally strong.
All right.
Takuya saw no need for Tsunade to drop everything to search for Obito. Reporting the incident was sufficient. What do you think about the Uchiha situation? The Uchiha clan had always been a thorny issue, standing as an obstacle since Tsunade had taken on leadership responsibilities. Personally, she bore no prejudice against the Uchiha, provided they didn't cause trouble. We'll handle it as necessary, Takuya said with a shrug. Just remember one thing, Fugaku Uchiha is someone worth aligning with. When the time comes to make a choice, he'll be more anxious than you, and far more ruthless. It's possible there will be significant sacrifices within the Uchiha. But for now, it's too early to act. Once you become the fourth Hokage, you can address it slowly. The Uchiha wouldn't stir up trouble in the short term. Addressing their issues now would be premature, especially since Tsunade hadn't yet assumed the mantle of fourth Hokage. Once she was in full control, dealing with the Uchiha would be far easier. Otherwise, the third Hokage and his old guard would inevitably interfere, creating unnecessary complications.
You're right.
Since you're the one suggesting this, you can handle stabilizing and communicating with Fugaku Uchiha, Tsunade said, promptly tossing the responsibility to Takuya.
You. Takuya was left speechless.
This is your problem, and now you're dumping it on me?
Woman, you've gotten cocky.
Suddenly, Takuya reached out and pinched Tsunade's cheeks, pulling them outward into a square shape. Tsunade, who had just picked up a document, froze in disbelief. The ANBU observing from the shadows were equally dumbfounded.
These two.
Could they be serious? This is the Hokage's office. You little brat. Tsunade erupted, ready to hit him, but Takuya quickly dodged, laughing as he left. Barbecue this afternoon. Come early if you want some. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Barbecue my foot.
You're dead meat, just wait. Rubbing her reddened cheeks, Tsunade muttered a few curses under her breath. After parting ways with Takuya, Mikoto returned to the Uchiha compound and relayed his exact words to Fugaku. Though the message was brief, it sent shivers down Fugaku's spine. Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but suspect that the clan might have spies planted by Takuya or the village leadership. Otherwise, how would Takuya know about the hawkish elders within the clan?
Could it be Mikoto?
No, she hadn't participated in any of the private gatherings.
So who could it be?
It seemed that internal clan matters required immediate attention. They couldn't afford any trouble. While concerned, Fugaku also felt a sense of relief. Takuya's words were clear: as long as the Uchiha didn't cause trouble, Tsunade would mediate on their behalf, and the higher-ups wouldn't increase the pressure on them. Other issues could only be addressed when the timing was right. After all, Tsunade had yet to officially assume the position of fourth Hokage. Holding power didn't mean every decision she made represented the authority of the Hokage. Only after formally taking the mantle would she have full legitimacy. Fugaku decided he needed a detailed discussion with Takuya. He asked Mikoto to arrange a meeting. In the garden outside Takuya's residence, a lively barbecue party was underway. Kushina had even invited her clan members, and aside from those tied up with work, nearly everyone attended. Unfortunately, Nawaki, who was stuck keeping an eye on Danzo in prison, had no chance to join the festivities. Even Mikoto, who had initially returned to her duties at the Konoha police force, took leave to attend after hearing about the gathering. Fugaku, with a knowing smile, not only approved her leave but granted her additional days off, ostensibly to let her rest, but anyone could see his ulterior motive. The party was cheerful, filled with laughter, though the antics of a few rowdy kids running around and yelling made Takuya's eyelid twitch. No matter the world, mischievous kids, especially those a few years old, were always a headache. Mikoto gently dabbed the sweat from Takuya's forehead with a handkerchief and handed him a chilled drink, speaking softly. The patriarch wants to meet with you. Takuya took a long sip from the straw, flipped the skewers on the grill, and brushed on more oil.
Clicking his tongue, he replied. Tell him we'll talk later. It's still too soon.
As long as the Uchiha don't stir up trouble, the village won't add pressure on them.
This is a win-win situation.
I trust the clan leader can manage it. It seemed the hawkish elders in the Uchiha clan would be having a hard time soon. Mikoto, however, didn't feel any sympathy for them. Her job was to deliver the message. Whether Takuya chose to meet Fugaku or not was up to him. Once Tsunade's portion of the barbecue was packed into a container, Takuya handed over grilling duties to Minato, who had spent the entire afternoon happily eating with his girlfriend. Scanning the area, Takuya spotted Kakashi sitting alone in a corner, his gaze fixed on someone. A mischievous glint flashed in Takuya's eyes. He walked over, clapped a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, and teased.
Not bad.
Bringing your girlfriend to the party, huh?
What? No, I didn't.
Kakashi turned bright red, immediately shaking his head in denial. Inviting his students to the party was only natural, but Takuya hadn't expected Kakashi, a typically reserved boy, to bring a girl along. That girl was none other than Rin Noera, the one who always held a special place in Obito's heart. At the moment, Rin was patiently entertaining the rowdy kids, her gentle demeanor shining through. If it were Takuya, he wouldn't last 5 minutes in her place. She's been worried about Obito, Kakashi admitted sheepishly. He hasn't been coming to class lately, and Rin's been upset. I thought bringing her here might cheer her up. If she's not your girlfriend, then why are you blushing? Takuya raised an eyebrow, making Kakashi squirm uncomfortably as though sitting on a chair full of nails. All right, I'll stop teasing you, Takuya said with a smirk. How's your training coming along? There's a practical exam later, and don't expect Pakura to go easy on you. Takuya had long delegated Kakashi's practical assessments to Pakura, who followed his instructions rigorously. Other than refraining from causing serious injury, her approach to training was simple: hit hard. "I won't disappoint you, sensei," Kakashi said, his expression turning serious. "Good. Just keep your head on straight." Though Kakashi often seemed aloof, he had a surprisingly thin skin, blushing easily when caught off guard. As for Rin, Takuya didn't know what to make of this kind-hearted, naive girl. She was warm and caring, almost to a fault, embodying the qualities of the perfect girl next door. Anyone she considered a friend could count on her support. But this trait often caused problems. Her warmth could give others the mistaken impression that she had romantic feelings for them. Take her relationships with Kakashi and Obito, for example. Rin seemed drawn to Kakashi, admiring his strength and often staying close to him. Yet she was equally gentle and kind to Obito, offering him comfort and encouragement. In many ways, Rin was like a radiant sun, shining her warmth on everyone in need. While Makoto's kindness was reserved for those she cared about, maintaining a polite distance from others, Rin treated everyone with the same boundless compassion. And therein lay the problem. "That girl has a wonderful personality. She reminds me of myself," Makoto said with a smile, noticing Takuya's gaze lingering on Rin. "No, it's different." Takuya shook his head. "Your kindness is selective, reserved for me and your family. Hers, it's like the sun, shining on everyone." Ah. Makoto was taken aback by the comparison. A sun that radiates its light to everyone? Thinking about it, there was some truth to it. Makoto began to feel sympathy for anyone who fell for Rin. While Kakashi sat in a daze, his thoughts elsewhere, Obito's situation was far bleaker. Abducted by Black Zetsu, Obito found himself imprisoned in an underground chamber. Groggy and confused, he awoke to see an unervingly old man dressed in ominous attire, a man who looked so terrifying he almost wet himself. That man turned out to be Madara Uchiha, someone Obito knew from clan history. At first, Obito thought Madara was the Grim Reaper, come to take him to the afterlife. But once things were explained, Obito's fears subsided. Madara wasn't the Grim Reaper, nor was he there to kill Obito. Instead, he droned on about topics Obito barely understood. What a waste of breath. After hours of ranting, Madara realized Obito wasn't grasping the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, a single comment from Black Zetsu, about Kakashi and Rin attending a party and having fun, had a much greater impact. Hearing this, Obito was utterly devastated. The thought of being trapped in this dark, lifeless space while Rin, the girl he adored, became someone else's girlfriend, or worse, someone else's wife, tore him apart. It was proof that the simpler a person's mind and the deeper their obsession, the easier they were to manipulate. With Rin Noara as the trigger and the loss of his grandmother serving as emotional fuel, Obito Uchiha's personality began to shift in subtle but dangerous ways. None of this was known to the outside world. The matter of Obito's disappearance was quietly covered up. Over time, even his classmates at the academy gradually accepted the reality that Obito had simply left. As the dust settled, Kirigakure's delegation arrived in Konoha, and peace talks between the two villages formally began. This time, Yagura openly represented Kirigakure, coming to Konoha as a member of the negotiation team. It was widely known that Yagura was the most likely candidate to become the fourth Mizukage. To honor his arrival, Konoha extended him every courtesy. However, negotiations centered on war were destined to be lengthy and complex. Congratulations! It looks like you'll officially become the fourth Mizukage before long. After a day of negotiations, Yagura personally came to visit Takuya, accompanied by the individuals Takuya had requested, in hopes of retrieving the Samahata blade from him. The Kirigakure delegation had brought 2 Uchiha Clan shinobi who had already awakened ice release as part of the deal. If that's what congratulations feel like, I'd rather not have them. Though Yagura was officially the chosen candidate for Mizukage, his expression was far from cheerful. The third Mizukage had left Kirigakure in shambles. And thanks to Takuya's antics, the village's condition had only worsened. Kirigakure was now barely hanging on. While Konoha had also suffered significant losses, everything was relative. In comparison, Kirigakure had bled far more heavily. Yagura, ruthless as he might be, was loyal to his village and truly wished for its prosperity. Unlike some, he would never harm the village for personal gain. He hadn't initially been interested in competing for the Mizukage title. However, under pressure from his mentor, he was forced to step forward, using his influence to eliminate other candidates and secure his place as the frontrunner. Once the negotiations between the two villages concluded, Yagura would return to Kirigakure to formally assume the mantle of Mizukage. Any progress in tracking the third Mizukage? Since Yagura seemed disinclined to discuss his promotion, Takuya shifted the topic. None. Yagura's youthful face creased in frustration. He had spent countless hours worrying over the matter. It's as if he vanished completely. There's no trace to be found. Looks like your village has a real headache on its hands. Takuya's tone was laced with schadenfreude, unabashed and intentional. After all, it didn't concern Konoha. Why shouldn't he laugh? And really, what was wrong with laughing? Kirigakure had managed to create such a massive scandal on its own. Surely a bit of ridicule was warranted? At least Konoha had refrained from spreading the news, which was already a kindness. Yagura clenched his fists on the table, his glare toward Takuya growing sharper by the second. He wanted nothing more than to punch that smug face, but he restrained himself. It wasn't just because he would lose in a fight. Kirigakure still needed Konoha's cooperation on critical matters. Besides, the ongoing peace talks made this an entirely inappropriate time for conflict.
Alright, enough gloating. Let's get to the point.
You're not here just to retrieve Samahada, are you? Sensing he had pushed enough buttons, Takuya changed the subject. If it were merely about exchanging Samahada, the negotiation team could have handled it officially. There was no need for Yagura to meet him personally. Clearly, there was more to the visit.
You're right.
Yagura's expression turned serious. On behalf of Kirigakure, I'm here to request your assistance in capturing our village's tailed beasts. Konoha had its share of problems, but Kirigakure was in utter chaos. Yagura had to oversee internal purges, handle peace negotiations, and now take charge of capturing their village's tailed beasts. After consulting with his mentor, Yagura had decided to take advantage of the peace talks to request Konoha's help in capturing the 3 tails and 6 tails.
Wait.
Are you telling me your village can't even catch its own tailed beasts? Takuya's eyes widened in disbelief. Yagura, are you joking? While the 3 tails and 6 tails were difficult to deal with, being partial to hiding in the sea, surely Kirigakure could manage without outside help. Yagura's fists clenched tighter, his gaze growing colder. Because someone infiltrated Kirigakure and wreaked havoc, our sealing teams were severely impacted. They're nearly disbanded.
Cough cough.
Takuya choked on his own breath. It seemed this was partially his fault. He hadn't specifically targeted their sealing teams during his operations, it was just bad luck that they got caught in the crossfire. Clearing his throat, Takuya quickly tried to deflect. Well, this isn't something I can decide. You'll need to speak with the Hokage or Tsunade. They're the ones in charge. Takuya had zero interest in a mission to capture tailed beasts. It was Kirigakure's problem, not his. At most, Yagura could borrow Konoha's sealing teams to assist. Predictably, Yagura had anticipated this response. The Hokage and Tsunade both said the mission would require your consent before Konoha could accept it. What's going on with Konoha? Since when did high-level missions need the individual's approval before being assigned? Shouldn't the leadership's decision be final? Sorry, but I refuse. Takuya declined without hesitation. I have no interest in a tailed beast capture mission. You'd be better off asking someone else, like Jiraiya or Orochimaru, who's about to return to the village. They have the skills for it. With a sealing team, as long as the tailed beasts aren't hiding in extreme environments, success is practically guaranteed. May I ask why you're refusing? Yagura's tone was measured but persistent. The war is over, and our villages are negotiating peace. In the future, we're meant to be reliable allies. Wouldn't accepting this request strengthen ties and improve relations? Typically, tasks that bolstered inter-village relationships were never turned down, and the leadership often issued mandatory orders. Yet, when it came to Takuya, there seemed to be an exception. The third Hokage had outright stated he couldn't make this decision and had silently deferred to Tsunade. Tsunade, in turn, had shrugged and told Yagura, "You'll have to ask him directly. If he agrees, the mission can proceed immediately." Takuya sighed, sensing Tsunade's cunning play. "Look, my answer is still no. I'm not interested, and I don't want to get involved in Kirigakure's mess. If you need help, there are plenty of capable shinobi to ask. Just not me. I personally hope that the relationship between our 2 villages can become a genuine and reliable alliance," Takuya said, spreading his hands apologetically as he addressed Yagura. "But ever since the war started, I've been constantly busy, with barely any time to rest. I'm exhausted, and right now, all I want is to relax. As for a complex and time-consuming mission like capturing tailed beasts, I'm not interested in taking it on. My apologies. There are plenty of capable people in Konoha who can help. You should consider reaching out to them." "That's quite disappointing." Yagura's eye twitched as he forced himself to remain composed. tired and needing rest? Of all the reasons he might have expected for being turned down, this was not one of them. If Takuya had been occupied with other tasks or facing difficult missions, Yagura wouldn't have pushed the matter. But being too tired? What kind of excuse was that? Disappointed but left with no choice, Yagura departed. Takuya had refused the mission, and there was no way to compel him to accept. You turned him down? Not long after Yagura left, Tsunade arrived. Seeing Takuya lounging on the couch with a book in hand, she immediately understood that Yagura had left empty-handed. Yup, Takuya replied lazily, not even looking up. I recommended that he find someone else to help, like Jiraiya. That guy has nothing better to do in the village, so sending him out on a mission will at least keep him occupied and stop him from lurking around bathhouses and hot springs. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. That actually makes sense. Jiraiya had been back in the village for only a few days, and complaints about his behavior had already piled up at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had been thoroughly embarrassed by the situation. Tsunade had wanted to kick Jiraiya into next week, but the slippery-toed sage had wisely vanished before she could find him. What about you? Why are you back? Don't you have things to oversee with the negotiation team? Takuya glanced at her over the edge of his book, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. For a moment, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was Tsunade's figure still growing? It was almost like she was defying the natural order with some kind of cheat code. Annoyed by his gaze, Tsunade gave Takuya's foot a light smack to make room for herself on the couch. She plopped down, rubbing her temples with a tired sigh. There are a few minor details left to sort out, but the old man and the Council of Elders can handle it. With the elders involved, ridiculous demands like those from Sunagakure won't happen. You're tired, and so am I. Might as well take a moment to relax. Fair enough, Takuya agreed, nodding. He couldn't argue with her reasoning. Instead of wasting energy haggling over trivial matters, it was better to let the experts handle it and give themselves some much-needed downtime. The negotiations between Konoha and Kirigakure were tough, with every scrap of benefit hotly contested. If it had just been the third Hokage handling things, Tsunade wouldn't have felt at ease. But with the Council of Elders backing him, it was a different story. The elders were known for their ability to haggle endlessly. With their help, Konoha could easily make Kirigakure's delegation tear their hair out in frustration. As for the mission to capture tailed beasts, Takuya's refusal left the task to Jiraiya. It seemed Tsunade and the third Hokage had decided to keep Jiraiya occupied, preventing him from causing more trouble in the village. The complaints had been enough to make the third Hokage want to bury his face in shame. Tasked with leading a sealing team to assist Kirigakure, Jiraiya could only begrudgingly accept his fate. The actual timeline for capturing the two tails and six tails remained uncertain, as it depended heavily on Kirigakure's efforts. This was precisely why Takuya had refused the mission. If Kirigakure had already pinpointed the tailed beasts' locations and just needed muscle to subdue them, the task wouldn't have taken long, and Takuya might have considered it. But with no confirmed locations, the mission would involve a prolonged search, potentially taking months or even years. Takuya had no interest in wasting his time on such an ordeal. With the Yuki clan shinobi delivered, Takuya ended his brief break and resumed his research into ice release. Don't be afraid. Just use your ice release as you normally would. I'm not going to conduct any human experiments or invasive studies on you. As long as you pass my tests, I can grant you Konoha citizenship, allowing you to live here peacefully. In theory, mastering ice release required combining wind and water chakra natures. In practice, reaching that point was far from simple. The negotiations between Konoha and Kirigakure stretched on for 10 grueling days, even attracting the attention of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The prospect of opening a maritime trade route, which directly impacted his wealth, compelled the daimyo to make a personal visit to Konoha. Finally, after 10 days of intense talks, the two villages signed a peace and mutual assistance agreement under the daimyo's witness. Kirigakure was now officially aligned with Konoha's interests. However, as Takuya saw it, the alliance was as flimsy as the Atlantic Ocean was vast. While the agreement stipulated mutual assistance, it lacked any binding clause requiring either side to provide military support in the event of war. In short, it was an alliance in name only. Still, the document served its purpose. It prevented Kirigakure from stabbing Konoha in the back. Large villages had reputations to uphold, and any betrayal would require a solid pretext. Given Kirigakure's current state, even if they wanted to help Konoha in a war, they lacked the resources and manpower to do so. At best, they could offer symbolic gestures of support. With the negotiations concluded, Kirigakure's delegation departed, along with Jiraiya and his sealing team. Their task was to assist Kirigakure in locating and capturing the Two Tails and Six Tails. However, their success would depend largely on Kirigakure's efforts. Jiraiya's team was there for combat and sealing, not reconnaissance. Every time Takuya thought of Jiraiya's resigned expression as he left the village, he couldn't help but laugh. No one, not even Jiraiya, could be happy about taking on such a drawn-out mission. Meanwhile, the daimyo of the Land of Fire left for his mansion with a beaming smile. The maritime trade route promised a significant boost to his coffers. Back in Konoha, the renovation of Danzo's solitary cell in the village's prison was nearing completion. Nawaki waved to the ANBU and prison guards stationed nearby. "All right, the rest is up to you. I'll be back on schedule." "Don't worry, Nawaki-sama. We won't let anyone get close. No need to be so tense. Relax a little." With a light-hearted laugh, Nawaki patted his stomach and left to grab some food, planning to return for his next shift afterward. Glancing at Danzo sitting in his specially modified cell, Nawaki couldn't help but grumble under his breath. "I really don't get what the Hokage is thinking. At a time like this, he still went out of his way to give this old guy a comfortable private cell." This wasn't the first time Nawaki had vented about it. Danzo was here to serve time, not enjoy a luxurious prison experience. It was a complete waste. Even if the funding came from the Shimura clan, the decision to agree to such ridiculous conditions made no sense. Shinobi are human too, and even the most dedicated guards can't stay on duty 24/7. Nawaki was no exception. He needed breaks to handle personal matters, eat, and rest. To ensure proper oversight, the village had assigned a squad of jonin to assist him, along with ANBU operatives providing additional security. Given these precautions, Danzo escaping seemed impossible, unless of course, there was an inside collaborator. The thought of a mole made Nawaki chuckle bitterly. Since taking on the duty of guarding Danzo, he felt like he'd become paranoid, seeing potential traitors everywhere. Yet, after so much time, nothing had happened. The only thing he'd managed to do was exhaust himself mentally. After finishing his meal, Nawaki planned a short nap. He stretched out in the rest room, propping his legs on the table and crossing his arms over his chest. Closing his eyes, he muttered, "When this mission is over, I'm taking a long break. This is ridiculous." It wasn't long before he drifted into sleep. But barely an hour later, the piercing sound of an alarm shattered the peace of the prison. Nawaki jolted awake and burst out of the room. What happened? No idea. The alarms coming from the main entrance. Konoha's prison had its own monitoring system. If triggered, alarms would echo throughout the facility, signaling either an external attack or a major breach. An external assault seemed unlikely, making a prison break the most probable cause. Please, let nothing serious have happened. Without pausing to gather more information, Nawaki rushed toward Danzo's cell. But a sinking feeling of dread was already growing in his chest. On his way, he saw several unconscious guards sprawled across the floor. That alone told him the situation was dire. Ignoring the fallen shinobi, Nawaki focused on reaching Danzo's cell as quickly as possible. When he finally arrived, his worst fears were confirmed. The ENBU operative assigned to watch Danzo had been dumped inside the cell, unconscious. Danzo himself was nowhere to be found. The squad assisting with security? Gone as well. Staring at the empty cell, Nawaki's frustration boiled over. He wanted to slap himself for the careless thought he'd had earlier. Danzo escaping would require inside help. Now, the scenario had played out exactly as he dreaded, slapping him in the face, hard. The prison descended into chaos. The successful escape of a high-profile prisoner had thrown everyone into disarray. To make matters worse, the alarm had stirred up the other inmates, causing unrest. For the guards, maintaining order among the prisoners took precedence over pursuing Danzo. A full-blown riot loomed, threatening to overwhelm the limited prison staff. Konoha's prison held some of the most dangerous individuals, and if they revolted, the situation could spiral out of control. In the original timeline, there had been a prison riot that allowed numerous inmates to escape, creating havoc throughout the village. Faced with a choice, chase after Danzo or stay to suppress the prisoners, Nawaki made a reluctant decision. Cursing under his breath, he chose to remain behind. If he left, the prison could devolve into an even greater catastrophe. He quickly dispatched messengers to inform the Hokage's office. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade, the third Hokage, and the two elder advisors were in the middle of a discussion about hospital supplies. The urgent knock at the door startled everyone before an ANBU operative entered without waiting for permission. "Hokage-sama, urgent news. Shimura Danzo has escaped from prison with the help of collaborators." He killed 2 guards during the breakout and has successfully fled. The alarm has triggered unrest among the inmates, and the situation is escalating. The third Hokage's face turned pale as he shot to his feet. No, jumped to his feet. What did you say? Danzo escaped. What is that old fool thinking? Does he plan to defect? This would make him a target for a village-wide manhunt. The advisors, Koharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado, were equally stunned. Their minds buzzed as if struck by a hammer. Meanwhile, Tsunade's reaction was less shocked and more amused. She let out a dry laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If the situation weren't so serious, she would have taken this opportunity to mock the third Hokage mercilessly. This is the man you've been bending over backward to protect? Was it worth it? Yes, Hokage-sama, the ANBU operative continued, kneeling on one knee and speaking quickly. Danzo orchestrated his escape with the help of a newly assigned support team. He made his move while Nawaki-sama was on a break. Grass is a plant. The third Hokage felt his heart sink. The Jonin support team had been personally selected by him. At the time, it seemed like a trivial matter, and Tsunade had agreed to his decision. But now, it was clear he'd inadvertently placed Danzo's allies in charge, allowing the man to escape. The Hokage realized, too late, that they had underestimated Danzo's deep network of loyalists. Deploy reinforcements to the prison immediately, the third Hokage commanded, his voice trembling with anger. Ensure the prisoners are kept under control. I'll personally lead the effort to recapture Danzo. His frustration boiled over, and blood surged to his throat. A spray of crimson escaped his lips as he coughed violently. Just hours ago, he had arranged for Danzo's cell to be upgraded for comfort, selected a team of trusted Jonin to assist Nawaki, and given every consideration to the man's welfare. And now? Danzo had thrown his goodwill to the ground, grinding it underfoot. The shame of it was unbearable. Abandoning his pipe on the desk, the third Hokage stormed out of the office. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling deeply as she watched him leave. The elder advisors turned their gaze to her, prompting an irritated response. What? Do you expect me to chase after Danzo too? Cough, no, that's not what we meant, Homura stammered. Their confusion stemmed from Tsunade's uncharacteristic calm. Normally, she would have been livid and lambasting the third Hokage by now. Instead, she simply looked resigned. Rolling her eyes dramatically, Tsunade addressed them. Why don't you both prepare Danzo's wanted notice instead? If the Hokage fails to capture him, we'll issue the bounty immediately. Set the reward at 30 million ryo for now. Once the bounty was issued, it would circulate both within the village and to bounty hunters outside. Whoever returned Danzo, alive or dead, would claim the reward. Takuya, finally. After so long, Danzo's jailbreak has arrived. This discussion can continue later, Tsunade said bluntly before leaving. She needed to find Takuya and inform him of the news. As for the third Hokage, Tsunade had little hope he would actually capture Danzo. If he managed not to let Danzo escape again, that would already be a success. Expecting him to apprehend Danzo was as futile as expecting him to deal with Orochimaru in the original timeline. Back then, Orochimaru's crimes had been exposed. If the third Hokage hadn't hesitated due to sentimentality, even with Orochimaru's exceptional escape skills, he wouldn't have gotten away so easily. With no faith in Hiruzen's Sarutobi, Tsunade decided to prepare the wanted notice and bounty for Danzo instead. She was confident that Takuya would be more than happy to take on the task of hunting down Danzo. He might even do it without the 30 million ryo bounty. In the Hokage's office, only Koharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado remained. Homura removed his glasses and rubbed the sore bridge of his nose. Do you think Hiruzen can actually bring Danzo back? What do you think? Koharu shot him a glare before standing up. You handle the wanted notice. Homura sighed. Danzo was the one who escaped. Why am I the one getting yelled at? When Tsunade arrived at Takuya's place, she found him curled up under a blanket, fast asleep. Opening the door, she noticed he didn't react to her presence at all. From his profile, she could see faint dark circles under his eyes. What's he been researching so much? Even if he masters ice release, can it really be stronger than the Sharingan? Shaking her head, Tsunade decided not to wake him gently. Instead, she leaned against the doorframe and casually said, Danzo has escaped! Exclamation point. The words Danzo has escaped jolted Takuya awake. His eyes snapped open, and he shot upright as if on springs. I knew this day would come. Tsunade smirked in satisfaction. She had known this method would work. If she had tried waking him normally, Takuya would have just rolled over and gone back to sleep, especially with how little rest he'd had recently. But mentioning Danzo, especially his escape, was guaranteed to get a reaction. Though still groggy from lack of sleep, Takuya's mind quickly cleared, and a hint of excitement surfaced in his expression. After all, he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. The prison had been unusually calm, and Danzo had seemed surprisingly well behaved, showing no signs of making a move, until now. When did he escape?
Who helped him?
Tsunade had been expecting Takuya to immediately leap out of bed, get dressed, and rush out to hunt Danzo down. Instead, he just sat there, asking questions. Shouldn't he be scrambling to arm himself and chase Danzo down to finish him off outside the village? Why was he still sitting there, looking half asleep? Tsunade stared at Takuya in confusion, her mind filled with question marks. Still, she answered his questions despite his unexpected calmness. About an hour ago. The old man has already gone out with a team to capture him, but I doubt they'll succeed. As for who helped Danzo, it was the Jonin squad the Hokage personally selected to assist Nawaki in guarding the prison. They waited until Nawaki was resting, then ambushed the ANBU operatives and broke Danzo out of his cell. Whether they were coerced or were already working for Danzo remains under investigation.
Cough cough.
Takuya, now fully awake, stared at her in disbelief. You're saying the ones who helped Danzo escape were the Jonin squad personally chosen by the Hokage? Takuya couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable. What a move. Was this pure coincidence, or had Danzo planned it? Did he still have hidden allies within the village? It sounded absurd, but the facts were undeniable. Tsunade shrugged helplessly, raising her hand in a gesture of exasperation. For a moment, Takuya just sat there stunned. Then, all at once, he burst into laughter. Uffed, ha ha ha. This is too much. My stomach hurts. I can't, ha ha ha. Takuya doubled over, tears streaming from his eyes as he laughed uncontrollably, even rolling around on the bed. Veins popped on Tsunade's forehead as she tried to keep her temper in check. This is the biggest assist ever. Poor Nawaki, he's going to be absolutely miserable. As the primary guard responsible, Nawaki would be humiliated. For years, this incident would be a mark of shame that others would bring up to tease him. But someone had it even worse, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage's face would metaphorically swell from the sheer embarrassment of it all. He had sent reinforcements to assist with guarding Danzo, only for them to end up helping Danzo escape. It was a comedic blunder that would haunt him. Takuya was sure that if this news spread, the third Hokage's reputation would be dragged through the mud. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her forehead with a slender finger. At least this happened while Nawaki was on a break. Otherwise, he'd be shouldering even more blame. But the old man is in real trouble now, he's the one who'll have to bear the brunt of responsibility for this fiasco. Takuya finally stopped laughing long enough to sit up, wiping tears from his eyes. After this blows over, I'll treat Nawaki to a meal and try to soothe his shattered pride. Saying this, Takuya pulled his blanket back over himself, clearly intending to go back to sleep. You're going back to bed? Tsunade asked, incredulous. From under the blanket, Takuya replied in a muffled voice. Why not? The Hokage is already on it, so why should I bother? Let him deal with it. Could Danzo be caught? There was a slim chance, but Takuya doubted it. Danzo was far too cunning, capable of evading most tracking methods. In the original timeline, even Orochimaru, with all his hiding skills, was nearly impossible for Jiraiya to find. If Orochimaru could pull it off, so could Danzo. If the Hokage wants to lead the charge personally, let him. It's not the first time he's embarrassed himself, and it certainly won't be the last. Besides, even if he fails, who's going to call him out on it? He's the Hokage, after all. Tsunade also doubted the third Hokage's ability to capture Danzo, but she wouldn't openly admit it, not when he was her teacher. Still, she couldn't deny that Takuya's bluntness was refreshing. Fine, you do you. Hey, what are you? Before she could finish, Takuya pulled her into the blanket. A muffled complaint followed. You little brat. Where do you think you're grabbing? Meanwhile, the third Hokage was leading a group of ANBU operatives in pursuit of Danzo. Tracking was an area of expertise for the ANBU, but Danzo was no ordinary target. The further they searched, the fewer traces they found, and Danzo remained elusive, a testament to the cunning of the man who had evaded so many obstacles in the past. The third Hokage's heart was filled with turmoil and frustration. He dreaded the possibility of Danzo successfully escaping, knowing he would have no way to face the consequences if he failed to bring him back. But he also feared capturing Danzo, only to find him unwilling to surrender. If possible, Hiruzen didn't want things to come to blows with Danzo. They were childhood friends and rivals who had grown up together. Hokage-sama, the trail is growing fainter. Shimura Danzo is highly skilled at concealing his tracks and is extremely familiar with Anbuyu's tracking techniques. I'm worried. No matter what, we must find Danzo. The third Hokage gritted his teeth in determination. He had deliberately taken a small team of Anbuyu to pursue Danzo, avoiding a larger operation to prevent unnecessary attention. He didn't want certain individuals, such as Takuya or Minato, to get involved. If Takuya joined the chase, especially with Minato helping, Danzo wouldn't stand a chance. Takuya's hatred for Danzo ran too deep. If they caught him, Danzo wouldn't be given the option to surrender. He would be killed on the spot. The third Hokage couldn't bear to see his old comrade die like that. He needed to capture Danzo quickly before the situation escalated further. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Anbyu operatives replied, quickly spreading out to form a net and continue the search. At the same time, watchtowers throughout the area were notified to intercept and report any sightings of Danzo. In the forest, Danzo, now dressed in a fresh set of clothes, moved swiftly with a small group of loyal subordinates. Danzo-sama, we've sent a message to Orochimaru, but I'm concerned. Orochimaru won't dare betray me. If I fall, he won't escape unscathed either. Danzo and Orochimaru were cut from the same cloth, each holding leverage over the other. The moment he escaped, Danzo had sent a message to Orochimaru, who was stationed near the coastline, requesting his assistance to leave the Land of Fire. Additionally, Danzo demanded the return of certain items Orochimaru had taken from him. Danzo's movement through the forest was nothing short of impressive. Gone was the frail, decrepit figure he portrayed in the village. Now his agility and mastery of the body flicker technique were on full display. He wasn't sure who might be pursuing him from Konoha. If it was the third Hokage, Danzo could manage. But if it was Takuya, he was as good as dead. Danzo knew that surrendering to anyone else might spare his life, but if Takuya was involved, there was no room for negotiation. He hadn't gone to all the trouble of escaping prison just to die. Having spent decades navigating Konoha's inner workings, Danzo was intimately familiar with the intelligence and tracking methods employed by the Land of Fire and its shinobi. Tracking him down would not be easy. At the coastline, in a sparse and quiet camp, Orochimaru's sinister chuckle echoed from the command tent. Interesting. Knowing Tsunade, she's probably furious enough to want to punch the old man to death. Danzo's escape, especially with the third Hokage inadvertently aiding him, piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. He couldn't help but wonder how Hiruzen was handling the situation. Should he assist Danzo? After a moment's thought, Orochimaru left a shadow clone to maintain appearances at the camp and quietly slipped away. He reasoned it was worth meeting Danzo. Orochimaru knew precisely why Danzo sought his help. Danzo wanted assistance leaving the Land of Fire, as well as the items Orochimaru had taken from him. In truth, Orochimaru didn't believe Danzo needed his help to escape. With Danzo's vast knowledge and resources, he could evade Konoha's grasp on his own. But the request for assistance was merely a pretext. Danzo's real goal was reclaiming his possessions. When Danzo arrived at the agreed-upon location, Orochimaru was already waiting. Perched on the branch of a large tree, Orochimaru leaned casually against the trunk, arms crossed. His amused gaze swept over Danzo and his small group of subordinates. These must be the last of your loyalists, Danzo-sama. It seems Tsunade's purge hit you harder than expected. Danzo's expression darkened, but Orochimaru continued, his smile widening. Unlike the third Hokage, Tsunade is thorough. When she removes someone from power, she doesn't leave any loose ends. No authority, no influence, no subordinates. What will you use to cause trouble now, Danzo? Don't touch what belongs to me, Orochimaru, Danzo growled, his aged features twisted in anger as he approached. Orochimaru's response was a dismissive smirk. If you hadn't been careless enough to expose yourself, leading Takuya Yagami to scour your underground labs, I wouldn't have needed to move your things. Do you have any idea the risks I took leaving the battlefield? All of this is on you. You're saying Yagami Takuya is looking for my labs? Danzo's tone was sharp, laced with anger and suspicion. His hatred for Takuya was already boundless. If given the chance, he would eliminate Takuya without hesitation. However, Danzo wasn't one to trust anyone, not even his so-called allies like Orochimaru. Orochimaru pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Danzo. The scroll contained a crude map. Everything you're looking for is stored in this underground facility. How you retrieve it is your problem. After this, we're done. No more dealings between us. Oh really?
Danzo thought to himself, sneering inwardly. He held leverage over Orochimaru, enough to make the man tread carefully. After all, Danzo was now a fugitive with nothing to lose. His bounty might increase, but it hardly mattered anymore. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was still a member of Konoha. If certain secrets were exposed, Orochimaru's position could crumble. This secret is enough to keep me alive for a lifetime, Danzo mused, clenching the scroll tightly. But Orochimaru wasn't fazed. Feel free, Orochimaru said with a sinister grin. If you think the third Hokage or Tsunade will act on such flimsy evidence, go ahead and release it. His smile grew sharper. Danzo, I've told you before, people with darkness in their hearts cannot become Hokage. And those who have lost their value are not worth saving. I, Orochimaru, still hold value. Even if you expose me, I'll walk away unscathed. At most, I'll face some questioning, nothing that truly matters. But you, Danzo, you're worthless now. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, his tone sharp as a blade. That boy is mine. Everything else is yours. I've lost interest in further research. He turned to leave. Danzo roared in frustration. Impossible. Orochimaru, you had better hand over what belongs to me. After countless experiments, costing the lives of so many, they had finally produced one viable subject. And now, Orochimaru wanted to claim it for himself? Feel free to try taking him back by force. With a cold laugh, Orochimaru strode away without looking back. Danzo's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. His subordinates' hands hovered over their weapons, ready to attack at his command. Damn it! Damn it! Danzo's face turned ashen with rage, and his cane creaked under the pressure of his grip. He wanted to act, to take Orochimaru down right then and there, but deep down he knew better. Even with his men, he wasn't confident they could defeat Orochimaru. And as for capturing him, that was a pipe dream. Danzo understood all too well how strong Orochimaru truly was. Even though Orochimaru had taken the experimental subject, Danzo couldn't afford to openly retaliate. Cowardice? Fear of failure? Smirking faintly, Orochimaru disappeared into the forest. Danzo's belongings held no appeal for him. After the chain of events that had forced his hand, Danzo was left with no people, no funding, and almost nothing of value in his labs. The boy was the only exception. Even Senju Hashirama's cells no longer interested Orochimaru. Why waste time researching Hashirama's cells when studying would release directly is far more productive? As for the experimental subject, a child who couldn't even control a flower, what value could he possibly offer? Let's go. In the end, Danzo chose to back down. It's just one experiment. If it succeeded once, it can succeed again, albeit at the cost of more sacrifices. Outside Konoha, Danzo could acquire funds and gather new test subjects without the need to skulk in shadows as he had within the village. Escaping Konoha wasn't the outcome Danzo had desired, but circumstances forced his hand. Glancing back toward the village, he let out a cold snort. I will return someday. The former Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo, had escaped. The news couldn't be contained. Once the prison was stabilized, word spread like wildfire, leaving all of Konoha in shock. To most people, especially shinobi, Danzo had always been a lofty figure of power. That such a man could escape from prison was almost inconceivable. Wait, how had someone of his stature even ended up in prison in the first place? The situation made no sense. Having a high-ranking official imprisoned was already shameful, which was why the matter hadn't been made public. But now, with Danzo's escape, everything had come to light. Unfortunately, there wasn't much dirt to uncover. Before the third Hokage could return, the news had spread completely. At this point, even with Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado working to suppress it, they had no choice but to issue a wanted notice and bounty. The announcement sent waves through Konoha, sparking widespread uproar. The Uchiha Clan was particularly impacted. To them, Danzo was the ultimate adversary, the number one figure who had targeted their clan for years. Now, this hated figure had not only been imprisoned but had escaped. Many in the Uchiha found it unbelievable. But as the shock wore off, it was replaced with delight. If Danzo, the leading opponent of the Uchiha, was gone, didn't that mean the clan's future would be less troubled? Under the clan leader's orders, the Uchiha elders and several jonin convened an emergency meeting. Everyone of significant status or strength was present, except for Uchiha Mikoto. Having Takuya as her ally, Mikoto never got involved in such matters. While there were some dissenting voices within the clan regarding her, Fugaku had quashed them.
Mikoto was destined to leave the Uchiha, perhaps even changing her surname. There was no point antagonizing Takuya over a woman. With the village leadership already hostile toward them, the last thing the Uchiha needed was additional enemies, especially not someone as influential as Takuya, backed by Tsunade and Konoha's younger generation of powerhouses. In the dimly lit underground meeting room within the Uchiha shrine, the clan's leaders had gathered. Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, sat at the central seat of honor. To his left and right were the clan elders and the most powerful elite jonin. Those of lower rank sat farther down, and those without seats stood at the back. For the Uchiha, strength mattered more than seniority. The stronger you were, the more benefits and respect you earned. The room buzzed with murmured discussions about Danzo's escape.
Everyone.
Fugaku's voice rang out, silencing the room as all eyes turned to him. Once he had the attention of his clan, Fugaku spoke with a grave expression. As you all know, Shimura Danzo, the primary antagonist against our Uchiha clan, escaped from Konoha's prison earlier today and has fled the village. As your clan leader, I've called this emergency meeting because I believe Danzo's escape signals a turning point, a chance for the Uchiha to rise and reclaim their rightful place. The room erupted in murmurs of shock. Fugaku rarely made such statements. He typically remained neutral, allowing the hawks and doves within the clan to debate freely without showing favoritism. Clan head, are you saying the Uchiha should aim for the center of the village's power? One of the hawkish elders stood up, his excitement evident.
What nonsense!
Fugaku nearly rolled his eyes.
Ridiculous.
The Uchiha's priority isn't to seize power, it's to eliminate the village's surveillance and distrust of us. Only then can we coexist peacefully with the village. Hearing such dangerous words from the hawkish elder, one of the doves immediately stood to refute him.
You're spouting nonsense.
Only by entering the village's power center can the Uchiha avoid being ostracized.
Old fool you.
As the two sides bickered, their faces red with anger and their voices rising, Fugaku could hardly contain his frustration.
Enough.
He slammed the table, his voice silencing the room. Look at yourselves. Fugaku's face darkened as he glared at the elders. You're squabbling like children. Have some dignity. The younger jonin exchanged awkward glances. While arguments between the elders were common, seeing them come close to blows was a first. After scolding the elders, Fugaku sighed heavily and raised his hand to explain. Gaining a foothold in the power center is indeed a goal for the Uchiha. As one of Konoha's great clans, we must aspire to compete for the position of Hokage. The hawks smiled at his words. But Fugaku quickly continued. However, the precondition for entering the power center is that the leadership must be willing to accept us. Without that, we can't even begin to eliminate the surveillance and hostility directed at us. Konoha's surveillance of the Uchiha clan wasn't as extreme as it would be after the Ninetales incident, but it was far from lenient. The ENBU practically monitored the Uchiha district openly, barely stopping short of outright warning them, "Don't make any trouble, you're being watched." Thinking about entering Konoha's power center without gaining the leadership's trust and easing their vigilance? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. What are you suggesting, clan head? The current Hokage is aging. We need to build a good relationship with Tsunade to stabilize our position. Unlike the Hokage and the Elder Council, Tsunade doesn't hold a grudge against the Uchiha. This is an opportunity. To foster a relationship with her, we must work through Yagami Takuya. The room fell into contemplative silence. Fugaku Uchiha's words were blunt but true. To eliminate the leadership's distrust and gain their acceptance, they needed to start with Tsunade. Approaching her directly was out of the question. Takuya was the best intermediary. But was Takuya someone they could easily approach? Certainly not. In the dim underground meeting room, many Uchiha cast glances at the elders who had previously clashed with Takuya. Why are you all looking at me? One elder glared back, stroking his beard. If apologizing to Yagami Takuya is what it takes to win his favor, then I'll swallow my pride and offer my apology, even if it means stepping down as an elder. Regardless of whether they were hawks or doves, the elders all shared the same ultimate goal, the prosperity of the Uchiha. Their approaches differed, but they were united in purpose. When the situation called for it, they were willing to make sacrifices. Count me in. Another elder declared. What's a little embarrassment or loss of face? For the sake of the clan, it was a small price to pay. Takuya might have once been considered an outsider, a half-blood who didn't behave like a typical Uchiha. But now, Takuya was undoubtedly a powerhouse with Uchiha lineage. No matter how much he denied it, his blood ties to the Uchiha and his possession of the Sharingan couldn't be erased. The willingness of these elders to apologize was the best course of action, even if Takuya might not accept it. Fugaku stood and bowed deeply to the elders, his gratitude sincere. Regardless of the outcome, I, Fugaku Uchiha, must thank you on behalf of the Uchiha. I will personally visit Yagami Takuya to discuss this matter with him. Clan head. For a moment, many in the room were moved by Fugaku's gesture. Meanwhile, Takuya was oblivious to all of this. Having slept the entire day, he had just woken up. More accurately, his hunger had forced him out of bed. He hadn't even reached the kitchen when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Takuya raised an eyebrow at the person standing outside. What's this about? Hadn't he already asked Mikoto to relay his message? Why was Fugaku here anyway? Fugaku looked slightly awkward, uninvited as he was. Takuya had made it clear through Mikoto that he didn't want to meet or discuss any Uchiha matters. Yet here Fugaku was. Fine, come in. Since he was already here, it didn't feel right to turn him away. In the past, Takuya wouldn't have given him the time of day, especially during Fugaku's haughty, I'm the young master phase. But the current Fugaku was a changed man, tempered by reality. Considering the benefits he had given Mikoto, Takuya decided to show some courtesy. Thank you. Fugaku stepped inside, removing his shoes at the door. He had considered bringing a gift but decided against it, recalling how poorly such gestures had gone over in the past. Take a seat. Takuya gestured for him to sit while he retrieved 2 bottles of water from the fridge. Tea? Too much effort at the moment. Who's here? Just as Fugaku settled on the sofa, a familiar voice rang out from the bedroom. His body tensed, and his movements became stiff. No way. Am I interrupting something? No wonder Takuya had looked so irritated when he opened the door. Fugaku's worst fears were confirmed when Tsunade, her hair a mess and yawning sleepily, emerged. She grumbled as she walked. I told you no more late nights, I'm too busy for this. Wait, what are you doing here? Tsunade froze when she spotted Fugaku on the sofa. Fugaku immediately jumped to his feet and bowed. Tsunade-sama. What kind of dangerous nonsense were you muttering just now? Anyone hearing this would get the wrong idea. Takuya, exasperated, placed the water bottles on the coffee table. Alright, you two talk. Tsunade waved dismissively and headed for the bathroom. Takuya, annoyed, shot back. What do you mean you two talk? This is for you to handle. With Konoha's prison incident fresh in everyone's minds, Fugaku's visit clearly had a purpose. Takuya had no interest in playing mediator. Me. Tsunade blinked and pointed at herself. Who else? I'm not wasting my time playing the middleman. Giving her a gentle push toward the living room, Takuya headed to the kitchen. You two talk it out. I'll make some food. So it's me he's here to see. Still a bit groggy, Tsunade washed up in the bathroom. Once her mind cleared, she realized Fugaku really had come for her. Initially he had intended to meet Takuya, but with her present, Takuya had deflected everything to her. Tsunade didn't waste time on formalities. She got straight to the point. Let me be blunt. As long as your Uchiha clan behaves itself, I can ensure that your lives won't be negatively affected in any way. Targeting the Uchiha? Spare me. I'm already swamped as it is. While Tsunade admired her granduncle Tobirama Senju, she believed his approach to handling the Uchiha had been excessively harsh. Over the generations, things had only worsened. The Uchiha were now in a pitiable state, targeted despite doing nothing wrong. Though, to be fair, the clan bore some responsibility for their predicament. Madara Uchiha's rebellion and the chaos it caused, which led to Hashirama Senju's early death, as well as the dangerous lengths some Uchiha went to for power, such as awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, had all contributed to their plight. Hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha quickly responded. Tsunade-sama, the Uchiha clan has never done anything to threaten the village or harm its interests. Yet the targeting and mistrust we face. I'm well aware of why the Uchiha are being targeted, Tsunade interrupted, her tone firm. But there are situations I cannot change right now. She continued, her expression serious. I'll consider your request carefully. But if there's nothing else, you should leave. To lift the surveillance and suspicion toward the Uchiha wasn't something that could be done easily. Even though Tsunade had gained significant control over the village's affairs, she was still constrained. At best, she could maintain the status quo and prevent the situation from worsening. The rest would have to wait until she was in a stronger position to act. As for whether the situation would change, Tsunade needed time to think. Fugaku left, and neither Tsunade nor Takuya bothered inviting him to stay for the meal. Takuya emerged from the kitchen, placing 2 plates of rice bowls on the coffee table. Picking up a spoon, he started eating heartily. Tsunade gave him a side eye. Are you seriously just going to sit there and say nothing? What else would I do? Takuya chuckled, amused. The Uchiha want to pledge loyalty to you, not me. Why should I care? But their ambition isn't small, they're trying to reclaim elder status in the council. In Konoha's early days, clans that contributed significantly to the village were granted elder positions. However, some clans held titles without any real power. The Uchiha were the prime example of this. They were excluded from village affairs, their opinions rarely sought. The Hyuga clan, in contrast, chose to keep a low profile. Unless summoned, they rarely participated in council meetings. The Uchiha wanted a seat at the table but had no opportunity to claim it.
Big appetite, huh?
Aren't they afraid they'll choke on their own ambition?
Tsunade frowned.
The Uchiha were still under surveillance and scrutiny. Wasn't it a bit premature to start thinking about benefits? They can have it, Takuya said suddenly.
What?
Tsunade's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard.
She hadn't.
Takuya pointed his spoon in the air for emphasis. If the Uchiha pledge loyalty and obey your instructions, and if Fugaku can handle the hawks in his clan, what's the harm in giving them elder rights? You're not joking?
Tsunade's tone grew sharper.
Returning the Uchiha's elder rights would undoubtedly cause an uproar. The third Hokage, the 2 elder advisors, and even some clans would vehemently oppose such a move. Do I look like I'm joking? Noticing the hint of anger in Tsunade's gaze, Takuya quickly shifted his tone. As long as the Uchiha behave, why not? Restoring their elder status isn't a gift, it's returning what's rightfully theirs.
Go on. I'm listening.
Tsunade put down her spoon, finding the food suddenly less appetizing. Takuya took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. You're going to become the 4th Hokage eventually. When that happens, the Uchiha will be one of your strongest assets. Think about it, how many jonin does Konoha have? The Uchiha alone make up nearly 1/10 of that number. Do you realize what that means? And these aren't ordinary jonin. Even without awakening their Sharingan, Uchiha ninja are significantly stronger than average. I'm not denying the Uchiha's strength, Tsunade said, slamming her hand on the table for emphasis. But don't forget, the police force is under their control. It's a critical department with substantial authority. If they regain elder rights, their power could inflate dangerously. Takuya nearly choked on his food, struggling to hold back laughter. Tsunade clenched her fists, tempted to punch him. With a sigh, Takuya composed himself, a wry smile on his face. No wonder they say women with long hair lack foresight.
Just kidding, just kidding.
You're not wrong, the police force is important and powerful. But here's the thing, the Uchiha's success and failure both lie with the police force. Even if they regain elder rights, the police force ensures they can't stir up too much trouble. The police force had great authority, but at what cost? The Uchiha had clung to their control over the department so fiercely that their reputation had been dragged through the mud. After a brief pause, Takuya elaborated. Sure, clans like the Sarutobi, Shimura, and the Inoshikacho trio are all strong. But would they ever truly align with you?
No.
They'll always have their own interests.
But the Uchiha?
They have no allies. Their reputation is in the gutter because of the police force, and their arrogance, coupled with the village's mistrust, has left them isolated. You're their only lifeline.
Takuya's voice grew firmer.
If you offer them even a sliver of goodwill, say restoring elder rights, they'll become the sharpest blade in your arsenal. But a blade that sharp could hurt its wielder.
Tsunade frowned.
The Uchiha are too complicated to handle. Then it's not your problem. Takuya clapped his hands as if closing the matter. All you need to do is keep Fugaku in check. Fugaku might be soft when it comes to the village, but he's ruthless with his own people. Keep him on a leash for a while, then offer him this deal. Tell him you're open to welcoming the Uchiha back into the fold. Restore their elder rights. Ease the village's surveillance. Allow them to integrate into Konoha. But he has to deal with the hawks in his clan first. The hawks were aggressive but ultimately harmless. The doves were useless, soft and spineless. With Fugaku's leadership, neither faction could cause significant trouble. Most importantly, the Uchiha have no allies. Not a single clan will stand with them. If they want to improve their situation and regain their rightful place, they have no choice but to align with you.
No Tsunade, no progress.
Without you, they remain the same ostracized Uchiha as before. Takuya leaned back with a confident smirk. They'll never become Hokage. Any other clan might have a chance at the seat, but not the Uchiha. That's the reality.
I'll think about it.
Tsunade tapped her fingers on the table, deciding she needed to give the matter serious consideration. Accepting the Uchiha's allegiance wasn't a simple matter. Striking the right balance was far from easy. What about the Hyuga? The Hyuga and Uchiha clans were notoriously at odds, even though this rivalry was largely the result of manipulation by the higher-ups. Currently, the relationship between the two clans was poor. If the Uchiha rose to prominence, the Hyuga would undoubtedly jump in to oppose them. Pfft. Tsunade's mention of the Hyuga was all it took for Takuya to burst out laughing. Coughing to compose himself, he said, "I wasn't trying to mock you. I'm just laughing at the Hyuga. Where do they get the nerve to challenge the Uchiha?
Strength? Connections? Something else?"
In terms of numbers, the Uchiha's ninjas were about 3 times that of the Hyugas. As for elite fighters, the Hyuga barely had a third of what the Uchiha could muster.
Connections?
Let's not kid ourselves, they're both on the same level. The difference was that the Uchiha were widely despised, while the Hyuga were not. But realistically, the Hyuga's position in Konoha wasn't much better. At best, they could rally a few minor clans to support them, but those clans had little to no real influence. Thinking over the Hyuga's situation, Tsunade realized she was overthinking things. This was a clan centered entirely around its main family. Expecting anything substantial from them was pointless. The Uchiha, at least, had the audacity to fight and kill when necessary.
The Hyuga?
They'd rather curl up and quietly persist, ensuring the main and branch families avoided disruption. With such a mindset, how could they possibly have any future? What about Danzo? Aren't you worried about him escaping? Let him run for now. The third Hokage was busy chasing down his dear old friend. Why should Takuya jump into the fray? Once Danzo's crimes were thoroughly established, he could deal with him later. Danzo's escape also marked the end of Nawaki's mission. However, Nawaki was far from happy. The mission's conclusion came in the form of failure.
Damn it.
The Hokage-sama shouldn't have reassigned a Jonin team to assist. None of this would have happened. Danzo had been securely locked up. With Nawaki and the ENBU keeping watch, it was tough but at least safe. For so long, there hadn't been a single issue. Yet, not long after the third Hokage sent reinforcements, Danzo managed to escape. Nawaki couldn't help but suspect the third Hokage might have intentionally let Danzo go. Without outside help, Danzo could never have escaped on his own. Minato sympathetically patted Nawaki's shoulder. It was impossible not to feel frustrated after such an incident. If it had been Minato, he might have been swearing up a storm, worse than Nawaki even. Don't think the little son wouldn't curse. He just hadn't encountered anything infuriating enough. When that day came, he'd curse just like anyone else, maybe even better, thanks to the lessons he'd picked up from Takuya. Swearing eloquently, without using a single curse word, that was an art Takuya had mastered. Don't beat yourself up over it. No one wanted this to happen. No, I wanted it too, Takuya said, laughing heartily. He wasn't mocking Nawaki, he genuinely wanted Danzo to escape and run. Minato barely managed to suppress his laughter. It wouldn't do Nawaki any good if he joined in, and it might even provoke him into a scuffle. To defuse the tension, Minato changed the subject. Speaking of which, the Hokage-sama has been out of the village for 3 days now. Looks like Danzo will be hard to catch.
Who knows?
Takuya was utterly indifferent. The harder Danzo was to catch, the better. I hope they never catch him. That way, we can deal with him later. The thought of his failed mission made Nawaki gnash his teeth in frustration. After cursing a few more times, he looked up at Takuya. By the way, is it you behind all the rumors about Danzo over the past couple of days? Although the village had issued a wanted notice and bounty for Danzo, the specifics of his crimes were initially withheld. But this restraint lasted only a day before the tide turned. Danzo's countless misdeeds were exposed and spread like wildfire. The people of Konoha, both shinobi and civilians, were utterly shocked. Aside from those directly involved, who could have imagined that a former high-ranking advisor had committed so many heinous acts? The uproar was massive. The outrage against Danzo grew by the day. His actions became the talk of the village, with every conversation inevitably ending in someone cursing him out. He wasn't just condemned, even his ancestors were dragged through the mud. The Shimura clan didn't dare leave their compound, fearing retribution against them for Danzo's actions. It was a reasonable precaution, but the villagers weren't buying it. Many of Danzo's deeds had been covertly supported by the Shimura clan. With Danzo gone, the villagers weren't about to let the Shimura clan off the hook. Their misfortune also extended to the Sarutobi clan, who were now enduring hard times as well. I only provided the evidence. The rest has nothing to do with me, Takuya said with a sly grin. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time, preparing to ensure Danzo's complete downfall. If he couldn't kill Danzo outright, he'd at least make him the most despised figure in the village, a public enemy. I knew it was you. Nawaki slammed the table in approval.
Well done. Agreed.
Minato added, clearly pleased to see Danzo turned into a pariah. Though it seems like plenty of people are eager to pile on now. Ordinarily, such a scandal involving a senior village official would be swiftly covered up to preserve the village's reputation. But days had passed, and no one had stepped forward to address the situation. Tsunade ignored it, and with the third Hokage out of the village, Danzo's reputation continued to deteriorate unchecked. What Nawaki and Minato didn't know was that efforts had been made, but they had been utterly ineffective. As soon as the scandal broke, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado approached Tsunade, urging her to intervene. They weren't trying to protect Danzo, they were worried about being implicated themselves. Additionally, having such a scandal circulate about the leadership tarnished the village's image. However, Tsunade brushed them off with a single sentence. The old man will handle it when he gets back. Left with no choice, the two elders turned to Tsukumo Hatake, who now led the ANBU. Hoping he would use the ANBU to suppress the rumors, they were met with a firm refusal. Without a direct order from the Hokage, I won't act. Tsunade's dismissal they could tolerate. But Tsukumo's blunt rejection, showing them no respect, left them fuming. With the third Hokage absent, Tsunade indifferent, and Tsukumo beyond their influence, the elders were powerless. Meanwhile, the Shimura and Sarutobi clans could only watch helplessly as the situation worsened. Danzo's infamy didn't just shake Konoha, it spread throughout the ninja world. Spies embedded in Konoha from villages like Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and even Kirigakure across the sea relayed the news back home. Poor Raza was busy mining in the desert, leaving intelligence scrolls to be delivered to Chiyo, who was managing the village's affairs in his stead. Lady Chiyo, the news about Konoha's scandal will soon spread across the entire ninja world. Should we try to contain it? Konoha was, after all, an ally on the surface. Doing absolutely nothing and watching the news spread felt a bit inappropriate. Setting down the scroll, Chiyo replied calmly. With the Kazekage absent from the village, I don't have the authority to handle this matter. Leave it as it is for now, everything can wait until the Kazekage returns.
Suppress it?
Why would we suppress it? Suna has been tormented so miserably by Konoha, yet they never suppressed or mitigated any of those humiliating incidents for us. We're not the ones actively spreading the news anyway. Besides, is Konoha so scared of people knowing about their disgraceful deeds? Let the scandal explode. It has absolutely nothing to do with Suna. Suna decisively adopted a stance of neither actively spreading nor rejecting the news. Kirigakure did the same. In contrast, Iwagakure and Kumogakure gleefully helped spread the news, causing it to circulate through the ninja world in record time. Konoha's scandal had blown up. Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's advisor, was exposed for committing numerous unethical acts. He secretly conducted human experiments, abducted people for those experiments, and even targeted Konoha's own villagers. Deploy personnel and continue the search. At this moment, the third Hokage was deeply troubled. His face, already wrinkled, seemed to have aged several years in just a few days. He had led a team out of the village to capture Danzo, but they hadn't been able to apprehend him or even catch sight of him. Every time they were close, Danzo found a way to evade them, leaving the third Hokage and his team chasing shadows. While the third Hokage was busy hunting Danzo, unrest was brewing back in the village. The most notable agitators were Koharu Uchiha, Hamura Mitokado, and members of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Danzo had become a rat everyone wanted to stomp on, and the Shimura clan suffered by association, though not undeservedly. But at this point, who would willingly accompany Danzo into the depths of despair? Certainly no one. Even the Shimura clan had to distance themselves from him. While they wanted to draw a line, the villagers weren't so accommodating. Since they couldn't find Danzo, their anger shifted to the Shimura clan. The Shimura clan's misfortune also extended to the Sarutobi clan. Although the two clans seemed unrelated, their interests were deeply intertwined. Elders, is there really no other solution? Danzo had become a rat everyone hated, and the Shimura clan was caught in the crossfire. Although the Shimura clan's rise was closely tied to Danzo, they had at least publicly distanced themselves from him early on. But the villagers didn't care about any of that. Because Danzo was a member of the Shimura clan. Just saying you have nothing to do with him doesn't make it true. The representative of the Sarutobi clan nodded silently. If things continued like this, the Sarutobi clan might be dragged down too. And at such a critical moment, the third Hokage was absent from the village. What can we do? Koharu Uchiha was furious. She pointed a finger at the Shimura clan leader and berated him. Danzo committed crimes and was thrown into prison. He should have stayed there quietly. But no, you had to send him benefits, didn't you? Now you've dragged the entire Shimura clan into this mess. How was I supposed to know things would get this bad? The Shimura clan leader looked distressed. Seeing that Koharu was about to continue, Hamura Mitokado quickly stopped her and addressed the representatives of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans seriously. This situation is already beyond our control. In fact, we've approached Tsunade, but she refused to help us. The advisory elder's power depended entirely on the Hokage's attitude. When the third Hokage was in power, their authority was immense, allowing them to interfere in many matters. But under Tsunade, even though she hadn't officially assumed office, their power had significantly diminished. Even Tsukumo Hatake, the newly appointed Anbu commander, doesn't look favorably on us, Hamura said with a bitter smile. Thanks to past incidents, he's deeply resentful, another one of Danzo's masterpieces. Everyone was left speechless. Although the third Hokage hadn't directly participated in those events, his choice to neither support nor oppose Danzo's actions had enabled them. But we can't let this situation continue to spiral out of control. The Shimura clan leader was anxious. Elders, send someone to investigate. Right now, not just the entire village but probably the entire ninja world is discussing this scandal. Konoha's disgrace is too significant, and Danzo even served as a Hokage advisor. If this continues, every other village will mock us.
Now you're worried?
Where was this concern earlier? The Shimura clan's issues won't be resolved so easily. Tsunade will likely hold them accountable in the future. Danzo's schemes propelled the Shimura clan, a previously ordinary ninja family, into prominence. But now that Danzo had fallen, the Shimura clan would inevitably face retribution.
Hamura sighed.
Send someone to inform Hiruzen. Tell him to abandon the search for Danzo and return to the village immediately. Otherwise, the chaos will only worsen.
At this point, nothing else could be done.
The only solution was for the third Hokage to return and take charge. Only his presence could suppress the growing dissent. Even if Danzo's crimes were fully confirmed, they couldn't implicate anyone else. Otherwise, the situation would snowball and spiral out of control, dragging everyone down with it. In that case, it wouldn't just be a few individuals. It would be all the families who profited from their connections, especially those who had benefited in unsavory ways. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado had already thought about sending someone to urge the third Hokage to return and stop pursuing Danzo. Unfortunately, those sent to deliver the message failed to convince him. With no other options, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans could only repeatedly send messengers, hoping the third Hokage would give up the search for Danzo and return to stabilize the situation. Tsunade, meanwhile, wasn't concerned with village politics, as more pressing issues had arisen. Tsukumo Hatake's intelligence team, stationed in the Land of Grass, reported sightings of large numbers of Iwagakure shinobi. The Land of Grass, supposedly an ally of Konoha, had effectively become Iwagakure's backyard. Their actions had crossed the line, violating the non-aggression pact between the 5 great shinobi nations. Tsunade immediately made a decisive response, sending a team to Kusagakure for negotiations. Due to Takuya's extreme disdain for Kusagakure and her reminders, Tsunade had already stopped viewing them as true allies. Anticipating trouble, Tsunade had stationed numerous forces along the border to prevent Iwagakure from using Kusagakure as a stepping stone to invade Konoha. Had Konoha continued treating Kusagakure as an ally, Iwagakure's army might have marched into the Land of Fire, leaving Konoha unaware of what had happened. With the risk of war with Iwagakure looming, Tsunade recalled the ninja forces stationed along the coastline. Orochimaru successfully returned to Konoha with his team. Returning to Konoha, Orochimaru completed his mission report in the Hokage's office with Tsunade and then sought out Takuya. "This weather is getting colder and colder," Takuya muttered as he walked along the empty streets, braving the biting wind. Pushing open the wooden door of a small, secluded restaurant at the end of the street, he rubbed his face in frustration. The little restaurant was quiet, with only Orochimaru sitting alone in a corner. Walking over, Takuya sat down opposite him. Pouring himself a cup of hot tea, He warmed his hands and glanced at Orochimaru. I thought you'd take longer to find me. Because of Tsunade? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. There's no rivalry between Tsunade and me, not even concerning the Hokage position. You've certainly let it go. Weren't you once fervently vying to become the fourth Hokage? And now, you're saying you've given up just like that? If Danzo were still around, he'd be furious at you. After all that scheming, the moment Tsunade stood up, you decisively stepped aside, rendering all your prior efforts meaningless. Well, as long as it makes you happy, Takuya remarked, warming his palms before getting to the point. Where are the people I asked for? They can be delivered to you anytime, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile, but... He trailed off, clearly implying that while he could provide the people, he expected something in return. Takuya didn't bother with pleasantries. He pulled out 2 scrolls from his cloak and placed them on the table. These are my research findings and tests on ice release. Take your time with them. Yagura exchanged the great sword Samahata for 2 shinobi from the Uchiha Clan. Those 2 reside in the research facility I built. As long as you don't harm them, you can ask them anything you don't understand. Orochimaru accepted the scrolls but remained silent, staring at Takuya expectantly. Clearly, just this information wasn't enough to satisfy him. Head north, Takuya said flatly. Find the mountain graveyard, and you'll get the answers you're seeking. But be careful, if you're not well prepared, you might not return. Given his age, Uchiha Madara should be very old by now, and logically his power should have waned considerably. But if Orochimaru truly sought out Madara's hideout, there was a good chance he wouldn't make it back. Even though Madara's Rinnegan had long since been transplanted into Nagato, it was important to remember that Madara, even with an ordinary Sharingan, could still unleash Susanoo. Don't be fooled by his frail appearance, he's still dangerous. Takuya figured that if Orochimaru went looking for trouble, Madara might be able to handle him with a mere glance. If Uchiha Itachi could silently ensnare Orochimaru in a genjutsu, Takuya had no doubt that Madara could do the same, if not worse. After all, Madara was a master of deception and manipulation. Consider the fate of the ill-fated third Mizukage. Madara's genjutsu was no joke. While Orochimaru excelled at escaping, his mental resilience left much to be desired. Compared to Tsunade and Jiraiya, this was a glaring weakness of his. Fortunately, Orochimaru hadn't yet swapped bodies at this time. If he clashed with an elderly Madara, whether he could survive was still uncertain. Is that so? Now I'm even more intrigued, Orochimaru said with a sinister grin. He wasn't one to be easily frightened, even if Takuya's words sounded ominous. Suit yourself, Takuya replied. If you're not afraid of dying, then go ahead and try. As Takuya left, Orochimaru frowned, watching his retreating figure. He could tell that Takuya wasn't joking or warning him, but genuinely advising caution. That place sounded exceedingly dangerous. A wrong step could cost one's life. If even Takuya found it perilous, could Orochimaru leave unscathed? Walking through the streets, Takuya noticed that the village was once again enveloped in the atmosphere of war. It seems a new war is brewing. Konoha had entered a state of war preparation, indicating that conflict was inevitable. Iwagakure's patience had worn thin. With a massive military force but insufficient financial resources to sustain it, Iwagakure's military strength had become a burden. To alleviate this burden and gain benefits, war was their only option. It was the perfect timing. Konoha had recently emerged from battles with Kirigakure and Tsunagakure and was still weak. If Iwagakure declared war, Konoha would be at a disadvantage. The situation was clear. Even if Inoki lacked any military acumen, he would seize this rare opportunity. Not to mention, Inoki was a notoriously difficult adversary. In the original story, Konoha suffered more from Iwagakure's attacks than from its conflicts with Tsunagakure or Kirigakure. If not for being forced to retreat, the final victor of the war would have been uncertain. One could only lament the strange and sudden death of the third Raikage. If not for his demise, which forced Kumogakure to fixate on Iwagakure, Inoki might never have chosen to withdraw his forces. Compared to the weakened Konoha, Kumogakure was a far greater threat to Iwagakure. Wars aren't decided by the destruction of a single bridge. Hokage-sama. Members of the ANBU escorted several handcuffed individuals to the third Hokage. Matsumizu. Why? The third Hokage's face darkened, nearly dripping with anger. Why would you do this? Where is Danzo? After days of effort, not only had they failed to capture Danzo, but an elite team sent to aid the prison had betrayed them and been caught instead. It was obvious. Danzo had used this squad as bait to distract the village's attention. I will never betray Lord Danzo. Matsumizu's declaration nearly caused the third Hokage to spit blood in frustration. Take him away and interrogate him immediately. We must find Danzo's whereabouts. Time was running out. Iwagakure was no longer merely stirring, it was far beyond that. Large numbers of Iwagakure shinobi had already infiltrated the Land of Grass and could invade the Land of Fire at any moment. The village was in chaos. Tsunade ignored everything unrelated to war preparation, focusing solely on mobilizing for the inevitable conflict to avoid being caught off guard. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado had sent repeated messages urging the third Hokage to abandon his pursuit of Danzo and return to stabilize the village. Even the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had been persistently pushing him to come back. The third Hokage understood the urgency in the village, and he too felt the pressure. But he also knew that if he gave up this chance, capturing Danzo in the future would become nearly impossible. The interrogation proceeded swiftly. A member of the Yamanaka clan used their secret techniques to probe Matsumizu's mind, extracting all the information the third Hokage wanted. Hokage-sama, an ANBU operative reported. Matsumizu accepted favors from Danzo years ago. Under his influence, he decided to help Danzo. After Danzo fled Konoha, Matsumizu followed his orders, creating distractions and leaving behind false trails. As for Danzo, the past few days had been an exhausting and fruitless effort. Everything had unfolded exactly as Danzo had calculated. The third Hokage felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing his breath in frustration. Take them back to the village and hand them over to Tsunade for judgment. His voice was heavy with disappointment, his spirit dampened by the failures. Despite his reluctance, the situation forced him to abandon the pursuit of Danzo. Meanwhile, Iwagakure, preparing to attack Konoha, was likely thrilled to see the third Hokage embroiled in the drama outside the village, hoping he would never return. Thus, the grand operation to capture Danzo ended in failure. Danzo had escaped, and Hiruzen had been unable to bring him to justice. "Old man, are you okay?" Tsunade couldn't help but ask, worry creeping into her voice. Though she couldn't deny her teacher's age was catching up with him, it was alarming to see him looking so pale and lifeless after just a few days away from the village. Hiruzen's face was ashen, his eyes hollow, as though he had just recovered from a severe illness. "Cough cough, I'm fine," he said, waving her off weakly. "It's just that this whole ordeal has left me deeply unsettled. I'm incredibly disappointed in Danzo." Tsunade furrowed her brow as she watched him cough. His words carried an undeniable weariness. "Tsunade, it's time to prepare," he continued. "It may feel abrupt, but I believe the moment has come. I'm tired. I've carried this burden long enough." Danzo's escape had caused massive collateral damage. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans, along with several other high-ranking figures who had once worked closely with Danzo, were all caught in the fallout. Konoha was now a chaotic mess, all thanks to Danzo. Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed as Hokage. "Now's not the time to step back," Tsunade said, rubbing her temples in frustration. "A new war is about to begin. Do you really think it's appropriate to throw in the towel now?" She was trying hard to restrain herself from yelling at him outright. Recent days had left her overwhelmed, running from one responsibility to another without pause. "I know it's not ideal," Hiruzen admitted with a sigh. "But Danzo's current state is partly my responsibility. I intend to lead by example and redeem the Sarutobi and Shimura clans on the battlefield. We'll prove our loyalty to the village through action and merit." "It's too late for that." Tsunade's arms crossed firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Too late?" Hiruzen blinked in confusion. Was she saying he couldn't even set foot on the battlefield anymore? "Face it, old man," she said bluntly. "The future belongs to the younger generation. Your time has passed. It's better for you to stay in the village and enjoy a peaceful life. The battlefield is where young shinobi grow, it's the perfect place for them to prove themselves." Her words carried a challenge. "Or is it that you don't want me to build my own trusted circle? Send you to the battlefield?" Tsunade thought. What a joke. What would the other villages think if Konoha sent their aging third Hokage to fight? It would make her, a soon-to-be fourth Hokage, look weak and laughable. "Even if it's not ideal," she continued, "if you're so insistent on stepping down, then do it quickly. I'm already prepared for the responsibilities that come with war." She added sharply, "The Sarutobi and Shimura clans can send as many ninjas to the battlefield as they want. I'm not going to punish innocent people for Danzo's crimes by burdening them with baseless accusations." "And who will lead them?" Hiruzen clung to his argument. Though he agreed young shinobi should take the reins, he still felt the pull of duty. Tsunade didn't give him a chance to argue further. Orochimaru will oversee the camp. Takuya, Minato, Nawaki, and Kushina will handle the battlefield. That's all there is to it.
You want a war? Bring it on. Konoha wasn't afraid.
Tsunade had full confidence in the new generation of shinobi. Against such formidable talents, what did a Wagakure have to offer? Later that night, she decided to have a serious talk with Takuya. His past laid-back attitude was tolerable before, but this time, she needed him to take things seriously.
Kushina.
She's stronger than you, Tsunade interrupted. And she loves Konoha far more than most of the people who claim to act in the village's best interest. There's no discussion on this. Hiruzen fell silent, realizing his intentions were being brushed aside. Was he no longer needed? Not even allowed to seek redemption on the battlefield? That afternoon, a groundbreaking announcement echoed through the Hokage office. The aging third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would officially step down in 7 days. 3 days from now, Tsunade would be inaugurated as the fourth Hokage. The news spread like wildfire, sending waves of excitement and speculation through the village. The Hokage is stepping down?
It's incredible.
But Tsunade becoming the fourth Hokage isn't too surprising. Yeah, she's one of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and at the peak of her strength. She's perfect for the position. While the villagers sang her praises, Tsunade found little joy in their compliments. No woman liked hearing constant remarks about their age, and Tsunade was no exception. What do they mean by peak of her strength? She grumbled. They might as well say I'm pushing 40.
Takuya couldn't stop laughing.
Nawaki joined in, clearly amused. Minato smiled politely, while Kushina wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. What's so funny? Takuya said, kicking Nawaki lightly. If your sister finds out, she'll kill you. Why would I care?
Nawaki retorted.
She probably can't even beat me now. If I can't win in a fight, I'll just run.
Problem solved. Takuya smirked.
If you don't want your sister to pound you into the dirt, don't push your luck. Once your wings grow too strong, she'll stop trying to catch you.
Yeah, Nawaki waved him off.
Anyway, what about you? Aren't you too busy to lecture me? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you're single. You're hardly in a position to tease me about my sister. Caught off guard, Takuya fell silent, unable to respond. Minato and Kushina exchanged knowing glances, their expressions amused. Blushing, Nawaki mumbled, I've been thinking about asking Uchiha Makoto to introduce me to someone. There was a really pretty girl with her yesterday. This kid has guts, Takuya thought, chuckling to himself. Nawaki's fascination with the Hyuga and Uchiha clans was a bold move, given how rarely those families married outsiders. Still, with Tsunade ascending to Hokage, political ties with the Uchiha wouldn't be out of the question. News spread quickly, the third Hokage was stepping down, and Tsunade would become the fourth Hokage. Konoha promptly sent invitations to the other villages, inviting them to attend the inauguration ceremony. Whether they would actually come was up to them, but failing to send invitations would reflect poorly on Konoha. Yagura had recently taken over as the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure. Naturally, Konoha sent an invitation to Kirigakure as well. Tsunade tasked Jiraiya with delivering it, as he was already helping the village capture tailed beasts. Kirigakure would likely send representatives. Sunagakure would also attend, while it remained uncertain whether Kumogakure and Iwagakure would do the same. In Kirigakure, both Yagura and Genji decided that someone with enough influence must represent the village at the ceremony. After some discussion, Yagura chose the head of the Uchiha clan to attend. Sunagakure, on the other hand, would be represented by Chiyo. Raza, still burdened with heavy debt, had no time for such matters. For the foreseeable future, he would remain occupied. Sunagakure's financial struggles had become dire, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind had grown impatient after repeated delays in repayment. Forced into a corner, Raza had no choice but to continue his role as an all-around miner, locating veins, extracting ore and transporting it himself. His diligence had slightly improved the daimyo's opinion of the village, leading to a recent increase in funding. While Kirigakure and Sunagakure resolved to send appropriate representatives, Iwagakure and Kumogakure found themselves in a dilemma. The third Raikage didn't want to involve himself in such matters, but declining an invitation from Konoha wasn't a good look either. As for Kumogakure's own succession, Konoha hadn't sent anyone because they hadn't been informed. How could we have attended if you didn't even notify us? Raikage-sama, perhaps we should send I to Konoha. This would also allow us to assess their current situation, suggested Dodai. Both the third Raikage and Inoki, the Tsuchikage, were eyeing the land of fire. After the wars with Kirigakure and Sunagakure, Konoha was in a recovery phase, making it an opportune time to gather intelligence. Low-level spies had limited access to valuable information, but attending this ceremony presented a prime opportunity for first-hand observation.
Inoki, however, hesitated.
Iwagakure's increasing presence in the land of grass had not gone unnoticed by Konoha. Anyone with functioning eyes and a working brain could see that Iwagakure was preparing to make a move against Konoha. And now, Konoha had sent them an invitation to the Hokage's inauguration ceremony.
What does this mean?
Was this a show of strength, capitalizing on the fourth Hokage's succession? While it could be an opportunity to display power, it also gave other villages the chance to gather intelligence on Konoha. After some thought, Inoki decided to send a representative. Not himself, of course, someone else. Setting the invitation down, he looked toward his son, who stood straight as a board. Wasn't this the perfect candidate? His strength and status made him an ideal choice.
Though a bit simple-minded.
Or rather, not simple, but overly averse to trouble. Inoki knew his son well.
Kitsuchi. Yes, father.
Kitsuchi bowed slightly, awaiting his orders.
Fool.
Inoki's temper flared as he pointed a finger at Kitsuchi's nose. How many times have I told you to address me as Tsuchikage-sama, when in the Tsuchikage's office?
Understood, Tsuchikage-sama.
What are your orders? Kitsuchi replied with a sheepish smile. Inoki felt as if something was stuck in his throat, neither going up nor coming down.
Never mind.
Take the invitation and a team to Konoha. Gather intelligence while you're there.
That's all. Me?
Kitsuchi blinked, his small eyes widening in surprise. Father, isn't this inappropriate? Considering our plans against Konoha. Noticing his father's glare and twitching mustache, Kitsuchi quickly backpedaled. Tsuchikage-sama, the village's plans against Konoha are about to begin. Wouldn't going to Konoha now be problematic?
Ridiculous. Inoki retorted.
Our plans haven't started yet. Why shouldn't we go? Konoha sent the invitation, we're simply responding.
Stop wasting time. You're going.
Gather intelligence while you're at it. Kitsuchi sighed internally but accepted the task under his father's stern gaze. With a small entourage, he set out for Konoha. The news of the third Hokage stepping down spread like wildfire, shocking many who struggled to accept the decision. However, their protests couldn't change anything. The third Hokage had made up his mind. Even Koharu Udatain, after failing to persuade him, stormed off in frustration. The village began preparations for the event, treating it as a joyous occasion. Even Danzo's schemes were momentarily overshadowed by the buzz. While others busied themselves, Takuya remained his usual, relaxed self. His only task was to keep an eye on the representatives from Iwagakure and Kumogakure once they arrived. Since neither group had arrived yet, Takuya had plenty of free time. Today, Takuya had even more reason to celebrate. Snowy had finally awakened. After a long slumber and a significant boost in power, Snowy, the fluffy little nine-tailed fox, joyfully jumped into Takuya's arms, acting adorably spoiled. However, Takuya felt a slight discomfort in his eyes. Snowy's awakening had brought a significant power boost to Takuya as well, pushing his strength even higher. But the side effect was the strange sensation in his eyes. Is this advancement? Though the Rinnegan wasn't as visually appealing as the Sharingan or Mangekyō Sharingan, its power was undeniable. Takuya had been anticipating his eye's evolution for a long time. Thanks to Snowy's incredible support, the signs of advancement were now unmistakable. Master, who's that woman? Perched on Takuya's head, Snowy tilted her head curiously at Pakura, who stood dumbfounded. Waking up to find a fluffy fox atop Takuya's head wasn't the strangest thing Pakura had seen. But the fox's resemblance to Kurama, the nine tails sealed in Kushina Uzumaki, was uncanny. If that weren't odd enough, Takuya had wrapped a white band around his eyes, obscuring them entirely.
What's going on?
Pakura knew Takuya had been resting recently, so overuse of the Sharingan couldn't be the issue. She's Pakura, my assistant and bodyguard. Be nice to her, okay? Takuya said, ruffling Snowy's head affectionately. Sitting at the dining table, he didn't seem inconvenienced by his blindness. His sharp sensory abilities more than compensated, though not being able to open his eyes felt strange.
Pakura, prepare a steak for me.
Snowy likes grilled meat, so make plenty.
Pakura hesitated. But your eyes.
Holding Snowy, who had burrowed into his arms, Takuya smiled faintly.
My eyes feel a little off lately, so I won't be opening them for now. Thankfully, it doesn't affect my combat ability or daily life. If the Rinnegan was indeed awakening, Takuya would gladly accept the trade-off. Better that than having to walk around with its distinctive ripple pattern all the time. He couldn't help but think of Nagato and Sasuke, both marked by the Rinnegan's conspicuous appearance. These two individuals, one carried another's Rinnegan, and the other had a Sharingan upgraded into a Rinnegan by someone else. Neither of them could deactivate or revert their dojutsu. In contrast, Madara Uchiha could open and close his Sharingan or switch to the Rinnegan at will, effortlessly transitioning between them. Snowy, the powerful summoned beast rumored to rival tailed beasts, was exactly as described in the intelligence Pakura had read about Takuya. The reports detailed how Takuya possessed an incredibly strong summoned beast resembling the Nine Tails in appearance. Its strength was said to rival that of a tailed beast. Since joining Takuya, Pakura had never seen Snowy, and this was her first encounter. At the same time, Nawaki and Minato arrived, as usual, to freeload off Takuya's cooking. However, the moment Nawaki spotted Snowy, he froze, his smile twisting into an expression more pained than joyous. Minato, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Noticing Pakura's confusion, he explained. Nawaki used to underestimate Snowy. He got beaten up a few times for it, badly. He cried and screamed the whole time. "You bastard!" Nawaki glared at Minato, wanting to rip the words right out of his mouth. But standing in front of Snowy, he didn't dare move recklessly, afraid of receiving another tail swipe for his trouble. Tsunade was even more excited than Takuya about Snowy's awakening. For her, Snowy's return meant Konoha had gained a powerful new combatant. If a Wagakure dared to start a war, Takuya could unleash Snowy onto the battlefield, which would undoubtedly give a Wagakure a serious blow. "Teacher, what's with your eyes?" Kakashi's expression was a mix of confusion and concern as he looked at his teacher, whose eyes were covered with a white silk band. "They're just feeling a little off. They'll recover soon. By the way, didn't you take Rin out today?" Takuya chuckled, patting Kakashi's shoulder and teasing his usually cold but secretly shy apprentice. Since Obito Uchiha's disappearance, Kakashi and Rin had been spending much more time together. They had always been close, but their time together had often been interrupted by the ever-present Obito. With Obito gone, did this count as a blessing in disguise for Kakashi and Rin? Takuya didn't know. However, he suspected that if Obito found out about Kakashi and Rin's growing relationship, he would explode in anger and possibly descend into darkness. After all, Uchiha emotions tended to be extreme. They were either cold and distant like iron, or passionately intense. Obito was undoubtedly the latter. After losing his grandmother, Rin had become his sole emotional anchor. Unfortunately, the girl he cherished had found comfort in someone else's arms. Rin went to the hospital today to study medical ninjutsu with her instructor, Kakashi explained awkwardly, his face turning a slight shade of red. "I see." Takuya grinned knowingly. "All right, let's get started. Let me see if you've been slacking in your training because of your relationship." Relationship? Were he and Rin really in one? Kakashi wasn't sure. They hadn't explicitly stated their feelings, but their interactions resembled that of a couple. Still inexperienced in relationships, Kakashi couldn't quite pinpoint where they stood. Considering their age, it might take years before they could fully acknowledge their bond. In the ninja world, children matured quickly. It wasn't unusual for them to start dating even before leaving the academy. Even Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, didn't seem to mind his son growing close to a girl. In fact, Tsukumo found the situation amusing and often observed with a smile. Had this been in Takuya's previous life, Kakashi might have been dragged back home and scolded for focusing on romance instead of training. Would Obito's eventual descent into darkness be entirely due to Kakashi and Rin? Takuya doubted it. Given Obito's all-consuming affection, he might even bless their relationship with a heavy heart. It was pointless to dwell on such hypotheticals. Besides, some things were beyond Takuya's control. For now, he was more interested in imagining what might happen if Orochimaru stumbled upon Madara's hideout. That would surely be an entertaining encounter. In the meantime, Orochimaru's immediate focus would likely shift to the battlefield when the next war broke out. "Your speed is good, and your strength has improved significantly." After a brief sparring session, Takuya nodded in satisfaction. Kakashi's talent was undeniable. In the original timeline, he had gone astray, but under Takuya and Tsukumo's guidance, he was now fully dedicated to refining his lightning style, swordsmanship, and taijutsu. His progress far outpaced his peers at the academy. Lightning style, thunder flash.
Takuya was caught off guard as Kakashi suddenly charged forward with his katana, executing a perfect thunder flash. Using my technique against me? Amused, Takuya raised his Kusanagi sword and struck Kakashi's blade with the sheath, disrupting the chakra-infused lightning surrounding the weapon. Ah! Kakashi winced as the backlash from the disrupted lightning coursed through him, causing his arm to tremble uncontrollably. His face twisted in pain as the muscles in his arm spasmed. With a quick movement, Takuya knocked the weapon from Kakashi's hands and pressed the sheath against his forehead. I know you're talented, but I've warned you before, even if you manage to learn this technique on your own, you can't use it until your body is ready. Do you understand? Thunder Flash was not something Takuya had taught Kakashi. Instead, Kakashi had secretly learned it on his own, likely with the help of Tsukumo's guidance. No matter how gifted a child was, advanced techniques like Thunder Flash, considered an S-rank jutsu by both the third Hokage and Tsunade, required proper training and preparation. Kakashi's attempt to mimic it without fully mastering the fundamentals was reckless. Will you stop being so reckless next time? Grabbing the scruff of Kakashi's shirt, Takuya hoisted him up and carried him to Konoha Hospital for treatment. The katana left on the ground was nearly destroyed. Techniques like Thunder Flash and Lightning Strike required weapons forged from chakra-conducting metal to withstand the explosive force of lightning-based chakra. Please treat Kakashi's arm, Takuya told the medical ninja. He injured himself trying to use a jutsu beyond his capability. This was the first time Takuya had personally brought Kakashi to the hospital. Usually, Kakashi would come on his own. However, this time the injury was severe enough to warrant Takuya's immediate concern. After examining Kakashi, the medical ninja frowned deeply. Takuya-sama, while I respect your connection with Tsunade-sama and your role as Kakashi's teacher, I must remind you that Kakashi is still a child. Teaching him overly dangerous jutsu is irresponsible and could cause lasting harm. Kakashi's arm has sustained significant muscle and tendon damage, along with minor fractures. Do you understand what this means for someone his age? I'm doomed, Takuya thought, enduring the scolding in silence. He shot a pointed glare at Kakashi, who stood beside him like a guilty child, staring at the floor. Cough. You're right. This was my fault. Let's focus on treating him for now, Takuya said, attempting to defuse the situation. If this doctor kept talking, Takuya Yagami might soon gain a reputation as a teacher who abused his students. Takuya had no intention of bearing such a baseless accusation. Damn it, once this is over, I'm charging Tsukumo Hatake for the medical fees. He owes me a meal too. After all, I never taught his son anything. He did, and look what happened. I'm sorry, but I can't treat this. The elderly, rather rotund medical ninja frowned sternly. This injury is beyond my capabilities. I'm afraid only Tsunade-sama can handle it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Without another word, Takuya picked up Kakashi and left the hospital in a hurry. The way the doctors and nurses looked at him was enough to make his skin crawl. They clearly thought he was some sort of tyrant abusing Kakashi. Dragging his silent, guilt-ridden apprentice through the streets toward the Hokage's office, Takuya sighed heavily. This is all your fault. I told you, don't use that technique until your body is fully developed. Do you hear me? You make the mistake, and I take the blame. Who am I supposed to complain to? The worst part was being berated by the doctor and having no room to argue back. The situation was urgent enough that Takuya didn't even bother knocking. He burst straight into the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade was reviewing documents while the third Hokage sat nearby, guiding her through the intricacies of leadership. What brings you here? It was rare for Takuya to come to the Hokage's office, especially when the third Hokage was present. But to barge in without knocking and drag Kakashi along was unheard of. Tsunade gave Kakashi a light smack on the head, forcing him to stand up straight. Takuya, exasperated, spread his hands and explained, I didn't want to come either. This kid probably got some tips from his father and secretly learned Thunder Flash. Just now he tried to sneak attack me with it, failed, and ended up damaging his arm muscles, tendons, even the bone. That's serious? The third Hokage's face darkened as he stood abruptly. Kakashi was one of the village's brightest young talents. Any permanent damage to him would be a huge loss for Konoha. Tsunade, however, remained calm. With a raised brow, she looked at the downcast Kakashi and snickered, quite bold for a little brat. What, don't want your arm anymore? Quit teasing him and take a look, Takuya interjected, rolling his eyes. The hospital doctor chewed me out already. Once this is over, I'm having a serious word with his father. Leaving his kid to me, then secretly teaching him techniques he shouldn't learn? Unbelievable.
Come here, brat. Tsunade beckoned Kakashi over. Obediently, he stepped forward and extended his trembling arm. Tsunade's idea of gentle didn't exist. She grabbed his arm firmly, making Kakashi wince. Ah! Watching her manhandle Kakashi's injured arm, Takuya couldn't help but wince himself. Come on, Tsunade, you could be a little softer. He's already in pain, there's no need to add insult to injury. The third Hokage, visibly uncomfortable, twitched slightly. Memories of past experiences with Tsunade's gentle touch seemed to surface. I'll step outside for a bit. Tsunade, examine him carefully and make sure he's treated properly, he muttered before slipping out of the office with his pipe. Tsunade ignored him and focused on her examination. Sweat poured down Kakashi's face, but he endured silently. How's your eyesight? Tsunade asked without looking up. It's fine. A bit itchy and sometimes painful when I open them, but it'll pass. Takuya was accustomed to the symptoms that accompanied the evolution of his eyes. The higher the level, the more pronounced the signs. Good, Tsunade replied with a nod. Turning back to Kakashi, she said, Brat, I'll let it slide this time. But next time? You'd better come with at least 1,000,000 Ryo. Otherwise, don't even think about asking me to treat you. Getting Tsunade to treat someone for free? Practically impossible. The woman had the instincts of a business magnate and was infamous for her greed. Well, you can always send the bill to his father, Takuya suggested with a smirk. You're right. Tsunade's eyes lit up at the idea. Grabbing Kakashi, she led him toward the medical room for treatment. You're free to go, Takuya. I'll deal with his father about the bill. Poor Tsukumo Hatake. For his son's sake, he was about to be fleeced. Still, Takuya thought, it serves him right. What kind of father teaches their kid dangerous techniques behind my back? Kakashi's injuries weren't life-threatening but left untreated, they could have long-term consequences. Once the treatment was complete, Tsunade wasted no time summoning Tsukumo. Lady Tsunade, Tsukumo greeted politely, dressed in his ANBU uniform with his iconic short sword strapped to his back. Although Tsunade had yet to officially become Hokage, her position as the successor was no secret. She was already regarded as the next leader. Without a word, Tsunade slapped a medical bill onto the desk in front of him. Tsukumo blinked in confusion. What's this? Picking up the bill, his expression darkened as he read the total, 1.8 million Ryo. Damn brat. I told him not to use that technique recklessly. That little troublemaker. Tsukumo's heart ached. Tsunade had bled him dry with this outrageous bill, but there was no way he could refuse. The future Hokage was smiling at him expectantly, clearly waiting for him to pay up. Even if he had the guts, there was no avoiding this debt. It was all his fault anyway. From now on, no matter how much Kakashi begged, Tsukumo resolved never to teach him another risky technique. Tsunade's fees alone were enough to bankrupt him. And Takuya? He was sure to give Tsukumo an earful next. This is going to cost me more than just money, Tsukumo thought bitterly as he signed the payment form. Despite his wealth, even Tsukumo felt the sting of such a hefty expense. He had planned to commission a high-quality chakra blade for Kakashi when he grew older. Now, those plans would have to wait. Kakashi was Takuya's student, after all, and their training styles were vastly different. While Tsukumo followed the Hatake clan's traditional swordsmanship, Takuya leaned heavily into the explosive power of the Uchiha and Senju styles. Different paths required different weapons, and finding the right tool to maximize Kakashi's potential would take time and resources. The treasured blades of the Hatake clan, such as the White Fang short sword, weren't suitable for Kakashi. In Tsukumo Hatake's hands, the short sword could strike fear into enemies. But if it were given to Takuya, it likely wouldn't take long before it ended up broken, much like the Raijin sword did in the past. Kakashi needed a chakra weapon more akin to the Kusanagi sword rather than the White Fang short sword. Crafting such a chakra weapon required a significant amount of money. Tsukumo couldn't expect Kakashi to earn enough to purchase materials and hire someone to craft it himself. Many rare materials couldn't simply be bought with money. Orochimaru, in his usual resourcefulness, had obtained several Kusanagi swords at once. Unfortunately, the remaining swords weren't suitable for Kakashi. Otherwise, Tsukumo could have purchased one from Orochimaru. He probably wouldn't have refused. Feeling frustrated, Tsukumo paid the funds and left the Hokage's office. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Tsunade laughed like a child. She could barely remember the last time she went to a gambling den. Now that her pockets were full, it was the perfect opportunity to relax and play a few rounds. Recently, she'd been working herself to exhaustion. Leaving Tsunade to her self-indulgence, Tsukumo finished his work and returned home. Seeing his son's arms wrapped in bandages, Tsukumo couldn't help but scold him. "You little brat. Didn't I tell you not to use your teacher's techniques until your body was fully developed? You don't even have a proper chakra weapon. Don't you know using unstable lightning chakra can harm your body without the right weapon to channel it?" Kakashi lowered his head, guilty and silent, enduring the scolding without protest. Tsukumo berated him to his heart's content. Kakashi regretted his actions deeply. Desperate for Takuya's approval and praise, he had acted impulsively, and ruined everything. Even worse, he dragged Takuya into the situation, causing the Konoha hospital doctors to lash out at him. After venting his frustrations, enlightened by the thought of only losing over 1,000,000 ryo, Tsukumo ruffled Kakashi's hair to comfort him. "Rest and recover for now. Once your body heals, you can resume training. I'll figure out a way to get you a suitable weapon. Oh, by the way," Tsukumo added as he turned to start preparing dinner. "Besides your injured arms, nothing else happened today, right?" Kakashi tilted his head, thinking for a moment, then weakly replied, "Teacher took me to the hospital, and the doctors yelled at him." Tsukumo froze. "Damn it. I don't have a son like you." He had thought dealing with Tsunade's demands had wrapped things up. But now there was another headache, Takuya. The next morning, Tsukumo took the day off, bringing Kakashi and some gifts to Takuya's house. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by a barrage of scolding. "Are you out of your mind, Tsukumo? Handing such a dangerous technique to a child? Didn't I say I'd personally guide him when the time was right? Seriously? You let him attempt it without a suitable weapon? Aren't you afraid of crippling his hands? Powerful techniques come with serious risks, and you know that better than anyone. What are you, a child yourself?" Takuya's tirade nearly drenched Tsukumo in saliva. "Haha, my apologies, my apologies. It won't happen again, I swear." Tsukumo tried to laugh it off, quickly changing the subject. "Again?" Takuya's voice rose several notches. Kakashi instinctively took a step back, worried he'd get caught in the crossfire. "Poor dad. The only reason he's not hitting me must be because I'm his biological son." Pakura handed Kakashi a bottle of milk with a straw already inserted. Snowy, lying on the sofa, looked at Kakashi with schadenfreude in its gaze. "Serves you right, brat. Master's techniques aren't for just anyone to mess around with." In the end, the apology session concluded with Tsukumo being thoroughly berated. "You're dead meat, kid," Tsukumo thought, casting a fierce glare at Kakashi. "Once you're healed, I'll deal with you personally." Seeing that Takuya was still fuming, Tsukumo awkwardly laughed. "This time was my fault. It won't happen again. Actually, I've been trying to get Kakashi a proper chakra weapon, but chakra metal is just too expensive and rare." Even with his status and connections, it was incredibly difficult for Tsukumo to acquire enough chakra metal. That spoke volumes about how precious it was. To make matters worse, the village's supply of chakra metal had been nearly depleted by Danzo in the past. Although some had been replenished over the years, the quantity was still insufficient, and it couldn't all be allocated to Tsukumo, even with his hero status. Chakra metal? Takuya happened to have plenty of it. However, Kakashi didn't need a weapon like the White Fang short sword, it was too fragile. He required something akin to the Kusanagi sword. Crafting such a weapon not only required chakra metal but also rare minerals. On top of that, they would need to hire a master craftsman from the land of smithing, which would cost a small fortune. Fortunately, the chakra metal Snowy had taken from Danzo had been sitting unused in Takuya's stash. It finally seemed to have a purpose. Raising an eyebrow, Takuya extended a hand toward Tsukumo. "What now? Was scolding me not enough? What's with the outstretched hand? Chakra metal, I have. Enough to craft a weapon. But remember, 30 million ryo, no bargaining, no credit." Pfft. You and Tsunade must have been born from a money tree. It's always about money. Tsukumo was dumbfounded. Even Kakashi was shocked. 30 million ryo, just for the chakra metal. And that didn't include the other materials. Wait. You have chakra metal? Tsukumo immediately grasped the significance of Takuya's words. Takuya, unimpressed, snapped, "What, you thought it'd be free? You're not that greedy, are you?" Friendship was one thing, business was another. For ordinary items, Takuya wouldn't mind giving them away. But for something worth tens of millions of ryo? Even if Takuya was willing to gift it, Tsukumo wouldn't dare accept it. Most importantly, Takuya was already doing him a massive favor by selling such a rare commodity. Without him, even with money,
Tsukumo wouldn't have been able to procure it. The third Hokage was still struggling to find enough chakra metal to craft a weapon for his son, Asuma. What chance did Tsukumo have? "I'll get you the money soon," Tsukumo promised. "I'll also prepare the other materials. Since you're Kakashi's teacher, why don't you take him to the land of smithing to have it crafted?" Tsukumo was careful to take only what was reasonable, ensuring not to overstep boundaries. "Knew you'd say that." Takuya rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Taking Kakashi to get a weapon crafted wasn't a big deal, it was part of his responsibility as a teacher. "Father, does it really cost that much to craft a weapon?" Kakashi asked on their way home, still stunned by the enormous price tag. Stopping in his tracks, Tsukumo looked at his son seriously. "Kakashi, you need to understand. Being a ninja is a high-risk profession. But it's also highly rewarding. The stronger you are, the faster you earn. Without your teacher's connections, I wouldn't have been able to buy such rare chakra metal, even if I had the money. Do you understand?" Kakashi nodded, finally grasping the weight of his father's words. In the world of Naruto, aside from people like Tsunade, the big spender, Orochimaru, the research-obsessed madman or Conan, the walking pile of explosive tags, most powerful ninjas really weren't lacking in money. Even if you weren't strapped for cash, there were materials so rare that they were nearly impossible to procure. Without the right connections, even money couldn't buy them. I've heard that even the Hokage is troubled over the issue of chakra metal. Ha! Kakashi was stunned. The fact that even the Hokage had difficulty acquiring it, yet his teacher could take out a considerable amount at once, was almost unbelievable. Tsukumo Hatake sternly warned his son. "That's why you mustn't tell anyone about this. Your teacher will handle the matter of crafting your weapon. If anyone asks, just attribute everything to him. Do you understand?" If the news about Takuya possessing such a large supply of chakra metal were to spread, the consequences would be significant. Kakashi straightened his posture and earnestly replied, "Yes, father. I understand." The third Hokage's troubles with acquiring chakra metal had nothing to do with them. Tsukumo's sole focus was ensuring that Kakashi had a good weapon. As for where Takuya got so much chakra metal, that wasn't their concern. There were things you shouldn't ask, and curiosities you shouldn't explore. Some secrets were best left alone. After seeing off Tsukumo and Kakashi, Takuya rubbed his temples. "Pakura, we still have some extra chakra metal. Do you need a weapon crafted?" "No need," Pakura shook her head. "Scorch release is more than enough for me. Given the heat and intensity of its flames, even chakra metal wouldn't last long. A high-quality weapon would just be wasted on me. Standard ones are sufficient and easy to replace." "Fair enough," Takuya said, not pressing further. The day Tsunade's inauguration as the fourth Hokage drew nearer, invited guests began to arrive. Interestingly, the first arrivals weren't representatives from the other great ninja villages but delegates from smaller nations. Since Konoha planned to make the event grand, they invited not only the other major villages, Suna, Iwa, Kumo and Kiri, but also smaller countries and villages. If they were going to do this, they were going to do it right. Reception duties were not Takuya's responsibility, the Elder Council handled that. Each visiting group was assigned ninja overseers. Takuya was tasked with monitoring Kumogakure, while Minato Namikaze was responsible for Iwagakure. As for Suna and Kiri, their monitoring was less strict. Smaller villages were left to the Anbu to oversee. Takuya hadn't expected that before Kumogakure's delegation even arrived, his task would already begin. Hanzo. The invitations extended to every nation and village, so naturally, the Land of Rain and Mangekyō were included. What Konoha hadn't anticipated was that Hanzo himself would show up. Although Mangekyō was a small village, Hanzo's reputation as the demigod of the ninja world was no joke. While some of it was self-proclaimed, his accomplishments were significant enough to warrant Konoha's respect. Given that Takuya had previously left Hanzo with no room to maneuver, Tsunade assigned him the task of handling Mangekyō's delegation. Since Kumogakure's group hadn't arrived yet, adding Mangekyō to Takuya's workload seemed manageable. Tsunade had great confidence in his abilities. The weather, however, was less cooperative. Perhaps Hanzo's arrival had brought the Land of Rain's mood along with him, as the already overcast skies broke into a cold, freezing rain. Damn this weather, many Konoha residents grumbled. Freezing rain was worse than snow, cold, wet, and slippery. The low temperatures caused thick layers of ice to form on the roadsides, making walking treacherous. While ninja could navigate icy terrain with ease, ordinary villagers weren't so lucky. Minor injuries like bruises were common, but some unlucky individuals even fractured limbs. As a result, the Konoha hospital became busier than ever. Standing at the gates of Konoha, Hanzo felt a mix of emotions as he approached. It had been years since he'd left the borders of the Land of Rain. He had almost forgotten what it felt like. His relationship with Konoha's leadership was also strained. Nearly killing Danzo had ensured that. Hanzo hadn't wanted to come to the ceremony, but the Land of Rain's daimyo had been persistent, repeatedly pleading with him and even promising increased funding. Eventually, Hanzo relented. It wasn't about lack of pride. The daimyo's offer was simply too tempting. The Land of Rain's delegation wasn't small. In addition to Mangekyō shinobi, there were attendants, bodyguards and other personnel from the daimyo's estate, numbering several dozen. Takuya stood at the gates, umbrella in hand, waiting. When the group from Mangekyō arrived, he immediately spotted Hanzo in his raincoat, along with 3 familiar figures following the daimyo's entourage, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. "You've got to be kidding me." Seeing the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki, dressed in their signature black cloaks with red clouds, excitedly looking his way, Takuya was at a loss for words. Not only had Hanzo come, but the Akatsuki trio had also tagged along. Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, not a single one missing. It seemed the Akatsuki was doing quite well for itself, now openly associating with the daimyo's estate. Although the Land of Rain's daimyo wasn't wealthy, a daimyo was still a daimyo. With his backing, the Akatsuki had gained much-needed resources and legitimacy. Apparently, Takuya's previous guidance had worked. Instead of recklessly clashing with Mangekyō and antagonizing Hanzo as they had in the original timeline, the Akatsuki had chosen to align themselves with the daimyo. This allowed them to develop under his banner, avoiding unnecessary conflict. In the original timeline, Jiraiya had protected the trio for years, instilling them with idealistic dreams. Once they grew stronger, their naive approach to establishing the Akatsuki led to constant clashes with Mangekyō and Hanzo, making their path incredibly difficult. But in this timeline, without Jiraiya's direct influence or protection, the trio had learned the harshness of reality on their own. They had chosen a more pragmatic path, focusing on survival and development. By cooperating with the daimyo, the Akatsuki provided him with protection while gaining the resources and legitimacy they needed to grow. This arrangement also meant fewer direct conflicts with Mangekyō. Although Hanzo and his village weren't particularly fond of the Akatsuki, they refrained from targeting the group outright, unwilling to risk offending the daimyo. It was a strange but functional relationship. "Konoha has arranged accommodations," Takuya informed the group. "However, due to your large numbers, you'll need to move in batches. I hope you'll understand." No problem, the daimyo responded cheerfully. He and his entourage quickly followed Konoha's arrangements without complaint, knowing their status was far below Konoha's. Hanzo and the Mangekyō shinobi, meanwhile, followed Takuya. Konoha had deliberately separated the daimyo's entourage from the ninja, making it easier to manage and monitor them. "I thought someone else would be assigned to greet me," Hanzo said, walking behind Takuya. He was clearly observing him, his masked face silently questioning why Takuya wore such an odd accessory. Takuya turned back, flashing a polite smile. "Since there are many guests and I had some free time, I was assigned to welcome you and the Mangekyō delegation. I hope you'll understand." Could I say I don't understand? When it came to Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages, Mangekyō had never been in a position to negotiate as equals. It didn't have that standing in the past, and it certainly didn't now. Small villages remained small villages, even if they had a demigod like Hanzo of the Salamander. His reputation might have been formidable, but it didn't translate into real influence. Unless Hanzo could dominate the entire ninja world like Hashirama Senju once did, he was just another ninja. Watching Takuya's smiling profile, Hanzo sighed. "I never imagined the child I met back then would grow so much. But I am curious, how does someone like you, who has a strained relationship with Konoha's leadership, manage to coexist with them so well? Do you have to be so blunt, old man?" The rain ninja accompanying Hanzo broke into a cold sweat. Talking about such a sensitive topic in Konoha, as their guests no less, was that really appropriate? But Hanzo didn't seem to care if his words offended Konoha or if Takuya reported them. "That's my own business," Takuya replied with a calm smile, his gaze steady. "You don't need to concern yourself with it. This old fox is still playing games even at his age. Too bad he picked the wrong person." For others, such a remark might provoke a strong reaction. But for Takuya? Why would I waste energy on something so trivial? Anyone who interacted with Konoha's leadership already knew about Takuya's poor relations with the third Hokage and his allies. It was no secret. Still, just because it was common knowledge didn't mean he'd entertain the topic with outsiders like Hanzo. That said, It seems your Mangekyō has been limited in its development since the war, Takuya remarked, changing the subject. Hanzo looked up at the overcast sky and sighed. The scars left by war take a long time to heal. Perhaps, Takuya replied, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, and continued leading the way. The problem with Mangekyō was simple: poverty. The wars had devastated the Land of Rain, and Hanzo had taken too much from the daimyo's coffers to fund his military efforts. After the war, the daimyo's estate was too drained to offer further support. Without external aid and given the harsh environment of the Land of Rain, Mangekyō had few sources of income. The fact that the village had managed to survive this long was impressive, mainly thanks to Hanzo's reputation. Without him, Mangekyō's situation would have been much worse. Even though the village didn't have much to offer, the reality was that even scraps were valuable to someone. If not for Hanzo's presence, other forces would have swooped in to carve up what little remained of Mangekyō. Still, part of Mangekyō's stagnation stemmed from internal issues. The war had shaken Hanzo's resolve, leaving him far less focused on the village's development. On top of that, the Akatsuki's growing influence had fragmented Mangekyō's resources. As long as Hanzo was alive, the village could maintain its fragile foothold in the ninja world. But once he was gone, its future looked bleak. Takuya stopped in front of a two-story building with a courtyard, designated as Mangekyō's lodging. This is where you'll be staying. To minimize friction and for easier management, all visiting groups are housed separately. It's not intended to target Mangekyō specifically. Food and supplies will be delivered at regular intervals. If you have any requests, you can inform our staff, Takuya explained as he led the group inside. After settling the Rain Ninja, Takuya prepared to leave. Monitoring the situation from a distance was sufficient as long as Mangekyō didn't cause trouble. The Rain Ninja weren't given any special treatment. Their accommodations were the same as those for other smaller villages, grouped together with other minor nations. Konoha wasn't about to elevate Hanzo's status unnecessarily. If it had, they wouldn't have assigned Takuya to greet him in the first place. Lord Hanzo, Konoha isn't taking us seriously at all. One of the Rain Ninja complained as soon as the doors were closed. They've put us in such poor accommodations. In the Rain Ninja's view, Mangekyō might not be on par with the 5 great nations, but it was still leagues ahead of most minor villages. Their lodgings should have been placed after those of Suna or Kumo, not lumped in with smaller villages. Hanzo cast a cold glance at his subordinate. Do you want to stay somewhere better? No, Lord Hanzo. I wouldn't dare. Sensing his leader's displeasure, the ninja quickly bowed his head, sweat dripping down his back. Humph, Hanzo snorted, closing his eyes and falling silent. He didn't need anyone to remind him that Konoha didn't regard Mangekyō as equals. That much was already clear to him. The fact that Takuya had been assigned to receive them was proof enough. It was a warning: stay in line. If you cause trouble, Mangekyō will face consequences. Hanzo hadn't come to Konoha out of genuine goodwill to congratulate Tsunade on becoming the 4th Hokage. He was here only because the daimyo's persistent requests left him no choice. Now that he was here, what did it matter if Konoha looked down on them? Mangekyō and Konoha weren't even in the same league. Making a scene would only bring further humiliation. Takuya didn't care what Hanzo thought. This was Konoha's arrangement, not his personal decision. If Hanzo had grievances, he could take them up with the 3rd Hokage and the Elder Council. Honestly, given Hanzo's reputation, Mangekyō deserved better treatment. But his history with Danzo was likely the reason for this slight. Even though Danzo was now a missing nin, he had once been a high-ranking Konoha official and the Hokage's advisor. Hanzo's past actions, which almost led to Danzo's death, had been a slap to Konoha's face. If you don't respect me, why should I respect you? Did Hanzo think Konoha had forgotten just because time had passed? Some grudges don't fade, they simply wait for the right moment to be addressed. As Takuya strolled through the rainy streets, umbrella in hand, he noticed the streets were nearly empty. Winter rain had a way of keeping most people indoors. Unbeknownst to him, or so they thought, 3 small figures followed stealthily at a distance. When Takuya entered a small restaurant, the trio didn't hesitate to follow him inside. They were none other than the Akatsuki leaders, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. What they believed was a covert tailing operation was easily detected by Takuya's sensory abilities. Just because his eyes were covered didn't mean he was unaware of his surroundings. His powerful sensory skills were as sharp as a second pair of eyes. Should we go in? Yahiko asked, scratching his head and glancing at his 2 companions. Yes. Konan answered immediately, unwilling to miss the opportunity to meet Takuya. After all,
while they were in Konoha now, who knew if they'd get another chance to see him? Nagato, ever the quiet one, nodded slightly in agreement. His long hair draped over his face, hiding most of it, leaving only the lower half visible. All right, let's go in. You think Sensei won't scold us, right? Yahiko asked nervously. Stop wasting time. Conan snapped, shoving Yahiko forward. Compared to the fear of being scolded, Conan was more worried about Takuya's eyes. Seeing him at the village gates had filled her with joy and excitement. But when she noticed the cloth covering his eyes, her heart sank. Is something wrong with Sensei's eyes? Were they injured, or is it something else, forcing him to keep them covered? You know, blocking someone's business isn't very polite, Takuya's voice called out before the three could linger any longer. The trio froze, their bodies stiff with awkwardness. After a moment of hesitation, they pushed open the door and stepped into the small restaurant. Inside, there were no other patrons apart from Takuya, who sat in a corner, sipping steaming tea. Sensei. Feeling both nervous and guilty, the trio approached, bowed politely, and greeted Takuya. Despite the cloth covering his eyes, Takuya raised his head to face them. Impressive. Your strength has grown considerably. It's hard to believe that without a teacher or access to proper ninja resources, you've managed to come this far. Sensei, we're the Akatsuki. Yahiko puffed out his chest, swelling with pride at Takuya's praise. His demeanor, full of childlike innocence, bore a resemblance to Nawaki, naive, a little foolish, and sometimes downright silly. I've told you before, I'm not your teacher, Takuya said with an amused smile, shaking his head. Still not giving up, huh? Have a seat. I'm curious to hear what the three of you have been through all these years. To us, you will always be our teacher, Yahiko declared, though his earlier enthusiasm dimmed slightly. You saved us from the darkness and showed us the path to the light. Even if Takuya refused to acknowledge them as his students, they had always regarded him as their sensei. Yahiko had hoped that now, after seeing how far they'd come, Takuya might finally accept them as disciples. But clearly, they were thinking too much. Takuya had never entertained such thoughts. Sit down, Takuya repeated. The trio obediently took their seats. Yahiko and Nagato sat across from Takuya, while Conan, ever bold, chose the spot beside him. Without hesitation she asked, Sensei, about your eyes. A small white head poked out from under Takuya's clothes, snowy, curious and alert, turned its gaze toward Conan. My eyes have been feeling uncomfortable lately, so I'm keeping them covered. They'll be fine after a while, Takuya said as he patted Snowy's head. Tell me your story. I'm quite curious. Conan hesitated but didn't press further. She began recounting their journey. After the war, the Land of Rain was in chaos. With your support, we managed to gain a foothold in Mangekyō and focused on improving our skills. Once the village settled down, we left to explore the outside world. During our travels, we dealt with many rogue ninja who were causing trouble, and we also obtained some. Conan paused, her expression troubled. The next part of the story was grim. To survive, to grow stronger, and to help others, the trio had resorted to every means possible. Without the idealistic teachings of Jiraiya, their path had been far more ruthless. Nagato, in particular, played a crucial role. To protect Conan and Yahiko, he had used the power of the Rinnegan. This power allowed them to secure the resources and techniques necessary for growth, but it came at a significant cost. Fortunately, as long as Nagato didn't overexert himself, his now matured body could handle the strain. Their journey had been arduous, filled with sacrifices. In the chaotic Land of Rain, where life was worth less than a dog's, 3 children armed with only basic knowledge had managed to rise through sheer determination and grit. Unknown to them, Black Zetsu had been working in the shadows to ensure the Akatsuki trio didn't falter. After hearing Conan's story, Takuya raised a hand, gently ruffling her hair, and offered her a comforting smile. You've done well. There's no need to feel guilty or regretful about the things you've done. These are the prices of growth. If I had grown up in the Land of Rain, my experiences might have been even darker than yours. He poured them a cup of tea. For now, eat and rest. Treat this visit to Konoha as a chance to relax. Joining the daimyo's estate was a wise decision. It's reduced the chances of direct conflict with Mangekyō. With the daimyo's backing, the Akatsuki could develop openly and legitimately. While Mangekyō might find their presence irksome, they couldn't openly oppose them without risking a fallout with the daimyo. Mangekyō was already impoverished and heavily indebted to the daimyo. Now that the daimyo was finally in a position to offer financial aid, targeting the Akatsuki would only disrupt this delicate balance. And never underestimate the importance of money.
Without financial support, Mangekyō couldn't develop, and without development, the Land of Rain would remain unstable. Even with the Akatsuki's efforts, their influence was limited by their lack of strength and numbers. Unlike the original timeline, where the Akatsuki had clashed constantly with Mangekyō, their pragmatic alignment with the daimyo had allowed them to grow without resistance.
Ha ha ha.
Convincing the daimyo took a lot of effort on my part, Yahiko boasted proudly. Nagato, ever composed, quietly burst his bubble. It was Konan's idea, and she led the negotiations that convinced the daimyo. Yahiko's face turned red with frustration. Can't you let me have this moment? The dynamic between the trio was clear. Yahiko was the determined leader, Nagato the strongest among them, and Konan the strategist who managed the organization's affairs. Watching Yahiko's embarrassment, Konan stifled a laugh, choosing not to intervene. It was evident that their bond was as strong as ever. The dinner with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan lasted for hours. They chatted with Takuya until nightfall, and even after Takuya firmly refused their requests to stay longer, the three reluctantly returned to their lodgings. After sending the trio off, Takuya tucked Snowy into his coat and resumed his duties. While the Rain Ninja had been well behaved and showed no signs of causing trouble, protocol demanded vigilance. The last thing he needed was someone tattling to Tsunade and her dragging him into an argument. As representatives from the smaller nations and minor villages settled in, the main event began. The delegation from Sunagakure, led by Chiyo, was the first among the 5 great ninja villages to arrive in Konoha. That same afternoon, the representatives from Kirigakure and Iwagakure also made their way into the village. The furthest away, Kumogakure's delegation, lagged slightly behind. Despite being located across the sea, Kirigakure had arrived earlier thanks to its alliance with Konoha. Since the war ended, Mist Village's ships had been granted free passage through Fire Country's waters. This advantage allowed them to outpace Kumogakure despite the latter's shorter land route. The burgeoning trade route across the sea had not only strengthened relations but also filled the pockets of the daimyo of both the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Both were practically grinning ear to ear at the revenue pouring in. Konoha and Kirigakure were equally pleased with the arrangement. Each had their own trade caravans, and a wealthy daimyo was more generous with funding. Meanwhile, the delegation from Kumogakure was still on the road. The son of the third Raikage, led the group personally, accompanied by the trusted advisor Dodai. Although Kumogakure was the last to arrive, they were well aware of everything happening in Konoha through their intelligence channels. Other villages have already arrived. Should we pick up the pace? Dodai suggested. There's still time, isn't there? No rush, replied, shaking his head. He was dragging his feet intentionally, ensuring Kumogakure would be the last to arrive. It was a calculated move to make their entrance stand out. I heard Yagami Takuya's eyes are in trouble. Is it from overusing his Mangekyō Sharingan? Dodai asked. Takuya's Mangekyō Sharingan was no secret. It had long been known across the ninja world. Kirigakure, in particular, had suffered significantly at his hands. The Kaguya clan had almost been wiped out under his command, with Uchiha forces leading the charge. As one of Konoha's most likely adversaries, Kumogakure had invested heavily in intelligence on the Uchiha clan. The news of Takuya covering his eyes raised immediate suspicions. Was he losing his sight, like Uchiha Madara once did from overusing the Mangekyō Sharingan? Perhaps, Dodai replied, unsure. But it's true that he's been keeping his eyes covered recently.
What a shame, I muttered with disappointment.
I was hoping to test my strength against him, to see how strong this so-called genius, said to rival the god of shinobi, truly is. But now...
Dodai sighed.
I doubt Konoha would let you challenge him. If Yagami Takuya's eyes are indeed compromised, his strength is likely affected. A duel would surely be declined. A2 was a recognized genius. But a match between two prodigies was meaningless if one of them wasn't at full strength. Dodai was confident Konoha wouldn't risk allowing such a fight.
Disappointing.
Truly disappointing, as said with a sigh, his excitement for the trip dampened. Kumogakure's primary goal was to gather intelligence and assess Konoha's military capabilities. I had taken it upon himself to challenge Takuya, testing whether he truly lived up to his reputation as a peer of Hashirama Senju. Though Takuya's feats had spread across the ninja world, his defeat of the third Kazekage being a standout, Kumogakure remained skeptical. They suspected his abilities were exaggerated. In Konoha, Takuya lounged in a chair, sipping a drink that Pakura had handed him. These Kumogakure folks are really dragging their feet. They're the only ones left, and they're still not here, Takuya remarked, yawning. Their motives were obvious. Kumogakure wanted to make a grand entrance, ensuring their arrival stood out. They're doing this on purpose, Takuya said with a wry smile. Even Kirigakure managed to arrive early. No way Kumogakure is just taking their time. Pakura, standing nearby, reported, the Rain Ninja haven't made any suspicious moves. They've stayed in their lodgings the entire time. Smart move on Hanzo's part, Takuya commented, grinning slightly. He chased Danzo down and dealt a significant blow to the village, embarrassing Konoha in the process. It's no surprise Tsunade didn't interfere with the Elder Council's decision to give him the cold shoulder. If he stirs up trouble now, it'll only embarrass Mangekyō. Better to stay put. Even gods grow old, it seems, Takuya mused. Pakura, after a moment's thought, asked, Sir, how strong is Hanzo really? She had heard stories of him since childhood but had no concrete understanding of his abilities, especially since he had been reclusive following the Second Ninja War. He's strong, Takuya admitted after some thought. But his mindset as a strong warrior was shattered by the war. His abilities haven't declined, but they've plateaued at best. Pakura frowned at the vague assessment. Noticing her curiosity, Takuya teased, if your scorch release can burn away the toxins from his salamander, and you work on your taijutsu, you could take him on. Hanzo's greatest strength lay in the deadly poison of his salamander, his formidable taijutsu, and his unparalleled body flicker technique. While his kenjutsu was well regarded, Takuya always felt it was a weak point. A swordsman wielding a massive scythe? Takuya didn't know whether to critique or laugh. Here they come, someone announced, interrupting Takuya's thoughts. Finally, the long-delayed Kumogakure delegation arrived in Konoha. Led by A, the son of the third Raikage, and the trusted advisor Dodai, their arrival gave Konoha the respect it deserved. Apologies for the delay, everyone. The long distance made us late, Dodai said, offering a courteous bow. A, of course, wouldn't lower himself to apologize, leaving the task to Dodai. You've arrived rather quickly, actually. I was expecting your group to show up just before the ceremony started, Takuya replied, stepping forward. Dodai's face froze momentarily at the pointed remark. Clearly, Takuya wasn't buying their excuse. Forcing a smile, Dodai said, it wasn't intentional. The distance from Kumogakure to Konoha is simply too great. Of course, Takuya replied lightly. This way, please. I'll escort you to your accommodations. Not that I believe you for a second. Are you looking down on Kumogakure? A demanded, his voice brimming with fury. Unlike Dodai, who could maintain composure, A had no patience for subtle insults. His temper, typical of Raikage, flared easily, even though he hadn't yet officially inherited the title. And this is? Takuya asked, feigning ignorance as he turned his head toward Dodai. With an apologetic tone, he added, my apologies. My eyes haven't been in the best condition lately, so I can't clearly recognize people I haven't met before. The crowd, consisting of Konoha ninja and representatives from other villages gathered at the gate, looked on with strange expressions. Yagami Takuya, do you even hear yourself? Your conscience must hurt saying that out loud. Even with his eyes covered, no one would believe he had trouble recognizing people. Anyone with even basic intelligence reports on him knew Takuya's sensory abilities rivaled the Uzumaki clan's. His sight might be impaired, but his perception was impeccable. Dodai's expression soured slightly, but he maintained his politeness as he introduced, this is Lord A, the son of the third Raikage. In Kumogakure, regardless of their original name, those who became Raikage adopted the title A. A. Takuya tilted his head as if trying to discern A's presence with his sensory abilities. After a long pause, he hesitantly asked, if I remember correctly, only Raikage can use that title, right? Well, that's because... I had barely begun to explain when Takuya interrupted with exaggerated realization. Oh. Only the Raikage can use the name A, and since the third Raikage is still alive, you must be Little A. Pfft. Several people in the crowd burst into laughter, unable to hold it back despite their best efforts. Even those trying to suppress it failed miserably, covering their mouths as their shoulders shook. The Kumogakure delegation was stunned. Little A? What kind of ridiculous nickname was that? Yet when they thought about it, it did make a strange kind of sense. The third Raikage was A, and his son, also named A, could logically be called Little A. But the term was undeniably awkward. What the hell? Dodai thought, utterly speechless. He had never imagined anyone would dare to call a something so absurd. And yet, the logic was infuriatingly sound. This brat has lost his mind. Dodai thought, shaking off the bizarre reasoning that momentarily trapped him. You bastard! Are you mocking me? A's face turned bright red with rage, his already massive muscles swelling as if he were preparing to crush Takuya with a single punch. "Oh no, not at all," Takuya replied, his expression calm and pleasant. "Mocking you? That's too harsh. I was merely ridiculing you. Mockery would be far more serious." "That's even worse." Pakura sighed, covering her face with one hand. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, she tugged at Takuya's sleeve, trying to diffuse the tension. "Lord Takuya," she whispered, "he may be provoking you, but he's still a guest. Let's avoid unnecessary conflict." While Pakura admitted Takuya's points were technically valid, quarreling with a guest at the village gate wasn't exactly a good look for Konoha. "Hey!" Dodai exclaimed in alarm, quickly stepping between A and Takuya. He feared he might lose his temper and attack, creating an even bigger mess. While it wasn't ideal for a host to mock a guest, it would be disastrous for a guest to attack the host. Dodai glanced nervously at the nearby Konoha shinobi, many of whom were already gathering to observe. If a fight broke out, things could escalate quickly. Kumogakure's usual strategy of using veiled threats of war to get what they wanted wouldn't work here. With Tsunade about to take office as the fourth Hokage, any threat would only provoke Konoha further. Besides, even in its weakened state, Konoha wouldn't back down from a fight with Kumogakure. A forced himself to calm down, glaring at Takuya with a mix of frustration and disdain. "I've heard that Yagami Takuya is hailed as a genius on par with the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. But seeing you now, blind from overusing your Sharingan, I can't help but feel disappointed." "What?" A's words shocked the onlookers, especially the Konoha ninja. Even the third Hokage, watching through his crystal ball, nearly fell out of his chair. Although he and Takuya had their differences, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want any harm to come to one of Konoha's strongest assets. Could it be true? Has the overuse of the Mangekyō Sharingan taken its toll? What now? If Takuya's eyesight were truly compromised, it would severely impact his combat effectiveness, a disastrous blow for Konoha, especially with Awagakure on the brink of war and Kumogakure stirring trouble. Pakura grabbed Takuya by the shoulders, turning him to face her. For once, her tone was forceful. "Is it true? Are your eyes damaged?" "Damaged my ass." Takuya wanted to roll his eyes but refrained. If not for the cloth covering his face, he would have shown them the faint circles of his developing Rinnegan. "I'm fine. More than fine. My Rinnegan is almost complete. I'm about to soar to new heights." "It's nothing serious," he reassured her. "Just some mild irritation. It'll pass in time." Seeing A's smug expression, Takuya decided to play along with the misunderstanding. "If he thinks I'm nearly blind, why not lean into it?" "Truly unfortunate," A sneered. "I had hoped to test my strength against you, but seeing your condition now, it seems pointless." "Oh, so you like taunting people, huh? Two can play that game. Did you want to challenge me?" Takuya asked, brushing off Pakura's grip and facing it directly. "I did. But now?" A shrugged, spreading his hands in mock disappointment. "Why bother fighting someone who's nearly blind? There's no point. You used to be a man. Are you not one anymore?" Takuya retorted. A blinked, dumbfounded. "What are you even talking about?" "I said," Takuya replied with a grin, "if you won't fight someone who's nearly blind, are you scared?" The air around them grew tense. Takuya's words were a clear challenge, and the crowd knew things were about to escalate. "Name the time and place," A snapped. Dodai, now visibly distressed, tried to intervene. "A, don't be rash. This was the territory of Konoha. Winning would offend Konoha, and losing would only bring shame to oneself." What made the situation even harder to accept was that winning didn't feel like much of an accomplishment either. If Takuya's eyes weren't an issue and his strength was at its peak, defeating him would surely bring glory to the hidden cloud village. But the current Takuya was nearly blind, unable to use the Sharingan, and his strength had undoubtedly diminished by more than half. Thus, defeating Takuya in this state was hardly a source of honor. Then tomorrow morning at 9 sharp, at Konoha's training ground 4, Takuya decisively set the time and place. The village's celebration was scheduled for noon, so they could settle the duel in the morning. Finishing the fight before attending the celebration would be perfect. It would be a good opportunity to curb the hidden cloud village's arrogance. "Pakura, take them to their lodgings," Takuya instructed, delegating the task of guiding the hidden cloud village delegation. News of Takuya's eye problems spread like wildfire. Previously, people had noticed him covering his eyes, but they merely assumed he was injured and didn't think much of it. But now, thanks to the blunt remark from the young A of the hidden cloud, the truth was out. It was big news. Tsunade-sama, there's an urgent matter. What is it? Tsunade asked impatiently. The past few days had been full of trouble, leaving Tsunade with barely any time to rest. Her bloodshot eyes revealed just how exhausted she was. When Tsunade was sleep-deprived, her temper became explosive. Yet the Umbu messenger had no choice but to report the situation, despite the risk. He recounted the events at the village gates. What did you say? Takuya's eyes are having problems. Tsunade had previously asked Takuya about his eyes being covered, and his response had been, they're a bit uncomfortable. They'll recover soon. She hadn't thought much of it because she trusted Takuya's words. If there were a real issue, he would have sought her help immediately. Could it be? A dark possibility crossed Tsunade's mind, and her face turned pale as her pupils constricted. She remembered her granduncle, Tobarama Senju, mentioning that when a Uchiha Sharingan evolved into a Mangekyō Sharingan, excessive use could lead to blindness. Uchiha Madara was a prime example of this. This wasn't mere slander against Madara, but rather the truth behind his and Izuna's eye transplant. Even the Uchiha clan themselves were unaware of the full story. After Madara's betrayal, this became one of his biggest scandals. Anyone who would harm their own sibling couldn't be considered a good person. Takuya had frequently used his Mangekyō Sharingan's power. Overuse of the Mangekyō could indeed result in blindness.
Tsunade couldn't stay calm.
Ignoring the pile of unfinished work, she abruptly left the Hokage's office. The sudden influx of outsiders also increased the pressure on the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Mikoto, who was handling clerical duties. Clan leader. Mikoto looked up in surprise as Fugaku entered the room with a solemn expression. Mikoto, about Takuya's eyes. Fugaku asked cautiously. For this? Mikoto couldn't help but smile wryly. Takuya said his eyes have been feeling a bit uncomfortable lately, so he's covering them. He said they'll recover soon. Recover? As someone with a Mangekyō Sharingan, Fugaku knew that once the Mangekyō's visual power was depleted, recovery was impossible. The difference between the Mangekyō and the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan wasn't even clear to the Uchiha clan due to a lack of information. So when the rumors started spreading, Fugaku believed them. He recalled how often Takuya had relied on his Mangekyō's power in battle. After hearing this from Fugaku, Mikoto's face turned pale. Without saying a word, she dashed out of the room. Sigh. Watching Mikoto's hurried departure, Fugaku let out a deep sigh. Takuya's eye issues were not good news for the Uchiha clan. Unaware of the chaos outside, Takuya sat on his sofa at home, holding Snowy. Snowy, tomorrow you'll handle that young A. Beat him thoroughly and don't hold back. That guy has a tough body, so don't worry about hurting him. Someone had come knocking at his door. He couldn't just let it slide. How to fight was up to him. Letting Snowy take the stage would suffice. After all, summoning beasts were also a part of one's strength. Understood, Snowy replied softly, blinking her large watery eyes. Tomorrow, I'll teach that young A lesson and vent your anger, master. Snowy had been napping earlier and had no idea who this young A was. But since Takuya had said to hit him hard, that was all she needed to know. If master said to beat him, then beat him. Not even his father could stop her. She'd ensure he wouldn't be able to get out of bed and live normally for a while. When Snowy made a promise, she followed through. Bang! Holding Snowy with a mischievous grin, Takuya's smile froze on his face. No matter how urgent it is, there's no need to barge in like that. That door is expensive. Of all the things to worry about, you're concerned about the cost of the door? Minato dragged Nawaki into the room, looking visibly anxious. What's going on with your eyes? Have you already lost your vision? Why didn't you tell us? Takuya, you idiot. Do you even consider us your brothers? Your friends. Nawaki was furious, pointing an accusing finger at Takuya as he berated him. He looked so agitated it seemed he might start swearing. What had Master done to upset them so much? Snowy blinked in confusion. Did Master really have an eye problem? It didn't seem like it. Even Nawaki, who usually feared Snowy, was too upset to care about her presence. That showed just how worried he and Minato were. Takuya, the person in question, was completely dumbfounded. I already told you. My eyes are a bit uncomfortable, but they'll recover soon. Wait a second. You didn't actually believe what that young A said, did you? Come on, use your brains. You'd rather trust his words over mine. Takuya felt utterly speechless. It was just a tactic to mock and provoke him. There was no reason why he, Takuya Yagami, could mock young A, but young A couldn't retaliate with some trash talk.
And they fell for it?
If his eyes weren't evolving at the moment, he would have put these two idiots under a genjutsu, forcing them to perform a ridiculous dance together.
Are you sure you're fine?
Minato still looked doubtful. While on a mission, I ran into Mikoto. She said your Sharingan's power is almost depleted. Once it's gone, you'll lose your sight. That's why I rushed here with Nawaki.
What the hell?
Takuya couldn't help but curse. Who the hell was spreading these rumors? Wait a minute, only Fugaku would know about the Mangekyō's visual power consumption.
Could it be him? Unbelievable.
Others spread rumors, and you added fuel to the fire? You're something else. Just wait. I'll remember this. What's this about Mangekyō Sharingan's visual power depletion? Don't you think you owe us an explanation? At the front door, Tsunade arrived with a stern face, accompanied by Uchiha Mikoto. Not far behind them were Kushina and Pakura.
Great.
Everyone had gathered. It was getting lively today, so lively that even Tsunade, who had been running around non-stop, had come storming in. Clearly, rumors could be deadly. Wait, there was someone else approaching. Sensing the presence within his detection range, Takuya sighed in resignation. I'm just here to take a look. Dressed in his ANBU attire, Tsukumo Hatake had already removed his mask. Under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone, particularly Tsunade, whose eyes seemed to bore into his soul, he felt a bit itchy. After all, skipping work like this wasn't exactly responsible. Alright everyone, come inside. I'll explain everything at once so you can stop guessing wildly. Although a bit helpless, Takuya was also deeply moved by how much these people cared about him. Still, their exaggerated worry left him both touched and exasperated.
I'm fine.
Gesturing an okay with his hand, Tsukumo quickly stepped into the villa, shut the door, and added, I've deployed a squad outside to guard against potential intruders. ANBU personnel were already stretched thin, especially during times like this. Yet here was Tsukumo casually pulling an entire squad to assist. Was that really appropriate? Tsunade sighed, rubbing her forehead. After thinking it over, she didn't reject Tsukumo's goodwill. Since they were already here, they might as well keep watch. First, though, she wanted to hear what Takuya had to say. In the living room, everyone stood in a circle, not even bothering to sit down. They stared intently at Takuya, making him feel an immense amount of pressure. Snowy, ever the opportunist, quickly burrowed into Takuya's clothes, mumbling softly, Master, I'm sleepy.
Sleepy, my foot.
You heartless little thing, how could you hide now? Feeling Snowy wriggling in his arms to find a comfortable spot to sleep, Takuya wanted to curse. Alright, Takuya began, deciding it was best to clear things up quickly to avoid further misunderstandings. Everyone seemed convinced he was on the verge of going blind. I promise, my eyes are fine. They're just a bit uncomfortable, there's no excessive visual power depletion, and I'm not going blind anytime soon. Takuya, is that really true? Kushina stepped forward, grabbing his hand nervously. You can't lie to us, she pleaded, visibly anxious. When Pakura informed her, Kushina had been so shocked she didn't know what to do. She'd been worrying ever since. Truer than true. That muscle-brained fool is just talking nonsense, Takuya assured her. Given Takuya's reputation for reliability, his repeated assurances finally eased the group's concerns. Compared to an outsider like they were more inclined to believe Takuya. Uchiha Mikoto, however, was an exception. But what about the Mangekyō's visual power? It must be Fugaku Uchiha spouting nonsense, Takuya snapped, taking Mikoto's hand and guiding her to sit down. Once everyone was seated, Takuya began explaining. This is a bit complicated. Tsunade and Mikoto should be familiar with this. Before Konoha was founded, the Senju and Uchiha were mortal enemies. During that era, Uchiha Madara and his brother awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan together. This bit of history was something outsiders wouldn't typically know, as Konoha had kept it under wraps. Both my grandfather and granduncle mentioned this before. Tsunade nodded seriously, adding, Madara once lost his eyesight due to overuse of the Mangekyō Sharingan. In desperation, he took his younger brother Izuna's eyes and regained his vision. But what exactly is visual power? Mikoto asked, echoing Tsunade's understanding of the story. The others were shocked. What kind of person could harm their own sibling like that?
A blood brother.
How could anyone be so ruthless? Some couldn't believe it, while others were stunned into silence. Takuya sighed inwardly. How could they believe such nonsense? The story about Madara and Izuna was just fabricated by Tobarama Senju and a few Uchiha elders who didn't want to rebel. Madara had always been a devoted brother.
If Izuna hadn't been on the verge of death, begging him to take his eyes, Madara would rather have gone blind than harm his sibling. Yet rumors persisted, and Madara carried this black mark on his name. He never bothered to explain, as no one would believe him anyway. Thus, the tale became an accepted truth. Turning his attention back to the topic, Takuya decided to educate everyone present about the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai is the Sharingan. Upon awakening, the Sharingan evolves over time and through emotional stimulation, from single tomo to 2 tomo, then 3 tomo, and finally to what you know as the Mangekyō Sharingan. While 1-2- and 3 tomo Sharingan consume chakra and mental energy during use, the Mangekyō Sharingan is different. It also consumes visual power. Normally, once visual power is depleted, it cannot be restored, and the user will go blind. Spreading his hands, Takuya continued, although unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan brings a huge boost in strength, using it comes at a great cost. I'm sure Fugaku can attest to this. Serves you right for spreading rumors. You're nearly blind yourself, yet you still find the time to meddle in my affairs. Takuya couldn't help but feel a little schadenfreude. After all, it wasn't his eyes on the line. The group was left speechless. Was Takuya really in a position to laugh at others? Wait, since when did Fugaku have the Mangekyō Sharingan? And what about you? Don't tell me everyone else's Mangekyō consumes visual power, but yours doesn't, Tsunade pressed, refusing to be distracted. As a medical ninja, Tsunade knew better. There was no reason Takuya's Mangekyō should be different unless there was some unique factor. Madara had only avoided this issue after obtaining new eyes. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Everyone's eyes turned toward Takuya. With no way to dodge the question, he reluctantly used his pre-prepared excuse. My Mangekyō Sharingan does consume visual power. However, thanks to Snowy's special abilities, the visual power I use gradually restores itself. As long as I don't overuse the Mangekyō, my visual power will recover, so there's no chance of me going blind. Summoning beasts could do that? Just how powerful was Snowy? Even the Mangekyō's visual power could be replenished. Everyone was dumbfounded. Believe it or not, Takuya certainly believed it himself. After all, apart from Madara, Black Zetsu, and a few ancient relics, who else could differentiate between the Mangekyō and the Eternal Mangekyō? When the truth finally came out one day, he'd just say his bloodline was exceptionally strong. If they had any issues, they could go ask the Sage of Six Paths or Indra themselves. The Sage of Six Paths went straight from a 3-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyō Sharingan, then to the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and finally awakened the Rinnegan, without swapping eyes. And his son Indra awakened the Eternal Mangekyō by killing 2 companions. No eye exchange was necessary. Plenty of examples could be used to convince everyone. Takuya wasn't done yet. He gave everyone a reassurance to ease their concerns. Based on my observations and what I know about the Uchiha clan leader, it seems that my Sharingan's visual power consumption is quite low. Perhaps my Mangekyō abilities are rather basic. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku's, which seem to cost him half his life every time he uses them. Uchiha Fugaku, this black mark is yours to bear. Besides, the Uchiha had already aligned themselves with Tsunade. Letting her in on some secrets wasn't targeting them, it was just ensuring the right people were informed. As for the others, it didn't matter if they knew. Everyone here was loyal to Tsunade and wouldn't spread rumors. Sure enough, Takuya's words reassured everyone. Their curiosity then shifted to Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan. What kind of ability could it have to make Takuya describe it so dramatically?
Takuya didn't disappoint.
He decisively sold Fugaku out. His eyes can see glimpses of the future, but the cost is immense and severely depletes his visual power.
Hiss.
The Uchiha clan was truly insane. Seeing glimpses of the future? Was that even possible? Are you serious? Tsunade couldn't hold back her surprise. This ability sounded almost godlike. It's true, Takuya confirmed with a nod, adding, however, peering into the future undoubtedly influences events that might happen. Since it's the future, it's not easy to observe, and the price paid is terrifying. Takuya was convinced that with a few more uses, Fugaku's eyes would undoubtedly fail. Moreover, what Fugaku could see was quite limited. What has he seen?
Tsunade pressed.
Some not-so-great things. You can ask him directly. It's all related to the Uchiha and the village. I'll talk to him, Tsunade said firmly. Since Takuya didn't want to elaborate, she decided to confront Fugaku directly. If the Uchiha wanted her protection, they needed to show sincerity. Tsunade wouldn't deliberately target the Uchiha,
but the clan had to contribute if they wanted benefits. Nothing came free. Phew, that scared me, Minato said, exhaling in relief. His signature sunny smile reappeared. But Snowy is truly amazing, being able to restore even Mangekyō Sharingan's visual power. Humph. Hearing the praise, Snowy woke up immediately. She poked her little head out from Takuya's collar and proudly raised her long neck at everyone. The sight was so comical that everyone wanted to laugh but didn't dare. They were afraid of angering Snowy and getting swatted. Nawaki was the perfect example. His sharp tongue often earned him a beating from Snowy, leaving him yelping in pain every time. Since everyone's here, why not have a dinner gathering? Tomorrow is the opening of the celebration, and that's worth celebrating, Takuya suggested. I'll handle it, Mikoto said, pressing Takuya back onto the sofa. Given his condition, there was no way she would let him cook. I'll help, Kushina offered. While her cooking wasn't great, she could still assist. Work? Tsukumo initially wanted to bring up his duties. However, seeing Minato rummaging through cupboards for alcohol, he swallowed his words. If the boss wasn't in a rush, why should he be? He sat down and waited for dinner. It was a rare chance to relax. Tsunade, already grinning smugly, couldn't wait and took a few swigs of alcohol. She let out a satisfied burp. Are you sure you'll be fine in tomorrow's fight? She asked. Without using his Sharingan, Takuya's strength would be somewhat limited, and he wouldn't be an easy opponent. Before Takuya could reply, Snowy jumped out. Master said tomorrow's fight is up to me. I'll make sure to properly entertain our guest from afar and show him the power of Konoha. Are you serious? Tsunade's eyes widened, and the others were equally stunned. With a mischievous grin, Takuya asked, why? Isn't a summoning beast considered part of a ninja's strength? Indeed, when it came to trolling, no one could outdo Takuya Yagami. He had everyone beat. Poor A. Let's observe a moment of silence for him. The matter was settled. Everyone stopped worrying about the duel. With Snowy stepping in, what was there to fret about? A was guaranteed to get beaten so badly he'd call for his father. Nawaki's eyes lit up as he came up with a devious idea. The village treasury's been tight, hasn't it? Since this news has already spread, why don't we sell tickets for the fight? We could make a fortune. While the village itself was strapped for cash, Konoha's residents weren't poor. Not to mention, with so many visitors for the celebration, many would gladly spend some money to watch the excitement. You'd make a great finance minister, Minato quipped, rolling his eyes at Nawaki. But honestly, it's a good idea. We could make a decent amount. Money. Hearing that word, Tsunade perked up immediately. Tsukumo. I'll send someone to notify the Hokage right away. I'm sure he won't mind this money-making opportunity, Tsukumo said, pausing briefly before dispatching ANBU operatives to inform the third Hokage. When the third Hokage learned of Tsunade's idea, he was momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he summoned 2 elders to discuss it. The 3 quickly decided it was feasible and dispatched ninjas skilled in earth release to refurbish the training ground. Within hours, Training Ground 4 was transformed into a massive arena surrounded by tall earthen walls and long stone benches encircling the field. The arena was large enough to hold tens of thousands of spectators. Once the arena was ready, ticket sales began, and the prices were steep. To the third Hokage's delight, tickets sold out almost immediately as word spread. The demand was overwhelming. Even the Hidden Cloud delegation obediently purchased a significant number of tickets. Daimyos from various nations, along with their attendants, guards and other visitors, eagerly bought tickets. Combined with the wealthier villagers, the demand far outstripped supply. Hearing the sales report, the third Hokage was dumbfounded. Even this can make money? The report left him speechless, feeling as if he couldn't keep up with the times. Should they start staging regular fights between strong ninjas to rake in money? It was far quicker than mission commissions. News of Takuya's duel with A had already spread far and wide. Just hours later, Konoha began selling tickets for the event. They sold out in no time. Visitors were more than happy to spend a little extra to watch the spectacle. After all, it wasn't every day they'd see such a match. From the Hidden Cloud village was truly a walking treasure chest. Damn it. Unfortunately, the so-called treasure chest himself wasn't feeling even remotely happy. What he thought would be an exhilarating duel, a chance to humiliate Takuya, had turned into nothing more than a money-making scheme for Konoha. When he heard the news, he was so angry his nose nearly went crooked. What made it worse? Konoha wasn't handing out tickets, not even to guests. If you wanted to watch, you had to buy a ticket. No exceptions. Felt a surge of anger so intense it left him choking. The frustration was unbearable. Dodai had no choice but to calm down repeatedly while sending people to grab tickets as fast as possible. Yes, grab tickets. If you were even a bit slow, you wouldn't get one. Never underestimate people's desire to join the excitement and watch a spectacle. If concerts could attract massive crowds, how much more so would a duel between two rising stars from different villages? Missing this kind of event would be a lifetime regret. Buy them. They had to buy them. Do you think Sensei's eyes are really impossible? Konan was so furious she punched Yahiko straight on the head. With a loud thud, Yahiko slammed onto the table, clutching his head and groaning in pain. Usually, Nagato would step in to mediate, but this time, he just watched Yahiko take the hit with a cold gaze. It was just a guess, a guess. Why did you hit me? Ow, that hurts. Yahiko whined, rubbing the sore spot. Konan puffed up her cheeks and raised her fist again. Guessing is unacceptable. Sensei's eyes are perfectly fine. How could they be blind? That guy must be talking nonsense. Nagato, aren't you going to say something? Yahiko glanced at Nagato pleadingly, hoping for intervention. But Nagato just smiled faintly, clearly enjoying the show. Traitor. Yahiko thought, holding his head and dodging Konan's punches. After giving Yahiko a solid beating, Konan finally calmed down. Only then did Nagato casually add, although Sensei is covering his eyes, my sensing ability tells me they don't show any signs of blindness. A blind person's eyes would be lifeless. Even with something covering them, Nagato's Rinnegan could confirm this wasn't the case with Takuya. In other words, Takuya's eyes were fine. See? I told you Sensei's fine. Konan huffed, glaring at Yahiko. Yahiko smiled wryly. We already bought tickets, so we'll see for ourselves tomorrow. I wonder how strong Sensei really is. Those tickets were ridiculously expensive. The cost of 3 tickets made Yahiko's heart ache. Despite Akatsuki's outwardly impressive image and the financial support they received from the Rain Country's daimyo, most of their funds were used for weaponry and disaster relief. While they seemed prosperous on the surface, the organization was secretly broke. Watching Sensei's battle is worth any ticket price, Nagato said matter-of-factly. Konan nodded in agreement. Feeling outnumbered, Yahiko decided to keep his distance from his 2 companions, who were still fired up. Otherwise, he risked more punches. Meanwhile, a drunk Tsunade arrived at the Uchiha compound with Tsukumo Hitaki in tow. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback but courteously welcomed them. Greetings, my lords. Seeing Uchiha Itachi bowing respectfully, Tsunade said in surprise, This is your son, Uchiha Itachi? Yes, Fugaku replied with a rare, proud smile. Though young, Itachi has always been gifted. He picks things up quickly, and I'm considering finding him a teacher. Itachi, go play for now, Fugaku instructed. Yes, father. With his father's permission, Itachi left obediently, planning to find his friend, Uchiha Shursui, to play together. Due to changes in Uchiha Makoto's circumstances, Fugaku had remarried earlier than in the original timeline, which meant Itachi was born a few years earlier. As a result, he was now the same age as Shursui rather than being his elder brother. As an Uchiha, it shouldn't be difficult to find a suitable teacher for your son, Tsunade commented. Instead of replying, Tsukumo gave a polite but vague response, smiling slightly. Unlike the Hitaki clan, which was small and had limited options, the Uchiha clan had many strong jonin to choose from. If one teacher didn't work out, they could simply try another. Are you playing the mystic on me now? Fugaku thought, his lips twitching slightly. Fugaku is curious, why hasn't Lord Tsukumo personally mentored Kakashi? He asked bluntly. Ahem. Tsukumo hadn't expected Fugaku, normally so reserved, to strike back like this. Was this the same man? It seemed that when it came to their children, even the most reserved individuals could show their sharp side. The same was true for both Tsukumo and Fugaku. Tsunade, why are all of you fixated on Takuya? Fugaku's intentions were clear. He wanted Takuya as Itachi's teacher. Normally, he wouldn't have to voice such a request. The Uchiha clan had no shortage of strong mentors. This meant he was eyeing someone outside the clan. Within Konoha, there were very few people suitable to mentor someone like Itachi. I won't interfere in such matters, Tsunade said, shaking her head and politely rejecting Fugaku's proposal. If he wanted Takuya as a teacher, he could approach him directly. What if this is an additional condition for the Uchiha's allegiance? Fugaku countered, meeting Tsunade's gaze directly. What? Tsunade's frustration grew. Still, She decided to address the primary matter first. After some thought, she said, "Clan leader Fugaku, I believe you already understand our intentions. The conditions should be clear to everyone. I can promise that there will be no deliberate targeting of the Uchiha as long as you remain stable. As for the Uchiha's position in the Elders' Council, the appropriate authority can be returned." She's agreeing to all of this? Fugaku was surprised by Tsunade's straightforwardness. She had laid everything he wanted on the table at once. The removal of discriminatory policies against the Uchiha and the restoration of their rightful authority in the Elders' Council, these were the goals Fugaku had been striving for. As for some Uchiha members dreaming of becoming Hokage, Fugaku had never taken such ambitions seriously. He knew all too well how difficult it was for an Uchiha to achieve that position. It was practically impossible. Since that goal was out of reach, it was better to focus on securing tangible benefits. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Even if it meant making some compromises, the Uchiha clan had to secure these benefits. Clan leader Fugaku, Tsunade added, giving a subtle warning, Konoha needs a stable Uchiha clan. After all, you are part of Konoha. Internal chaos benefits no one. The concessions given to the Uchiha were hardly a big deal. After all, these were things the Uchiha rightfully deserved. The so-called suppression they faced previously was nothing more than the usual tactics of certain individuals. As for their seat in the Elders' Council, the Uchiha had always had one. It had simply been sidelined. Giving it back now wasn't a loss. As Takuya had said, as long as the Uchiha resolved their internal conflicts, dealt with the hawkish faction, and refused to relinquish their hold on the police force, the Uchiha would never rise. Would the Uchiha give up the police force? No. Even if Fugaku wanted to, the rest of the clan wouldn't allow it. Neither the Hawks nor the Doves would agree. Without letting go of the police force, the Uchiha would never have allies. An Uchiha clan with no allies could never cause any real trouble. Even if someone wanted to stir up chaos, Fugaku would take care of them personally. Progress was finally being made. Fugaku was visibly excited. His restless hands, repeatedly clenching and unclenching, revealed his inner turmoil. He had thought everything would have to wait until Tsunade officially became the fourth Hokage. He hadn't expected her to take the initiative and lay everything on the table. The suddenness of it all left him unprepared. Lady Tsunade, rest assured. The Uchiha will stabilize, Fugaku promised. Since the terms had been made clear and the benefits openly offered, if Fugaku couldn't handle the internal conflicts of his clan, where would the Uchiha sincerity be? Without sincerity, they might as well prepare for more suppression. Just make sure nothing happens in the near future, Tsunade warned. She had no interest in meddling with the Uchiha's internal affairs. Her only demand was that no major incidents occur, at least not on the surface. You have my word. The Uchiha are part of Konoha and will not bring trouble to the village, Fugaku assured her. Good. At least he understood. As the effects of the alcohol began to hit, Tsunade prepared to leave and rest. But then she remembered something Takuya had mentioned earlier and couldn't help but ask, Clan leader Fugaku, what exactly did your eyes see? What did my eyes see? The annihilation of the Uchiha, of course. Wait, no. Fugaku's heart jolted. It was clear Tsunade wasn't referring to that but to the future revealed by his Mangekyō Sharingan. Did Takuya tell her? He had only confided this information to Takuya, yet now Tsunade knew, and Tsukumo Hatake seemed aware as well, judging by his calm demeanor. Fugaku felt a mix of frustration and betrayal. Seeing his shock, Tsunade explained, today's events made me concerned, so I asked Takuya directly. His eyes are indeed fine, there's no sign of excessive visual power consumption. However, he did mention you, clan leader Fugaku. So it was Takuya. Since you've decided to align with me, some matters shouldn't remain secrets. Don't you agree? Tsunade pressed. There was no hiding the Mangekyō Sharingan's existence anymore. Fortunately, Tsunade wasn't like the third Hokage or Danzo. If they had learned about this earlier, there would have been no end of trouble. Takuya could afford to ignore such people, but Fugaku couldn't. With a large clan and numerous responsibilities, even minor targeting could cause significant problems. Since it was no longer a secret, Fugaku decided to come clean. After organizing his thoughts, he began, as Takuya said, my eyes consume significant visual power. That's why I rarely dare to use the Mangekyō's abilities. Rarely? Both Tsunade and Tsukumo were inwardly impressed by Fugaku's audacity. He had drained his visual power to such an extent yet claimed he rarely used it. Truly impressive. What did you see of the future? Tsunade pressed, her curiosity evident. The possibility of Fugaku going blind didn't concern her. With how cautious he was, the chances were slim. I saw the annihilation of the Uchiha, Fugaku said through gritted teeth, slamming the table in frustration. Who was responsible? The destruction of the Uchiha couldn't be attributed to mere war. As a powerful clan, even losing members in battle wouldn't lead to complete annihilation. If not war, then it had to be Danzo. Fugaku growled. Even with foresight, Fugaku couldn't see everything. As Takuya had said, the future was subject to change based on countless factors. For example, Danzo was now a rogue ninja, and the Uchiha were no longer being targeted. With Tsunade in charge, the dynamics had shifted. Fugaku withheld many details but took the opportunity to pin more blame on Danzo. The man was already a pariah, adding a bit more dirt wouldn't hurt. Most importantly, Danzo couldn't defend himself. Even if he tried, few would believe him. Perhaps only the third Hokage might. What a terrifying ability, Tsunade remarked. No wonder my granduncle Tobirama always sought to limit the Uchiha. She was starting to understand Tobirama's stance. Thankfully, after Madara, the Uchiha hadn't produced anyone too dominant. Even Uchiha Kagami had died young under mysterious circumstances. It is indeed frightening, Tsukumo admitted, acknowledging the power of the Sharingan. Bloodline clans with such long histories were never simple. By comparison, the Hokage clan seemed rather humble. Originally a family of samurai, they had transitioned into ninja, but their foundations were shallow. Their numbers were so few they could barely even be considered a clan anymore. The thought of the Hokage clan's dwindling numbers gave Tsukumo a headache. Tsunade seemed to pick up on his thoughts. Why don't you consider starting a new family line, Tsukumo-senpai? Even for the sake of continuing your clan's legacy, it would be worth it. Tsukumo stared at the ceiling, speechless. If the Hokage clan is struggling, isn't the Senju clan even worse off? You don't even use the Senju name anymore, he finally muttered. All right, fine. I have no right to lecture you, Tsunade conceded. If the Hokage clan was struggling, the Senju clan was downright tragic. They had lost their family name. Could it get any worse? Perhaps it was time to revive the Senju name? For some reason, Tsunade felt that abandoning her granduncle Tobirama's plans might be a good idea. Letting the Senju name fade away seemed like such a waste. Tobirama was long gone, and Tsunade now held the reins of Konoha. At this point, bringing back the Senju name wouldn't be a big deal. Even the third Hokage wouldn't oppose it, especially since the Sarutobi clan wouldn't dare protest, given their past connections. Restoring the name wasn't the issue. The real challenge was the lack of people to carry it forward. She couldn't rely on herself. The only hope lay with Nawaki, who needed to carry on the family legacy. Tsukumo-senpai, I want to pass on the legacy of the Senju clan, Tsunade declared suddenly. Tsukumo was startled, glancing at her stern expression. Realizing she wasn't joking, he looked up at the cloudy sky and muttered, "Tonight's moon. Oh, never mind. This isn't something I can weigh in on. You should discuss it with Takuya. After all, your future surname is still up in the air. Will it be Yagami or Uchiha? Don't drag me into this," he finished. "You're unbelievable, Tsukumo-senpai," Tsunade huffed, turning to leave, her parting words leaving Tsukumo utterly dumbfounded. Tsunade said, "Once tomorrow's matter is resolved, I'll ask the old man to help find some suitable candidates for you. The Hokage clan's numbers are too thin, and it wouldn't hurt to leave behind more descendants. Surely, you wouldn't want Kakashi running around with a group of little girls forever, would you? Having the third Hokage retire to play matchmaker?" Takuya tried to maintain a serious expression, resisting the urge to burst out laughing. After all, he was a professionally trained individual. No matter how funny the situation, he wouldn't laugh. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Your idea is just too hilarious. Takuya couldn't help but picture the third Hokage dressed in a loose robe, his wrinkled face beaming with a cheerful smile, running around matchmaking for Tsukumo Hatake and Nawaki. Oh no, my stomach hurts from laughing. Tsunade, that's a fantastic idea. If the Hokage has nothing to do, let him find Nawaki a wife. He can have lots of kids and expand the Senju bloodline, Kushina said, laughing so hard she fell onto Takuya. Instead of heading to the Hokage's office, Tsunade had come to Takuya's house to share her thoughts. Takuya supported her idea of reinstating the Senju surname. The Senju clan's forced civilianization had been an effort to prevent the clan from becoming too dominant and influencing the Hokage's authority. But now that the Senju clan was a relic of the past, there was no harm in reviving the name. They could even bring back some individuals with close familial ties to the clan. As for the main family, it was all up to Nawaki. Good thing Nawaki wasn't here, Takuya thought. He'd probably cry if he heard this. Why does the burden of continuing the Senju clan fall entirely on me? It's not fair. Uchiha Makoto, meanwhile, was laughing so hard she was nearly in tears. She felt fortunate the Uchiha didn't face such problems. After all, the Boruto era had shown the Uchiha reduced to near extinction, with only 2 remaining members. Even Uchiha Sasuke's child was a girl. Once she married, the Uchiha would essentially be history. Unless Sasuke had more children, the Uchiha name would fade away entirely. The originally quiet training ground 4 had been transformed by ninjutsu into a full-fledged arena. I didn't expect it to be this lively, Minato remarked as he entered the arena with Nawaki and Takuya. Looking at the packed audience, Nawaki exclaimed dramatically, "Look at that. The stands are almost full. I heard ticket sales alone brought in a huge amount of revenue for the village." "No matter how much revenue there is, don't expect a single cent of it to come your way," Minato said, shaking his head and delivering a verbal jab. "You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still so over the top?" Minato thought. Anyone who knows you might laugh, but those who don't would think you've lost your mind. "Get lost," Nawaki retorted, his face turning red. He promptly gave Minato the middle finger, to which Minato responded with double the disdain. Watching the two wave their middle fingers at each other, Takuya sighed, raised his hand, and forcibly stopped their childish antics. With their necks grabbed, both Nawaki and Minato instantly behaved. "You two realize there are people secretly watching everywhere in this arena, right? Aren't you worried about embarrassing yourselves?" "Ahem. Takuya, are you sure about this?" Nawaki asked hesitantly. "What could go wrong?" Takuya replied with a faint smile, holding Snowy, who had burrowed into his arms, as he leisurely made his way to the waiting room. "Who says summoning beasts can't be used in a ninja duel? Besides, the referee is one of our own. Even if the hidden cloud has objections, they'll just have to suck it up." Takuya wasn't trying to flaunt power, but he was simply stating facts. Summoning beasts were an integral part of a ninja's strength. Nowhere in the ninja code did it say that summoning beasts couldn't participate in battles. If such a rule existed, entire clans like the Inuzuka would protest en masse. "By the way, your sister mentioned that you're getting older and suggested having the Hokage help arrange a marriage for you," Takuya said casually, cutting Nawaki's rambling short. "Discipline your younger brother early," Takuya thought. "Otherwise, he'll rebel once his wings grow strong." Bringing up Tsunade was the most effective way to handle Nawaki. "Oh, give me a break." As expected, the moment Takuya mentioned Tsunade, Nawaki fell silent and rolled his eyes. Even if the Hokage retires, he wouldn't stoop to something like that. "But what if he does?" Takuya said with a half-smile. "It's a good opportunity." "Yeah," Minato chimed in mischievously. "Didn't you have a crush on one of Makoto's colleagues? If the Hokage helps with matchmaking, I'm sure the Uchiha will agree." "Get lost, both of you." Nawaki's face turned bright red, not from anger but from sheer embarrassment. Though he often acted carefree and boisterous, he was still a simple and inexperienced young man. He'd never been in a relationship, though he had his share of crushes. In the waiting room, noticing Takuya's arrival, Tsunade opened the door and gestured for him to come inside. But when she saw Nawaki's flushed face, she frowned and scolded. "Why are you so red in the face this early in the morning? Did you do something bad? Were you sneaking off to the bookstore again?" Recently, Jiraiya had released a few risque novels that were wildly popular in the ninja world, selling like hotcakes. Nawaki happened to be one of Jiraiya's devoted readers. Reading wasn't an issue, adult content was fine too, given that Nawaki was of age. The problem was getting caught red-handed by his sister. That was where things got tricky. Uffed. Takuya burst into laughter. Minato was equally amused. "I didn't." Nawaki protested, his face turning from red to black in frustration. "Then why is your face so red?" Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. She issued a stern warning, "Let me tell you this, don't even think about imitating Jiraiya, or I'll break your legs." "Understood." Nawaki. He fell into silent despair. "What's going on?" Watching her brother's aggrieved and dejected expression, Tsunade began to wonder if she'd been too harsh. She glanced at Takuya for an explanation. Takuya smirked as he walked past her into the waiting room, sitting on the bench. Stroking Snowy's head, he shot a glance at the despondent Nawaki and teased, "He's probably got a crush on someone." "Who?" Pulling her brother into the waiting room, Tsunade shut the door with a loud bang, suddenly full of energy. She had always been deeply invested in her brother's future, particularly his love life. "Don't say anything. If you do,
We're not brothers anymore.
Nawaki's wide, pleading eyes darted between Minato and Takuya, filled with fear. He dreaded the idea of Tsunade making it public knowledge. If that happened, he'd rather die than face the humiliation. Seeing this, Takuya leaned his head to the side and feigned rest, ignoring the brewing chaos around him. After all, he needed to conserve his energy. He'd be fighting as soon and wanted to be in peak condition. Nawaki, however, was beside himself with anxiety. Meanwhile, Takuya remained calm and indifferent, and Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, glaring down at Minato. Despite his rapid growth and having surpassed Tsunade in height, Minato instinctively bent slightly under her intense aura. In the smallest voice he could manage, he quickly blurted out.
Mikoto's colleague. It was over. Completely over.
Nawaki slumped lifelessly into his chair, defeated, wishing he could disappear into thin air.
Mikoto's colleague?
Tsunade repeated, her left arm crossed over her chest while her right hand rested against her chin. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she glanced at her despairing brother and quipped mercilessly.
You're hopeless.
Even Minato knows how to make the first move.
And you?
Dreaming of wooing a girl like this. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, she declared, I'll look into it. Nawaki froze, looking like he wanted to disappear on the spot. Sensing an opportunity to rescue Nawaki, Takuya finally spoke up, redirecting Tsunade's focus. Shouldn't you be at the Hokage building, preparing for the ceremony? Fortunately, the mention of her duties successfully distracted Tsunade. The old man is already handling things over there. I just need to show up when it's time. Your fight with A has garnered a lot of attention, so Konoha needs to provide sufficient support, at least someone with enough status to oversee it, Tsunade said. Sending someone prominent to supervise the fight would show respect to the hidden Cloud Village and prevent them from using the event as an excuse to create unnecessary trouble. As for A getting beaten to a pulp, that was A's own problem. If he had the audacity to provoke and initiate a duel, getting thoroughly trounced was his own fault. Bringing it up to the level of inter-village diplomacy would only embarrass himself further. You should rest for a while. I have some important guests to entertain. Tsunade patted Takuya on the shoulder before flipping her long ponytail and leaving the waiting room. On the other side of the arena, the hidden Cloud Village's waiting room was packed with shinobi. The once spacious room now felt cramped with the influx of muscular men. The star of the upcoming fight, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, nodding absent-mindedly as Dodai lectured him. Yeah, you're right, muttered dismissively. Though he respected Dodai as a senior, shared his father's disdain for long-winded advice.
Right. I'm being serious here. Dodai exclaimed, exasperated. Despite all the intelligence Dodai had gathered on Takuya, showed little interest. Takuya Yagami has a powerful summoning beast. Even if his eyes are compromised, affecting his own strength, the fox-like summoning beast resembling the Ninetales is no joke. You must take it seriously, Dodai warned. I'll crush his delusions with my own hands. Declared, clenching his fists as his bulging muscles flexed, radiating confidence. Wasn't being arrogant, he genuinely viewed most summoning beasts as minor obstacles. A creature resembling the Ninetales didn't necessarily mean it was on the same level as a tailed beast. And since Snowy had appeared so infrequently, there wasn't much intelligence to suggest otherwise. A's dismissal of Snowy was, therefore, understandable. Why use brains when muscle will do? A thought. His physique wasn't for show. Dodai sighed. Let's hope so. Despite his warnings, Dodai could only hope that things would go as it predicted. Otherwise, today's fight could become a disaster. This duel wasn't just personal, it had ramifications for both villages. The loser would bring disgrace upon their entire village. The knock at the door signaled it was time. Dodai opened it to find an Anbu shinobi, who nodded and said, "It's time. Takuya is ready." Finally. A grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Shoving past Dodai, he strode confidently into the entry tunnel. Dodai sighed again. Let's head to the stands. The audience of tens of thousands eagerly awaited the start of the match. To ensure everyone's safety, Konoha had deployed a sealing team to set up barriers around the arena, preventing the fight from spilling into the crowd. Having raked in a fortune from ticket sales, Konoha couldn't afford to tarnish its reputation by neglecting spectator safety. At the topmost tier of the stands sat the distinguished guests, leaders of various villages, daimyos, and other high-ranking figures. Tsunade, representing Konoha, was among them. When Takuya stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted with deafening cheers. This was Konoha's home turf. Naturally, the audience was eager to support their own.
In contrast, A's entrance was met with indifference. As Takuya strode forward with Snowy cradled in his arms, A's brow furrowed. The fox-like summoning beast resembling the Nine Tails had indeed appeared. From one section of the stands, Kushina and Mikoto watched together. Kushina had initially wanted to bring Pakura along, but Pakura had been assigned as Tsunade's temporary bodyguard for the day, ensuring her safety despite Tsukumo's presence. Big Fox, Snowy will definitely teach that little A lesson, right? Kushina asked cheerfully. From within her, the Nine Tails let out a nearly imperceptible sigh. If it weren't for Kushina's potential to storm in, it would have rolled its eyes. What kind of question is that? As a spectator, the Nine Tails should have been enjoying the show. But instead, it felt an odd sense of discontent. Why can't I roam freely too? Back in the arena, A scrutinized the seemingly harmless Snowy. He couldn't quite figure it out. Is this little thing really that dangerous? While A wrestled with his doubts, Takuya stood calmly, his presence effortlessly drawing the eyes of countless young women in the crowd. Takuya-sama is so handsome. My heart is racing, what should I do? Compared to A's burly, dark-skinned physique, with arms thicker than most people's thighs, and his rugged face adorned with a small mustache, Takuya's slender frame, white combat suit, and long white hair flowing behind him made him far more appealing to the ladies. A's type might appeal to those with unique tastes, but Takuya's charm was undoubtedly universal. Chapter 505, Letting Snowy Take the Stage, A Goes Berserk. Takuya, with his eyes veiled by a white scarf, exuded an air of mystery. Coupled with the adorable Snowy in his arms, his appeal only grew stronger. In the stands, the fire daimyo, seated next to Tsunade, remarked in amazement, I hadn't expected Takuya-kun to become even more handsome over the years. Who picked out such an extravagant outfit for this brat? Tsunade wondered, though she already had her suspicions. It must have been Kushina. She hadn't noticed it earlier in the waiting room, but now, seeing Takuya in this flashy attire, she realized he was captivating the hearts of nearly every girl in the audience. Being naturally handsome was one thing, but wearing such a bold outfit only made it worse. Tsunade about Takuya-kun. The daimyo began, waving his fan suggestively. However, Tsunade cut him off mid-sentence. He already has girls he likes, more than one in fact. Tsunade wasn't as politically shrewd as the third Hokage, but she wasn't naive either. After the daimyo's initial compliments, she immediately sensed his intentions. She firmly denied him, leaving no room for negotiation. If she gave even a hint of leniency, the daimyo would undoubtedly bring this matter up with the third Hokage. Oh, I see, the daimyo replied with a forced smile, dropping the subject though clearly displeased. In another part of the stands, Dodai let out a sigh of relief. Dodai-sama, what's the matter? A companion asked. Nothing, just relieved, Dodai replied dismissively. Since they had entered the arena, Dodai had been worried that Takuya might provoke him with sharp words. They'd already experienced Takuya's knack for trash talk the previous day. If he rattled A's psyche, the latter's hot temper would undoubtedly explode, putting him at a disadvantage. To Dodai's surprise, Takuya merely held Snowy in his arms, standing quietly and exuding the aura of a serene heartthrob. He made no move to taunt A, much to Dodai's relief. His greatest fear had been an immediate exchange of insults, with Takuya unleashing his wit and losing his composure in a fit of rage. In the center of the arena, Tsukumo Hatake, serving as the referee, entered the battlefield. He glanced at Takuya with a peculiar expression, then raised his hand and announced loudly, "This battle will be conducted under my supervision. There are no restrictions on the use of weapons or ninjutsu." Given Tsukumo's strength and stature, he was more than qualified to act as the referee. Konoha had ensured there was no room for Hidden Cloud to object. After glancing at Takuya, who remained silent, and who nodded slightly, Tsukumo waved his hand and declared, "Since neither party has objections, the battle begins now." With that, Tsukumo moved to the edge of the arena and signaled the ceiling squad to activate the barrier. "You will pay the price for your arrogance, Takuya Yagami." A's expression darkened as he roared, and with a loud boom, the ground beneath him cracked. The lightning released chakra mode, passed down through generations of rakeage, exploded around him. Blue lightning cloaked his body, sparks leaping outward as if he were encased in armor made of pure electricity. This was why it was often referred to as the lightning armor. Whatever makes you happy. While he made a dramatic show of his power, Takuya merely bent down and gently placed Snowy on the ground. Then, he calmly retreated to the sidelines, crossing his arms as though he were merely an observer. Clad in his lightning armor, A's strength, speed, and defense were all significantly heightened. In this state, he could unleash devastating attacks. But as he prepared to charge, he froze, question marks practically visible above his head. He stared at the harmless-looking Snowy on the ground, then at Takuya, who had stepped back. His mind was in complete disarray. What does this even mean? What's going on? Is Takuya not planning to fight? What's with releasing a little pet? You don't understand, that's Takuya-sama's summoning beast. Does this mean Takuya-sama thinks A isn't worth his effort? That A only deserves to fight his summoning beast? The audience buzzed with speculation, their imaginations running wild. Even in the VIP section, the dignitaries were bewildered. Glances were exchanged, and eventually, all eyes fell on Tsunade. Under the scrutiny of so many powerful figures, Tsunade's expression didn't falter. She calmly stated, "Summoning beasts are part of a ninja's strength. We get that, but why send in what looks like a harmless pet? Is this outright disdain for A?" Tsukumo's lips twitched as he processed the scene. Dodai-sama. Even the hidden cloud shinobi were at a loss. Dodai clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from storming into the arena and giving Takuya a piece of his mind. Disrespectful. If Takuya wanted to look down on A, there was no need to resort to such a humiliating method. Among the audience unfamiliar with Snowy's capabilities, many began to worry about the tiny creature. That adorable little thing, it'll get crushed with one punch. Poor thing might cry for hours. Back in the arena, A's gaze shifted from Snowy to Takuya, who stood on the sidelines. His dark complexion began to take on a purplish hue. Before the battle, A had mentally prepared for insults and provocations. But this was a level of disrespect he hadn't anticipated. Using a summoning beast wasn't the issue. Had Takuya released Snowy mid-battle, no one would have thought twice. But releasing the creature right at the start, then stepping back, it was as if Takuya were saying that fighting himself wasn't worth the effort. And in truth, it wasn't a misconception. Given Snowy's strength, she was more than enough to handle A. With his eyes covered, Takuya's own abilities were somewhat diminished. However, the extent of this limitation was far less than others assumed. There were few opponents in the world who warranted Takuya's Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and A wasn't one of them. If it were the third Raikage perhaps, but A had no such qualifications. Bastard! Feeling deeply insulted, A's composure shattered. The anger he had kept in check boiled over. Boom! Lightning chakra erupted from A in waves, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The force of his chakra carved a small crater into the arena floor. Whoa, overreact much. Takuya hadn't expected A to go full berserk mode right out of the gate. The man resembled a raging Super Saiyan, his body surrounded by crackling blue lightning. His not-so-long golden hair stood on end. If he grew a tail, I'd almost believe he had Saiyan blood. With a thunderous explosion, A launched himself forward, leaving deep footprints in the ground as his figure blurred out of sight. So fast. Among the audience watching the battle, there were quite a few skilled ninja. To an ordinary person, it seemed as if A still stood in place, accompanied only by a sudden loud boom. However, what they were actually witnessing was merely an afterimage left behind by A, as his speed was so fast that their eyes couldn't keep up. What terrifying speed! Many ninjas' faces shifted slightly, even Hanzo, a master renowned for his Shunshin no Jutsu, felt astonished. His famed technique, known throughout the shinobi world for its swiftness, seemed to pale in comparison to A's speed enhanced by the lightning release armor. A's velocity had reached a staggering peak, like a blue streak of lightning zipping across the arena. Watch out! With his lightning release chakra mode activated, A covered the entire battlefield in a blink of an eye. Such a speed would be enough to induce despair in anyone. Yet, astonishingly, Takuya remained as calm as ever, standing motionless where he was. He neither dodged nor defended, not even raising a hand. He simply stood there quietly. Idiot fool, you're dead. In A's eyes, Takuya's inaction was nothing less than silent mockery and provocation. A mentally cursed Takuya endlessly, bringing up all the insults he'd ever heard his comrades use during training. His anger bubbled over until there was nothing left in his mind but Takuya. No duels, no strategies, and no summoned beasts. All he wanted was to crush Takuya. In the audience, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she observed A's tremendous speed. Though she was amazed, she wasn't worried about Takuya. She knew better than anyone how formidable he was. If it were the third Raikage standing there, perhaps Tsunade might have felt a flicker of concern. As for A? Forget it. He wasn't in the same league. You're dead. Having reached Takuya in an instant, A swung his massive fist. He swore he'd use his sandbag-like fists to shatter Takuya's face into pieces. He was getting closer, Closer still. Suddenly, a streak of red light shot through the air, striking at A. Prepared to pound Takuya into submission, A instinctively twitched when he sensed danger coming from behind. Continue the attack? Or evade? A was forced into a split-second decision. Meanwhile, the audience, oblivious to the situation, was stunned as they saw Snowy, the seemingly harmless creature, lash out with a long red tail of chakra aimed at A. The chakra's aura on the tail left many with pale faces. Why are you glaring at me like I killed your parents? Your opponent is behind you. Takuya, watching A's berserk state, felt perplexed. Why did this guy go berserk right from the start? Did I mock him or something? No, wait, I didn't even say anything. I just let Snowy down and stepped back. What on earth is wrong with this guy, ignoring Snowy entirely to attack me? Daring to ignore Snowy? Takuya could already imagine A's fate. Though Snowy usually appeared soft and gentle, her anger was no joke. The consequences would be severe. The entire arena shook violently, but Takuya remained utterly still. He didn't even take a step back. Not far away, A lay embedded into the ground, struck down by a long crimson chakra tail that left the ground cracked and a human-shaped dent in its wake. While A's berserk mode and lightning release chakra mode granted him incredible speed, Snowy was faster. With a focusing all his attention on Takuya, Snowy's surprise attack from behind left him defenseless. Even if he realized the danger, he had no time or room to react. The attack left like a nail hammered into wood, pinned completely into the ground. What just happened? In the arena, tens of thousands of spectators stared with wide eyes, their faces etched with shock as they stared at the field. Even the shinobi from the 5 great nations were stunned. Many couldn't believe their senses. Was that an attack from a tailed beast? That red tail resembled a tailed beast's chakra and aura perfectly, right down to the oppressive presence. What the hell is going on? Could there be more tailed beasts besides the 9 already known? The shinobi from the Sand Village were left wide-eyed. As the village that had experienced the most tailed beast rampages, they were particularly attuned to sensing tailed beast chakra. Lady Chiyo. You didn't imagine it, that's definitely a tailed beast's aura, Chiyo confirmed, her expression dark. The Sand Village had gathered a significant amount of intelligence on Snowy, second only to the Leaf. Snowy had even fought their ninja during the Second Shinobi War. However, the gathered intel had always been tentative, leaving Snowy's true nature shrouded in ambiguity. The shinobi world had firmly established there were only 9 tailed beasts. But now, another seemed to have appeared, throwing the understanding of the world into disarray. This can't be fake, right? In the section reserved for the Mist Village, Yagura blinked and turned to Tsunade. I've long heard that the Leaf's Takuya Yagami had a summoned beast resembling the Ninetails. I didn't expect it to be this similar. Had someone from another village made such a comment, they might have been accused of stirring trouble. But the Mist Village and Leaf were in the midst of a rare period of harmony, so Yagura's words were purely out of curiosity. Under the scrutiny of numerous astonished and curious gazes, Tsunade calmly replied, Snowy is special. Takuya formed a summoning contract with her when she was just a cub, and she has grown alongside him ever since. Displaying power was one thing, but giving away secrets was another. When it came to the truth behind Snowy, Tsunade wasn't about to say a word. Let the other villages keep guessing. Having Takuya leave the fight to his summoned beast, surely that was intentional? Sensing the unfolding chaos, Dodai quickly made his way to the highest section of the audience, seating himself in the area reserved for the Cloud Village. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at his accusation, then retorted, Is there a rule in the shinobi world that forbids summoned beasts from participating in battles? Honestly, even Tsunade herself found it perplexing. Takuya had mentioned that Snowy would be the one fighting, but how the fight was unfolding was completely beyond her expectations. Tsunade's thoughts mirrored those of others. She had assumed that even if Takuya relied on Snowy's strength, it would involve transitioning the fight's focus to Snowy during the battle. In simpler terms, Takuya would show up for appearances, establish himself, and then let Snowy take over. But unexpectedly, Takuya had placed Snowy down at the very beginning, stepping back immediately to let her take control of everything. Starting the fight with a bang, leaving no time for his opponent to adjust or process what was happening. Knowing that our Takuya Yagami's eyesight is compromised, Yura still chose to provoke him. Is that how guests are supposed to behave? Tsunade added a sharp rebuke to Dodai. If the Cloud Village hadn't been posturing and acting arrogant, there wouldn't have been any mocking, insults, or challenges leading to this. And the humiliation of having a summoning beast showcase their strength wouldn't have occurred either. This is your problem, Cloud Village. Don't think I'll stay quiet about it. If it were the 3rd Hokage, he might have brushed it off with a polite smile, but not Tsunade. If the Cloud Village's A had a temper, Tsunade's wasn't any better.
Both were hot-headed.
If one exploded, the other wouldn't back down, they'd explode together. Dodai was rendered speechless by Tsunade's bluntness. If the Cloud Village hadn't acted so pompously, things wouldn't have escalated to this point.
Too bad for them.
Meanwhile, the other villages' representatives were ready with popcorn and drinks, eager for the show. However, Dodai's silence put an abrupt end to the entertainment. While an invisible war of words brewed in the audience, the battle below grew even more intense. After being slammed into the ground by Snowy's tail, A quickly leapt out of the rubble of dirt and stone. Having taken a direct hit, A seemed to have calmed down somewhat, his berserk rage subsiding slightly. He no longer dared to ignore Snowy. His attention shifted entirely from Takuya to the white fox that had effortlessly overwhelmed him. Takuya continued to look like a mere spectator, showing no signs of intervening. Meanwhile, Snowy wagged her 9 fluffy tails, staring at A with keen interest. Although Snowy often appeared soft and adorable, almost like a heart-melting pet, she was, in essence, a tailed beast. And as a tailed beast, she wasn't known for her good temper or dislike of combat. Snowy's docility was reserved for Takuya's side, where she rarely had the chance to fight. Most of her action was limited to occasionally punishing the cheeky Shenshu. Now, given the opportunity to fight openly, Snowy was far more excited than Takuya himself. The little fox was thrilled. Noticing Snowy's excitement, Takuya discreetly stepped back a few more paces, giving her plenty of space to enjoy her fight. This training ground was proving to be too small. If Snowy returned to her original size, it might scare half the audience. Fortunately, Snowy could control her size. While his attention was largely on Snowy, it kept a wary eye on Takuya. Seeing Takuya steadily retreat, A's dirt-streaked face darkened again. "You're seriously underestimating me? Do you really think a summoning beast alone can defeat me?" Since childhood, A had been hailed as a prodigy. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Fueled by fury, he suppressed his rage and silently prepared to explode. If Takuya thought he wasn't worth fighting and that a mere summoning beast could defeat him, then A would prove him wrong. He would crush Snowy first, then slap Takuya with the harsh truth. "Don't look down on me." With a furious roar, A disappeared in a flash of lightning, this time targeting Snowy instead of Takuya. The battle erupted. As it charged, the petite and adorable Snowy suddenly transformed, growing into a 2-meter-tall white fox. A fiery red chakra enveloped her body, and her sharp claws slashed down toward the oncoming A. A's speed, enhanced to its limits by his lightning-release chakra mode, was still insufficient against Snowy's newfound strength. Bang! The force of A's punch, capable of smashing boulders, collided with Snowy's claw. His muscular frame was nearly frozen in place, as if he had struck an immovable mountain instead of a fox. "That's it." A soft and cute voice echoed through the arena. Countless spectators craned their necks, eyes wide, unwilling to miss a moment. In their view, the stunning Snowy nonchalantly blocked A's punch with her paw and even tilted her head to add a mocking, "That's it." Mocked by a tailed beast no less. A's frustration was palpable. Arg! Fueled by anger, A's strength surged once again. But before he could make another move, one of Snowy's long tails lashed out, slamming him back into the ground. A dull thud echoed as Snowy flicked her tail dismissively, her voice filled with disdain. "So weak. What's all the yelling about?" "Poor guy." Takuya raised a hand to rub his forehead in exasperation. Not far from him, Tsukumo Hatake edged closer, lowering his voice. "Be honest with me. How strong is this little one?" Tsukumo knew Snowy was powerful but had no clear sense of her limits. Neither did anyone else in the leaf. "How strong?" Takuya blinked, unsure how to answer. He didn't know Snowy's upper limits himself but offered a rough comparison. Maybe about the combined strength of all 9 tailed beasts? In certain scenarios, a specialized tailed beast like Snowy could rival the Ten-Tails. Whether that held true in reality remained untested. Besides, the Ten-Tails' current status was unclear, if it even existed. And Takuya had no intention of letting anyone touch the 9 tails, as it would endanger Kushina's life. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu could scheme all they wanted, Takuya wouldn't care unless they threatened his people. Someone would step in, whether the world or the Sage of 6 Paths himself. As long as they didn't involve his people, it wasn't Takuya's problem. "Go to hell." Tsukumo rolled his eyes. The combined strength of 9 tailed beasts? Why not claim Snowy could conquer the entire shinobi world? He assumed Takuya was joking. Meanwhile, it was once again flattened into the ground. In the stunned silence of the audience, Snowy's 9 tails whipped through the air like deadly whips, raining blows on A. Take that for your insults. And for calling my master blind. You and your whole family are blind. I'll beat you so badly, your dad won't recognize you. Snowy's colorful taunts left Takuya dumbfounded. Where had she learned such phrases? Reflexively, Takuya glanced at the upper levels of the audience. Spotting Takuya's gaze, Tsunade looked away with a hint of guilt. After all, she often referred to herself as this lady, a habit Kushina had picked up, and now Snowy too. Snowy, ever obedient, fulfilled Takuya's request with gusto. When she said she'd beat A so badly his father wouldn't recognize him, she meant it, literally. Throwing a few punches wouldn't make a difference, not even going berserk would change the outcome. A had become nothing more than a punching bag. While Nawaki couldn't even take one hit from Snowy's tail, A could. Not only that, but he could endure quite the beating. After going berserk, A's speed, strength, and even his defense all increased dramatically. The third Raikage could fight the 8 tails head-on. While A wasn't on that level, his body's durability far exceeded that of any ordinary shinobi. Under normal circumstances, this toughness would be an advantage. Resilient, hard to injure, and able to outlast opponents. But right now, that very advantage had turned into a disadvantage. Having such tough skin and thick muscles only meant it was harder to knock down, effectively turning him into the perfect punching bag. Damn it! Taking a beating was one thing, but being beaten while being scolded, by a fox no less, was unbearable. If it had been a person, I might have endured the humiliation. But being scolded and pummeled by a fox? That was something else entirely. Gritting his teeth, A blocked one of Snowy's tails and prepared to counterattack. But before he could, another tail whipped down, slamming him right on the forehead. Even with his tough body and astonishing defense, the impact left A's mind blank, a buzzing noise filling his head as he momentarily lost awareness. You still dare to talk back? Hearing A's muffled curses, Snowy grew even angrier. Her 9 tails lashed out faster and harder, creating an almost imperceptible blur of white as they struck. A, lying helplessly on the ground, endured the unrelenting assault. Whap! Whap! The sound of tails striking echoed through the entire training ground, leaving countless spectators stunned. Stop! I! Whap! I! Whap! A tried to say something, but Snowy gave him no chance to speak. In Snowy's view, her task wasn't finished. A's foul mouth only infuriated her further. Since he enjoyed cursing so much, Snowy decided to target his mouth specifically. And so, the places where A was struck increased significantly. Was this truly a clash between the new generation geniuses of 2 great shinobi villages? The spectators moved from shock to confusion, and finally to utter disbelief. This wasn't the battle they had come to see. No one had bought tickets to watch Kumogakure's supposed genius get thoroughly trounced. What they wanted was a proper fight between 2 shinobi prodigies. Though watching Kumogakure's genius get utterly humiliated was somewhat satisfying, this wasn't the narrative they'd been sold in yesterday's promotions. How pitiful. He'd even lost a few teeth. A lay battered on the ground, and the violent scene grew too brutal for some to keep watching. Takuya decisively turned his head away, opting to strike up a conversation with Hatake Tsukumo instead. Better to chat than watch this mess. The result was all that mattered. There was no need to linger on the process. Senior, is everything ready back in the village? Ha! Oh. Still staring blankly at the pitiful sight of A getting beaten, Hatake Tsukumo instinctively turned his head, seemingly not registering Takuya's question. In the stands, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had been watching with growing disinterest. The one-sided beating had gone on for too long, and the excitement had faded. After some thought, the daimyo made a suggestion. Perhaps this battle should end here? The moment he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Feeling the stares from the 5 major shinobi villages, the daimyo couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Especially under the fiery gaze of Kumogakure's Dodai. Ahem. Startled and uneasy, the daimyo instinctively edged closer to Tsunade for support and offered an explanation. I just thought. Kumogakure's seems so pitiful. It's too much. Shouldn't we end the fight? Pfft. Kitsuchi, who had a straightforward personality and had clashed with A numerous times, couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Kumogakure often caused trouble for Iwagakure, and the 2 villages shared deep animosity. As Inoki's son and one of Iwagakure's strongest fighters, Kitsuchi had frequently crossed paths with A. Seeing someone he disliked being humiliated was already satisfying, and with the daimyo's candid explanation, Kitsuchi couldn't suppress his laughter any longer. He laughed outright. Inappropriate as it was during such a serious moment, the laughter quickly broke the tension, sparking a chain reaction. The Iwagakure shinobi, who had been secretly enjoying the spectacle, couldn't hold back when their leader laughed. Soon, the sound of schadenfreude-laced laughter erupted from Iwagakure's delegation. This spread to the Kirigakure shinobi nearby, some of whom couldn't help but join in. And then, Tsunagakure shinobi followed suit.
This was bad.
Tsunade's facial muscles twitched as she turned slightly to shield the daimyo from view. She realized that the timid daimyo was already intimidated by Dodai's glare. As the daimyo of her country, Tsunade couldn't let him lose face in front of outsiders.
Bastard!
Are you Iwagakure people provoking us? Watching it get beaten so thoroughly, Dodai was already fuming. And now, with the daimyo's ill-timed remark, Dodai's anger boiled over. If they agreed to end the fight now, it would mean Kumogakure was admitting defeat. They represented Kumogakure's honor. Even if they were being humiliated, they had to endure it, or the entire village's reputation would suffer. Though A's humiliating defeat at Snowy's hands was embarrassing enough, personal disgrace was one thing, dragging the entire village's name through the mud was another. The daimyo's public suggestion had pushed Dodai to the brink. To make matters worse, Kitsuchi had the audacity to laugh. It wasn't just Kitsuchi. His laughter had encouraged the entire Iwagakure delegation, followed by Kirigakure, and then Tsunagakure. It felt as though Kumogakure had become the laughingstock of the shinobi world. Trouble had erupted. Why couldn't I hold back? Kitsuchi cursed himself inwardly and quickly stifled his laughter, but he still turned to confront Dodai, his expression hard. When has Iwagakure ever provoked Kumogakure? You're a lack strength and has a foul mouth. Can't we laugh at that? The situation had escalated to a full-blown conflict between two villages. Could they back down now?
Absolutely not.
Especially given the long-standing rivalry between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. How dare you? The Kumogakure shinobi, already enraged, couldn't hold back after Kitsuchi's provocation. Swords were drawn, and the atmosphere became electric with tension. What did you say? The Kumogakure shinobi cursed, and the Iwagakure shinobi retorted, escalating the confrontation further. If not for the Kirigakure shinobi standing between them, they might have already clashed. The shouting of dozens of shinobi from both villages drew everyone's attention. Hatake Tsukumo, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, left the field and approached Tsunade. They're arguing?
What's going on? Iwagakure and
Kumogakure had always been at odds, locked in a tit-for-tat relationship for years. Kumogakure loved stirring up trouble, and Iwagakure was never one to back down. The problem was, this was Konoha's territory. Letting two villages brawl here would be a massive embarrassment. If a fight broke out, the first person to become a laughingstock would be Tsunade, the soon-to-be fourth Hokage. The celebrations were just a few hours away. If a brawl erupted now, it would be a disaster. Step in and stop them. Takuya gestured, and the surrounding Umbu immediately moved in. Kushina and Uchiha Makoto also went to assist.
Snowy.
Takuya decided it was time to make a statement. At Takuya's command, Snowy stopped beating A. Her 2-meter-tall form swelled instantly, growing to a massive mountain-like size that loomed over the training ground. The unfortunate A was pinned under one of her enormous paws, unable to move. The terrifying chakra emanating from Snowy enveloped the entire training ground. Takuya leaped onto Snowy's head, facing the now silent delegations from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Are you trying to cause trouble?
Oh my god.
Was this level of chaos really necessary? Hatake Tsukumo, who had just reached Tsunade's side, stared at Takuya standing atop Snowy's head, his eyes wide in disbelief. But in the next instant, he snapped into action, rallying the nearby Umbu as he barked orders.
Everyone stay calm.
Remain seated and don't panic. Takuya's sudden display had startled not only the shinobi from various villages but also the ordinary spectators. Left with no other option, Tsukumo led the Umbu to maintain order. Fortunately, everything had happened so abruptly that although the audience was frightened, widespread panic had yet to erupt. Tsukumo's timely intervention ensured the situation remained under control, though some spectators were so terrified they nearly lost their composure, or worse. If the tens of thousands of spectators had descended into chaos, it would have been disastrous. At that moment, everyone was frozen in place, their bodies stiff with fear. Their faces pale, the shinobi from Kumogakure and Iwagakure broke out in cold sweats as they stared at Snowy, whose massive form loomed like a mountain. Not a single person dared to move, afraid that Takuya might order Snowy to pounce on them. Is this seriously a summoning beast? The shinobi world wasn't short of powerful summoning creatures, like the snakes, toads, and slugs of the three great sage lands, But compared to Snowy, those creatures seemed almost ordinary. Staring into Snowy's massive eyes, each as large as a house, anyone would lose their nerve.
Kushina, quick. Let's join in.
The Ninetales, ever eager to stir up trouble, urged gleefully.
What? Us too?
Kushina, who had been on her way to assist, froze in disbelief.
Of course.
Now's the time to show our strength. We need to act tough. With the Ninetales egging her on, Kushina hesitated before reluctantly agreeing. Well, okay.
And so, roar.
With an earth-shaking roar, a giant golden fox, slightly smaller than Snowy, appeared in the training ground. Thankfully, the area was expansive, otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough space to contain the two colossal beasts. What the hell is going on?
Another one?
Takuya's bold move with Snowy had already startled Tsunade. Now, with the sudden appearance of the Ninetales, she felt as though her heart was about to leap out of her chest. The audience, already trembling at the sight of the two enormous foxes, stared upward in stunned silence, their minds completely numb. Stop yelling and behave. At this point, Kushina's inexperience was evident. Controlling the Ninetales was still a work in progress. It was clearly the fox taking the lead. Takuya cast a sharp glare at the Ninetales, and Snowy, unimpressed by the commotion, raised a massive paw and smacked the Ninetales square on the head.
Thud.
What are you yelling for? Scare the audience again, and I'll deal with you myself. The Ninetales, who had just let out a triumphant roar, immediately tucked its tail in submission, curling up meekly without uttering another sound.
I want to go home.
The shinobi from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure all had the same thought at that moment. Konoha is too dangerous. Our villages are much safer. Who could deal with this? For once, Tsunade felt oddly reassured. With such overwhelming reinforcements, there was no need to worry. The audience, though shaken to their cores, remained seated, too scared to move under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Everyone, Takuya's voice carried across the field, calm yet commanding. Whatever grudges you hold, they're none of Konoha's concern. But I won't tolerate those disputes erupting here. I trust you understand. Ahem, yes, of course we understand, Yagura, the Mizukage, responded, a hint of unease in his tone. At the same time, he resolved to speed up his plans to capture the Three Tails and Six Tails. The threat posed by tailed beasts is too great to ignore. We need to act quickly. But Yagura's thoughts lingered on another issue. How is Konoha's Jinchuriki able to control the Ninetales so effectively? From what he could see, Kushina had the Ninetales completely subdued. Even after being smacked, the beast didn't dare make a sound. Is this really a summoning beast? He could accept the Ninetales' power and ferocity, but what was Snowy? Since when did summoning beasts surpass tailed beasts in sheer terror? The Mizukage is right, Chiyo chimed in. If there are any disputes, they should be resolved outside Konoha. Please don't drag us into this. The tension in Tsunade's expression eased slightly. Meanwhile, Dodai's face had turned pitch black, and Kitsuchi's wasn't much better. Faced with both Snowy and the Ninetales, they had no choice but to nod reluctantly. The other shinobi didn't even dare to speak, trembling visibly as they tried to maintain composure. With the conflict defused, Takuya addressed the Ninetales.
That's enough.
You can return now.
Wait.
I just got here. Having just taken control, the Ninetales clearly wanted to stretch its legs rather than return to its sealed space. But before it could argue further, Snowy's sharp, menacing gaze silenced it. Under Snowy's intimidating stare, the Ninetales' bravado evaporated. It quickly relinquished control to Kushina and retreated into the seal without another word. Once the Ninetales had vanished, Snowy shrank back to her smaller form, leaping onto Takuya's shoulder. Takuya, instead of returning to the field, controlled his landing to join Tsunade.
They fainted?
It was then that Takuya noticed the daimyo and his entourage had already passed out from fright. Shall we continue the battle? He asked, his gaze shifting to Dodai. With a unconscious under Snowy's paw, Dodai was now Kumogakure's de facto representative.
Continue? Hell no.
Dodai suppressed the urge to curse as he waved for his subordinates to retrieve A. Gritting his teeth, he declared. Kumogakure concedes this battle.
We admit defeat.
To prevent further trouble, Dodai even humbled himself further. Good, Takuya remarked, his tone tinged with disdain. This farce of a battle was hardly entertaining. After a brief pause, he added, now that the matter's settled, I'll be leaving. The Ninetales needs a lesson in proper behavior.
Go ahead, Tsunade replied.
With the chaos finally subsiding, Tsunade could only sigh inwardly. The Ninetales really did need some discipline. Kushina wasn't the type to instigate trouble like this. The blame clearly lay with the Ninetales penchant for stirring up chaos. Has Konoha discovered a way for Jinchuriki to coexist peacefully with their tailed beasts? This was an important revelation. From the Ninetales' appearance to its quick retreat at Takuya's command, it was evident Konoha had found a method to suppress and control tailed beasts effectively. Tailed beasts were undeniably powerful. When paired with Jinchuriki, their combined strength could be devastating. However, most villages, including Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure, had suffered greatly from tailed beast rampages over the years. Even Kumogakure, despite its experience, had faced calamity when the Eight Tails went berserk a few years prior, wreaking havoc until the Third Raikage managed to subdue it. Takuya's words sparked an idea in Chiyo's mind. If we can learn from Konoha and successfully control our tailed beasts. Tsunade wasn't oblivious to Chiyo's intentions. It wasn't just Chiyo, Yagura, Kitsuchi, and Dodai were all harboring the same thoughts. This is classified information, Tsunade said with a sly smile. I'm afraid it's not something we can share so easily.
But
classified, my foot. The truth was simple. The Ninetales had been beaten into submission, and Kushina had slowly earned its trust. It was a process impossible to replicate. Would Tsunade reveal this?
Of course not.
Instead, she dangled the prospect, intending to leverage it for Konoha's benefit. If your conditions are acceptable to Konoha, I can negotiate on behalf of the village, Chiyo quickly interjected. Since this was classified information, it certainly couldn't be shared freely. However, Tsunade deliberately paused, letting her words hang in the air. This pause made it clear that the matter was negotiable, but only under certain conditions. It wouldn't come for free. Yagura chuckled warmly. I believe I can also speak on behalf of Kirigakure in strengthening our cooperation with Konoha. Kirigakure and Konoha were currently enjoying a close relationship, giving Yagura an advantage over the other villages in negotiations. Even though their village had yet to secure its tailed beasts, they were determined to obtain this method, no matter the cost. No price was too steep to miss such an opportunity. As Tsunade's gaze swept over Chiyo and Yagura, a smile bloomed in her heart. These lambs are practically offering themselves to the butcher. It's almost a shame to refuse them. How about we discuss this after the celebration ends? Tsunade suggested. She didn't want the third Hokage involved in such matters. His increasingly soft and idealistic approach would surely complicate things. Tsunade decided to delay, intending to handle negotiations herself once she was fully in charge. Seeing that Tsunade was willing to work with Sunagakure, Chiyo and Yagura both smiled in satisfaction. However, Dodai and Kitsuchi couldn't sit still any longer. Fortunately, Tsunade extended a glimmer of hope to them as well. The moment Dodai opened his mouth, Tsunade raised her hand, cutting him off. Everyone, let's table these discussions until after the celebration, shall we? Ha ha ha, then it seems I'll have to extend my stay in Konoha. I trust your village won't mind. Kitsuchi, who normally maintained a stern and serious demeanor, forced a jovial expression. Dodai, on the other hand, looked utterly miserable. His frustration and bitterness were palpable, yet he had no choice but to plaster on a strained smile and echo Kitsuchi's sentiment. Let's clear the venue for now. The daimyo seems to have been frightened, Tsunade remarked, gesturing for the Anbu and Uchiha forces to take action. Everyone instinctively glanced toward their respective daimyos and their entourages, only to find them slumped in their chairs, some even unconscious. The overwhelming pressure from Snowy and the Ninetales was far beyond what ordinary people could endure. Even the samurai and shinobi assigned to protect the daimyos were reduced to trembling wrecks, barely holding themselves together. Moments earlier, they had been convinced they were facing certain death, only to find it had been a false alarm. Clear the area, Takuya ordered, waving dismissively. He had no interest in sticking around to maintain order or oversee the evacuation of the audience.
Understood.
The Anbu and Uchiha forces will handle it, Tsunade replied. She knew Takuya disliked dealing with such trivial matters, so she simply sent him off to rest. As for the upcoming celebration, based on her understanding of Takuya, there was little chance he would attend, let alone show any interest in watching. Indeed, Tsunade was right. Takuya skipped the celebration entirely, choosing to rest at home instead. With Konoha shinobi, the Anbu, and the Uchiha police force all managing the situation, his presence would have made no difference. Besides, no village in their right mind would dare cause trouble now, especially after witnessing Konoha flex its strength. As for intelligence gathering, that was inevitable. Rather than sneaking around, the other villages would openly observe. It wasn't as if Konoha could hide all its shinobi, such measures were impossible. Takuya wasn't the only one absent from the celebration. "How are you feeling, eh?" Dodai looked down at A, who lay on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages and gauze like a mummy, his face the only part of him visible. Dodai wasn't sure what to say. As soon as the fight ended, Tsunade had sent A to Konoha's hospital for treatment. However, likely due to A's provocations against Konoha, the doctors and medical nin hadn't exactly been gentle during his treatment. Their heavy-handed care left A looking like a fully wrapped mummy. "I just want to be left alone." Turning his head to glance at Dodai, A wore an expression of utter defeat. Dodai's lips twitched as he tried to find the right words. "You'll need some time to recover." The most serious injury was from that final stomp by Yagami Takuya's summoning beast. Despite being thoroughly beaten by Snowy during the fight, most of A's injuries were superficial and would have healed with a few days of rest. But after the commotion in the stands, Takuya had grown irritated. To ensure A wouldn't stir up trouble, Snowy had stomped on him, breaking several of his bones in the process. The injuries from that single stomp were far worse than everything else combined. This was why Dodai, looking at the bandaged and immobilized A, felt a deep mixture of emotions. A's grievous injuries were partly his responsibility. After a moment of silence, A finally spoke. "I remember the village's report stating there were only 9-tailed beasts in the shinobi world, 1 tail to 9 tails. So why the hell was I fighting a summoning beast? Can that thing even be called a summoning beast? It's a tailed beast, damn it. I knew full well the power of tailed beasts. The more tails, the stronger the beast. Kumogakure had both the 2 tails and the 8 tails, and the 8 tails alone was strong enough to completely outclass the 2 tails. Thanks to Kumogakure's specialized training, their Jinchuriki were better equipped to communicate with their tailed beasts than those of other villages. The reports are accurate, Dodai confirmed, though he himself was beginning to have doubts. That summoning beast of Yagami Takuyas is clearly a tailed beast. A growled through gritted teeth. It's stronger than the 8 tails, both in power and speed. It might even surpass the 9 tails. Although A was known for his fiery temper, he also possessed the keen analytical mind of a shinobi. His rage often overshadowed his competence, but he was no fool. He had witnessed the 8 tails' strength firsthand during its rampage years ago, when it had torn through the village. Despite its immense power, the 8 tails hadn't been able to completely overwhelm him. At the very least, A had been able to keep it occupied and buy time. But against Snowy, A had been utterly helpless. In every aspect, power, speed and precision, he had been completely outclassed. His only advantage had been his durability, and even that had only mattered because Snowy hadn't been fighting seriously. Faced with the 8 tails, A could resist and hold it back. Against Snowy, everything he tried was futile. A clenched his fists, his mind racing as he analyzed the fight. To him, Snowy wasn't just a summoning beast but a tailed beast far stronger than the 8 tails. Dodai's expression grew conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he recounted what had happened after Snowy had knocked A unconscious. Rip. A, wrapped in gauze and bandages, sat up abruptly despite the pain, his muscles flexing and snapping the bindings as he exclaimed, "Are you saying Konoha has found a way to create perfect Jinchuriki? And that the 9 tails is afraid of this Snowy? What kind of ridiculous name is that? For such a terrifying creature, they chose such a soft and cutesy name?" Dodai's eye twitched as he glanced at the pile of shredded bandages. "Doesn't that hurt?" he muttered. Ignoring the question, A groaned in pain and reluctantly lay back down. Dodai shook his head before continuing. "It's unclear. We'll have to discuss it with Konoha to confirm. However, the 9 tails Jinchuriki appeared to be fully transformed, a golden 9 tails formed entirely of chakra." Hiss. A sucked in a sharp breath, not from surprise, but from the pain shooting through his body. It seemed it did hurt after all. Forced to remain still, A grimaced as Dodai added grimly, but it was clearly the 9 tails in control, not the Jinchuriki. Its aura, its demeanor, and even its voice made that obvious. So, after Snowy punched it, the 9 tails just settled down? Lying in his hospital bed, A felt like he was dreaming. Was this really the ferocious 9 tails? Kumogakure wasn't unfamiliar with the 9 tails. They had once organized a team to capture it. The result? A catastrophic failure with heavy losses. The 9 tails was a force of nature, something no ordinary person could ever hope to confront, except perhaps someone like Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. Yet, when faced with Takuya and Snowy, the 9 tails had become as obedient as a dog. It didn't make sense. Sure, foxes were technically canines, but this was a tailed beast. And not just any tailed beast, this was the mighty 9 tails. Where was its rage? Its defiance? Its hatred for humanity? Why was all of that suddenly gone?
It's true.
Dodai, standing nearby, was equally baffled. Konoha has agreed to discuss this matter with other villages after the celebration. It seems they're willing to sell this information, though it will likely come at a price.
Buy it.
I didn't care what the cost was. Negotiations were always about balancing interests. Kumogakure had plenty of resources and money. If it meant getting their hands on this information, no price was too high. You'll handle the negotiations personally, A ordered, his tone firm. No matter the cost, we need to acquire the information on perfect Jinchuriki.
Also, A's expression darkened.
Contact the old man. We need to reassess Konoha's strength and completely overhaul our war plans. Konoha isn't as weak as it seems, not with Yagami Takuya and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in their ranks.
Damn it.
Kumogakure had spent so much time preparing for war, and now all those plans had to be scrapped. Rewriting those strategies would cost an unimaginable amount of time and resources. But with Takuya and Kushina as factors, I couldn't risk proceeding with the original plan. 2 wars didn't break them, so what makes us think they're vulnerable now? As long as Takuya and Kushina remained in play, any attempt to attack Konoha was doomed to end in disaster. This kind of uncontrollable power couldn't be measured in numbers.
The war plans had to be abandoned.
I'll contact Lord Raikage, Dodai said with a nod. As for the perfect Jinchuriki information, I'll handle the negotiations.
Good.
I trust you with this. Also, call a doctor for me. Meanwhile, Konoha was abuzz with celebration. The villagers wore bright smiles as they flocked to the Hokage's office to witness this historic event. Amid thunderous cheers, the third Hokage and Tsunade stepped onto the rooftop of the Hokage's office. As Takuya had predicted, what followed was a quintessentially Sarutobi-style speech, long-winded, sentimental, and laced with a firewall rhetoric. It included everything from self-reflection to an overly elaborate apology. I regret coming here. Can I go home and rest now? Nawaki looked like he was on the verge of tears. He had expected the third Hokage's speech to drag on, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this long. It had been nearly 3 hours, stretching from midday into the afternoon, and it showed no signs of stopping. How is he not tired? Beside him, Minato gave Nawaki a bemused look, as if to say, "What did you expect?"
Minato, too, wished he could leave.
If he'd known it would be this tedious, he wouldn't have come. Now he was stuck standing guard like a statue in front of the Hokage's office, unable to relax or even sneak a glance at the crowd. At least the other security teams could take breaks and watch from the sidelines. Honestly, Takuya was the smart one.
Nawaki muttered.
The third Hokage's passion for the will of fire was deeply ingrained, and his penchant for marathon speeches was something Takuya had experienced firsthand during his academy days. After that, Takuya had vowed never to attend any event where the third Hokage was scheduled to speak. He feared he might lose his patience and end up throwing a shoe at the man's endless monologue.
Come on, old man. Enough already.
Tsunade was similarly drained. In her opinion, a brief speech would have sufficed. There was so much work to do, so many important matters to address. This wasn't worth hours of rambling. But clearly, the third Hokage disagreed. Perhaps he felt compelled to make one final glorious contribution before stepping down, and so he kept talking. When the third Hokage finally finished, bowing in apology and stepping aside, Tsunade felt a wave of relief so profound she nearly cried. In stark contrast to the lengthy address that preceded her, Tsunade's speech was brief and to the point. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, I will carry on my grandfather's legacy. I will protect this village, our home, and our family.
The will of fire? Enough of that.
We're all sick of it already. Tsunade's straightforward approach cut through the fatigue, leaving the crowd stunned for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. No matter where you stood in Konoha, the sound of celebration could be heard. So, it's finally over. Hearing the cheers from the Hokage's office, Takuya shook his head with a smile. From the initial applause to the conclusion, the entire event had taken nearly 5 hours. Good thing I didn't go. Takuya felt immensely grateful for his foresight. Knowing Tsunade's personality, she would have kept things concise, but with the third Hokage involved, there was no escaping hours of meaningless drivel about the will of fire. The man could drone on for hours, saying nothing of substance, and Takuya knew he would have gone mad listening to it. Let's deal with the Nine-Tails now, Takuya muttered. Leaving Kushina behind, he brought Snowy with him as he entered the ceiling space. The Nine-Tails, napping lazily, jolted awake the moment Takuya arrived. Sensing something amiss, the beast panicked and bellowed.
Brat! Don't push your luck.
I only acted for your benefit. Kushina hasn't fully mastered controlling my power yet, so I had to take over. I haven't even done anything yet. Why are you panicking? The Ninetales was clearly flustered, while Takuya looked utterly baffled. Perched on his shoulder, Snowy cast the Ninetales a disdainful glance. Where's all your bravado now, Ninetales?
Ahem.
You did well, Takuya said with a deliberate cough.
Ha.
The Ninetales blinked, its massive eyes narrowing in confusion. It stared at Takuya, trying to process what had just happened. Did this brat just compliment me? For a fleeting moment, the Ninetales felt an odd sense of satisfaction. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? I'm the Ninetales. I don't need this brat's approval.
But still.
You did well stepping up in a critical moment, but you were too reckless. You need to assess the situation better next time, Takuya said, wagging a stern finger. There were so many spectators on site, most of them Konoha villagers, along with many guests. If chaos had broken out, the consequences would have been severe. Takuya's tone was serious as he concluded, "Don't do that again."
Got it.
The Ninetales instinctively lit up with joy but froze the next second, its grin turning stiff. Realizing something was off, the Ninetales' expression darkened, and it snapped.
Damn brat.
I'm the Ninetales, not some dog. Aren't foxes part of the canine family? Takuya's amused gaze met the Ninetales' furious glare. The beast tried to appear tough, but its demeanor betrayed a more submissive attitude. You wretched brat. I'll devour you. Furious, the Ninetales lunged at Takuya, jaws wide open.
Thump.
Snowy's tail lashed out, striking the Ninetales squarely on the head. The beast yelped in pain, its eyes wide as saucers. Everyone knew that if a canine snapped its jaws shut suddenly, it was likely to bite its own tongue. Watching the Ninetales clutch its mouth in agony, Takuya couldn't help but shudder. That looks painful.
MMFF. Thud. Thud.
Disrespect my master, will you? I'll beat you to a pulp. Snowy, thoroughly irritated, continued her assault on the Ninetales. Ever since her powers had grown, the once mighty Ninetales could do little more than cower under her dominance. What was once a rivalry had now devolved into a sibling dynamic, with the Ninetales as the younger, weaker one. What are you doing? On top of the beating, Snowy began tugging at the Ninetales' chakra, her actions rough and unrelenting. The Ninetales panicked. Unlike most creatures, its chakra could regenerate, but losing too much too quickly would still harm it. Seeing Snowy rip away its chakra with such force, the Ninetales was alarmed.
Stop.
Stop, I'll listen to orders next time.
I was wrong. Please stop.
When a Jinchuriki borrowed a tailed beast's chakra, they usually took only a small amount. Snowy's method, however, was akin to slicing off large chunks of meat. The Ninetales had no choice but to yield. Behave yourself. Snowy growled. The Ninetales tried to resist, but Snowy only grew angrier. If it weren't for my master asking me to help, I wouldn't bother with a smelly fox like you. You're taking my chakra for my own good? How generous of you. Wait, this wasn't just about chakra. Snowy was taking part of its consciousness as well. Unfazed by the Ninetales' protests, Snowy ripped away a significant portion of its chakra and a small piece of its consciousness before swallowing it whole. As Snowy began to chew, the Ninetales let out a pained howl. Its cries were almost pitiful. Takuya shook his head and gestured for Snowy to continue. Don't waste time. Master, this fox stinks, Snowy muttered between bites, her face twisted in distaste. It really does. Takuya chuckled awkwardly. Compared to the fragrant Snowy, the Ninetales' presence was far less pleasant. Bleg. Snowy spat out the chewed remains, her tongue sticking out in disgust as she hurriedly fled the ceiling space. Clearly, she needed to rinse her mouth to get rid of the lingering foulness. The Ninetales, still reeling from the earlier assault, stared blankly at the discarded remains. What? Wait, did I shrink? No, that wasn't right. Why is there a smaller version of me? Inside the ceiling space, two Ninetales, one large and one small, stared at each other with equally dumbfounded expressions. Takuya bent down, grabbing the smaller Ninetales by the scruff of its neck. Holding it up, he addressed the original. Consider this a reward. Snowy can't stand you, but she still helped. Try adapting to having two bodies, it'll let you maintain this smaller form outside. Pausing, Takuya added. If you find it troublesome, you can let your main body sleep and transfer your consciousness and spirit into this one. That way, you'll be able to roam freely, though you won't be able to stray too far from Kushina, since she's still your Jinchuriki and most of your chakra is sealed here. This body doesn't have much chakra, so avoid using it for combat. If you drain its reserves, it'll disappear, and Snowy won't be helping you next time. The Ninetales barely heard Takuya's explanation. Its eyes widened as it muttered to itself. I can go outside? Since being captured and sealed into Uzumaki Mito's body, the Ninetales had longed for freedom. But Mito had been unyielding, a woman as unshakable as her husband Hashirama. She had commanded such respect within the Senju clan that even Tobirama didn't dare to challenge her. Such a formidable woman would never allow the Ninetales to run wild. By the time Mito grew old, she was succeeded by Kushina, who, while less controlling, had still managed to subdue the Ninetales over time. Even as Kushina and the Ninetales grew to accept each other, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, true freedom had remained out of reach for the tailed beast. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. Even if this freedom came with restrictions, it was enough to move the Ninetales deeply. Snapping out of its reverie, the Ninetales looked down at Takuya, its gaze complicated. Why are you helping me? Because you're an idiot, Takuya replied with a shrug. You couldn't figure out how to split your consciousness into two bodies, so I had to ask Snowy for help. Takuya continued matter-of-factly. Think of it like the shadow clone jutsu. Clones have independent consciousness and thought, so the same principle applies to you. You're a tailed beast, unique and unparalleled. As long as you keep your mind sharp, you'll always find solutions. If people can develop all sorts of strange forbidden jutsu, improving the mechanics of a clone technique is hardly impossible. The Ninetales was speechless. Why did I even ask? Because I'm an idiot, apparently. With a heavy sigh, the Ninetales rolled its eyes dramatically. You can take your time deciding, Takuya said, turning to leave. Who would have thought this prideful fox could roll its eyes like that? Takuya mused. Maybe it's just a fox thing. Snowy's the same way. I've decided. Before Takuya could exit, the Ninetales called out urgently. I'll let my main body sleep and transfer my consciousness to the smaller form. Who are you kidding? I've been cooped up for decades. Given the chance to leave, why would I stay here like an idiot? The Ninetales could barely contain its excitement at the thought of exploring the outside world, breathing fresh air, and doing whatever it pleased. All right, Takuya said with a smile, choosing not to expose the Ninetales' obvious eagerness. You know how to transfer your consciousness and spirit, right? You don't need me to teach you that, do you? Such a simple task should be well within the Ninetales' capabilities.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.